Prefaces of Home Education, Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Home Education, Series Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Prefaces. We read in the Purgatorio, Canto 1, how Virgil was directed to prepare Dante for his difficult ascent. Go, then, and see thou gird this one about with a smooth rush, and that thou wash his face, so that thou cleanse away all stain therefrom. This little island round about its base, below there, yonder where the billow beats it, doth rushes bear upon its washy ooze. No other plant that putteth forth he leaf, or that doth endure it, can there have life, because it yieldeth not unto the shocks. Then came we down upon the desert shore. There he begirt me as the other pleased. O marvellous, for even as he culled the humble plant, such it sprang up again, suddenly, there where he uprooted it. Longfellow's Translation. Preface to the Home Education Series. The educational outlook is rather misty and depressing, both at home and abroad. That science should be a staple of education, that the teaching of Latin, of modern languages, of mathematics must be reformed, that nature and handicrafts should be pressed into service for the training of the eye and hand, that boys and girls must learn to write English and therefore must know something of history and literature, and, on the other hand, that education must be made more technical and utilitarian. These, and such as these, are the cries of expedience with which we take the field. But we have no unifying principle, no definite aim, in fact, no philosophy of education. As a stream can rise no higher than its source, so it is probable that no educational effort can rise above the whole scheme of thought which gives it birth. And perhaps this is the reason of all the fallings from us, vanishings, failures, and disappointments which mark our educational records. Those of us who have spent many years in pursuing the benign and elusive vision of education perceive that her approaches are regulated by a law, and that this law has yet to be evoked. We can discern its outlines, but no more. We know that it is pervasive. There is no part of a child's home life or school work which the law does not penetrate. It is illuminating, too, showing the value or lack of value of 1,000 systems and expedients. It is not only a light, but a measure, providing a standard whereby all things, small and great, belonging to educational work must be tested. The law is liberal, taking in whatsoever things are true, honest, and of good report, and offering no limitation or hindrance save where excess should endure. And the path indicated by the law is continuous and progressive, with no transition stage from the cradle to the grave, except that maturity takes up the regular self-direction to which immaturity has been trained. We shall doubtless find, when we apprehend the law, that certain German thinkers, Kant, Herbart, Lotze, Froebel, are justified, that as they say it is necessary to believe in God, that therefore the knowledge of God is the principal knowledge and the chief end of education. By one more character shall we be able to recognize this perfect law of educational liberty when it shall be made evident. It has been said that the best idea which we can form of absolute truth is that it is able to meet every condition by which it can be tested. This we shall expect of our law, that it shall meet every test of experiment and every test of rational investigation. Not having received the tables of our law, we fall back upon Froebel or upon Herbart, or, if we belong to another school, upon Locke or Spencer. But we are not satisfied. A discontent, is it a divine discontent, is upon us, and assuredly we shall hail a workable effectual philosophy of education as a deliverance from much perplexity. Before this great deliverance comes to us, it is probable that many tentative efforts will be put forth, having more or less of the characters of a philosophy, notably having a central idea, a body of thought with various members working in vital harmony. Such a theory of education, which need not be careful to call itself a system of psychology, must be in harmony with the thought movements of the age, must regard education not as a shut-off compartment, but as being as much a part of life as birth or growth, marriage or work, and it must leave the pupil attached to the world at many points of contact. It is true that educationalists are already eager to establish such contact in several directions, but their efforts rest upon an axiom here and an idea there, and there is no broad unifying basis of thought to support the whole. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread, and the hope that there may be many tentative efforts toward a philosophy of education, and that all of them will bring us nearer to the magnum opus, encourages me to launch one such attempt. The central thought, or rather body of thought, upon which I found is the somewhat obvious fact that the child is a person with all the possibilities and powers included in personality. Some of the members which develop from this nucleus have been exploited from time to time by educational thinkers, and exist vaguely in the general common sense, a notion here, another there. One thesis, which is perhaps new, that education is the science of relations, appears to me to solve the question of curricula, as showing that the object of education is to put a child in living touch with as much as may be of the life of nature and of thought. Add to this one or two keys to self-knowledge, and the educated youth goes forth with some idea of self-management, with some pursuits and many vital interests. My excuse for venturing to offer a solution, however tentative and passing, to the problem of education is twofold. For between 30 and 40 years I have labored without pause to establish a working and philosophic theory of education, and in the next place, each article of the educational faith I offer has been arrived at by inductive processes, and has, I think, been verified by a long and wide series of experiments. It is, however, with sincere diffidence that I venture to offer the results of this long labor, because I know that in this field there are many laborers far more able and expert than I, the angels who fear to tread, so precarious is the footing. But, if only pour encourager les autres, I append a short synopsis of the educational theory advanced in the volumes of the Home Education Series. The treatment is not methodic, but incidental, here a little, there a little, as seemed to me most likely to meet the occasions of parents and teachers. I should add that in the course of a number of years the various essays have been prepared for the use of the Parents' Educational Union, in the hope that that society might witness for a more or less coherent body of educational thought. The consequence of truth is great, therefore the judgment of it must not be negligent. 1. Children are born persons. 2. They are not born either good or bad, but with possibilities for good and evil. 3. The principles of authority on the one hand and obedience on the other are natural, necessary, and fundamental. But 4. These principles are limited by the respect due to the personality of children, which must not be encroached upon, whether by fear or love, suggestion or influence, or undue play upon any one natural desire. 5. Therefore, we are limited to 3 educational instruments: the atmosphere of environment, the discipline of habit, and the presentation of living ideas. 6. By the saying, education is an atmosphere, it is not meant that a child should be isolated in what may be called a child environment, especially adapted and prepared, but that we should take into account the educational value of his natural home atmosphere, both as regards persons and things, and should let him live freely among his proper conditions. It stultifies a child to bring down his world to the child's level. 7. By education is a discipline is meant the discipline of habits formed definitely and thoughtfully, whether habits of mind or body. Physiologists tell us of the adaptation of brain structure to habitual lines of thought, i.e., to our habits. 8. In the saying that education is a life, the need of intellectual and moral as well as of physical sustenance is implied. The mind feeds on ideas, and therefore children should have a generous curriculum. 9. But the mind is not a receptacle into which ideas must be dropped, each idea adding to an apperception mass of its like, the theory upon which the Herbartian doctrine of interest rests. 10. On the contrary, a child's mind is no mere sack to hold ideas, but is rather, if the figure may be allowed, a spiritual organism with an appetite for all knowledge. This is its proper diet, with which it is prepared to deal and which it can digest and assimilate as the body does foodstuffs. 11. This difference is not a verbal quibble. The Herbartian doctrine lays the stress of education, the preparation of knowledge in enticing morsels presented in due order, upon the teacher. Children, taught upon this principle, are in danger of receiving much teaching with little knowledge, and the teacher's axiom is, what a child learns matters less than how he learns it. 12. But, believing that the normal child has powers of mind that fit him to deal with all knowledge proper to him, we must give him a full and generous curriculum, taking care only that the knowledge offered to him is vital, that is, that facts are not presented without their informing ideas. Out of this conception comes the principle that 13. Education is the science of relations. That is, that a child has natural relations with a vast number of things and thoughts. So we must train him upon physical exercises, nature, handicrafts, science and art, and upon many living books. For we know that our business is, not to teach him all about anything, but to help him to make valid as many as may be of those first-born affinities that fit our new existence to existing things. 14. There are also two secrets of moral and intellectual self-management which should be offered to children. These we may call the way of the will and the way of the reason. 15. The way of the will. Children should be taught, A, to distinguish between I want and I will. B, that the way to will effectively is to turn our thoughts from that which we desire but do not will. C, that the best way to turn our thoughts is to think of or do some quite different thing, entertaining or interesting. D, that after a little rest in this way, the will returns to its work with new vigor. This adjunct of the will is familiar to us as diversion, whose office it is to ease us for a time from will effort, that we may will again with added power. The use of suggestion, even self-suggestion, as an aid to the will is to be deprecated, as tending to stultify and stereotype character. It would seem that spontaneity is a condition of development, and that human nature needs the discipline of failure as well as of success. 16. The way of the reason. We should teach children too, not to lean too confidently unto their own understanding, because the function of reason is to give logical demonstration, A, of mathematical truth, and B, of an initial idea accepted by the will. In the former case, reason is, perhaps, an infallible guide, but in the second, it is not always a safe one, for whether that initial idea be right or wrong, reason will confirm it by irrefragable proofs. 17. Therefore, children should be taught, as they become mature enough to understand such teaching, that the chief responsibility which rests on them as persons is the acceptance or rejection of initial ideas. To help them in this choice, we should give them principles of conduct and a wide range of the knowledge fitted for them. These three principles, 15, 16, and 17, should save children from some of the loose thinking and heedless action which cause most of us to live at a lower level than we need. 18. We should allow no separation to grow up between the intellectual and spiritual life of children, but should teach them that the divine spirit has constant access to their spirits and is their continual helper in all the interests, duties, and joys of life. The Home Education Series is so called from the title of the first volume, and not as dealing wholly or principally with home as opposed to school education. Preface. The intention of the following volume is to offer some suggestions towards a curriculum for boys and girls under 12. A curriculum, however, is not an independent product, but is linked to much else by chains of cause and consequence, and the manner of curriculum I am anxious to indicate is the outcome of a scheme of educational thought, the adoption of which might, I believe, place educational work generally upon a sounder footing. The fundamental principles of docility and authority have been considered in the first place because they are fundamental, but for that very reason they should be present but not in evidence. We do not expose the foundations of our house. Not only so, but these principles must be conditioned by respect for the personality of children, and, in order to give the children room for free development on the lines proper to them, it is well that parents and teachers should adopt an attitude of masterly inactivity. Having considered the relations of teachers and taught, I have touched upon those between education and current thought. Education should be in the flow, as it were, and not shut up in a watertight compartment. Perhaps reverence for personality as such, a sense of the solidarity of the race, and a profound consciousness of evolutionary progress are among the elements of current thought which should help us towards an educational ideal. In considering the training of children under the convenient divisions of physical, mental, moral, and religions, I have not thought it is necessary to enlarge upon matters of common knowledge and general acceptance, but have dwelt upon aspects of training under each heading which are likely to be overlooked. Under the phrase, education is a life, I have tried to show how necessary it is to sustain the intellectual life upon ideas, and, as a corollary, that a school book should be a medium for ideas, and not merely a receptacle for facts. That normal children have a natural desire for, and a right of admission to, all fitting knowledge appears to me to be suggested by the phrase, education is the science of relations. These considerations clear the ground towards that of a curriculum. The sort of curriculum I have in view should educate children upon things and books. Current thought upon the subject of education by things is so sound and practical, and so thoroughly carried into effect, that I have not thought it necessary to dwell much here upon this part of education. Our great failure seems to me to be caused by the fact that we do not form the habit of reading books that are worth while in children while they are at school and are under 12 years of age. The free use of books implies correct spelling and easy and vigorous composition without direct teaching of these subjects. The appendices show, I think, that such use of books in education works out well in practice, and is a great saving of time and labor to both teacher and pupils, especially relieving both of the deadly dull labor wasted on corrections. The much diluted or over condensed teaching of the oral lesson or the lecture gives place to the well thought out consecutive treatment of the right books, a living book in which facts are presented as the outcome of ideas. Children taught in this way are remarkable for their keenness after knowledge, and do well afterwards in any examination for which they may have to prepare, and, what is of much more consequence, are prepared to take their full share of all that life offers of intellectual and practical interests. Ambleside, November, 1904. Will the reader kindly substitute teachers for parents when the former title suits the case? End of Prefaces.
Chapter 1 of Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alma Zaki. Home Education Series Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 1. Docility and Authority in the Home and the School. Better relations between children and their elders. All of us who have accepted education as our métier are keenly alive to the signs of the times as they are to be read in the conduct and manners of children. Upon one thing, anyway, we may congratulate ourselves with unmixed satisfaction. The relations between children and parents, and indeed between children and their grown-up friends generally, are far more intimate, frank, and friendly than such relations used to be. There does not seem to be any longer that great gulf fixed between child thought and grown-up thought, which the older among us once tried to cross with frantic but vain efforts. The heads of the house, when we were little, were autocratic as the czars of all the Russians. We received everything at their hands, from bread and milk to mother's love, with more or less gratitude, but with invariable docility. If they had stubborn questionings as to whether it was better for us, this or that, they kept them to themselves. For us, everything was decreed, and all decrees were final. There were rebellious children, perhaps, as 1 in a score, or 1 in 100, but then these were rebellious with the fine courage of Milton's Satan. They dared everything and set themselves up in bold opposition. These were the open rebels who would, sooner or late, come to a bad end. So we were told, and so we secretly believed. For the others there was no middle course. They were brought under rule, and that rule was arbitrary and without appeal. The elder generation of parents, autocratic. This is how children were brought up some 40 or 50 years ago, and even young parents of today have, in many cases, grown up under a regime, happy, loving, and wise very likely, but before all things arbitrary. There were what the Scotch would call ill-guided homes, where the children did what was right in their own eyes. These will always exist so long as there are weak and indolent parents, unconcerned about their responsibilities. But the exceptions went to prove the rule, and the rule and tradition in most middle-class homes was that of well-ordered and governed children. Every biography that issues from the press of the men and women who made their mark during the first half of the century is a case in point. John Stuart Mill, Ruskin, the Lawrences, Tennyson, almost everyone who has made for himself a distinguished name, grew up under a martinet rule. Only the other day we heard of an instance, the recollection of which had survived for 70 years. A boy of 12 or 13 had been out shooting rabbits. He came home in the early darkness of a bitterly cold winter evening. His father asked him by which gate he had entered the park. "By such a gate." "Did you shut it?" "I don't recollect." "Go and see." And the boy went, though he was already tired out, and the gate in question was more than a mile from the house. Such an incident would scarcely happen today. The boy would protest, plead his own benumbed fatigue, and suggest that a man should be sent to shut the gate, if, as did not appear from the story, it was important that it should be shut at all. Yet this was a kind father, whom his children both loved and honored, but arbitrary rule and unquestioning obedience were the habits of the household. Nor is this notion of domestic government quite obsolete yet. I heard the other day of a Scotch father who confined his daughter of 18 to her room for a week on account of some by no means serious breach of discipline. The difference is that where you find an arbitrary parent now, he is a little out of touch with the thought and culture of the day, while a few decades ago parents were arbitrary of set principle and in proportion as they were cultivated and intelligent. Arbitrary rule not always a failure. It cannot be said that this arbitrary rule was entirely a failure. It turned out steadfast, capable, able, self-governed, gentle-mannered men and women. In our less hopeful moments, we wonder as we watch the children of our day whether they will prove as good stuff as their grandfathers and their fathers. But we need not fear. The evolution of educational thought is like the incoming of the tide. The wave comes and the wave goes, and you hardly know whether you are watching ebb or flow, but let an hour elapse and then judge. But truer educational thought results in worthier character. After all allowances for ebb and flow, for failure here and mistake there, truer educational thought must of necessity result in an output of more worthy character. For one thing, this very arbitrariness arose from limitations. Parents knew that they must govern. Righteous Abraham, who ruled his house, was their example, and it is far easier to govern from a height, as it were, than from the intimacy of close personal contact. But you cannot be quite frank and easy with beings who are obviously of a higher and of another order than yourself. At least, you cannot when you are a little boy. And here we have one cause of the inscrutable reticence of children. At the best of times they carry on the busy traffic of their own thoughts all to themselves. We can all recollect the pathetic misgivings of our childish days, which a word would have removed, but which yet formed the secret history of years of our lives. Mrs. Charles, in her autobiography, tells us how her childhood was haunted by a distressing dream. She dreamed that she had lost her mother and hunted for her in vain for hours in the rooms and endless corridors of a building unknown to her. Her distress was put down to fear of the dark, and she never told her tender mother of this trouble of the night. Probably no degree of loving intimacy will throw the closed doors of the child's nature permanently ajar, because, we may believe, the burden of the mystery of all this unintelligible world falls early upon the conscious soul, and each of us must beat out his conception of life for himself. But it is much to a child to know that he may question, may talk of the thing that perplexes him, and that there is comprehension for his perplexities. Effusive sympathy is a mistake, and bores a child when it does not make him silly. But just to know that you can ask and tell is a great outlet, and means to the parent the power of direction, and to the child free and natural development. Doctrine of the infallible reason. With the advance of one line of educational insight, we have, alas, to note the receding of another and a most important principle. Early in the century, authority was everything in the government of the home, and the docility of the children went without saying, that is, always excepting the few rebellious spirits. However little we may be aware of the fact, the direction of philosophic thought in England has had a great deal to do with the relations of parents and children in every home. 2 centuries ago, Locke promulgated the doctrine of the infallible reason. That doctrine accepted, individual reason becomes the ultimate authority, and every man is free to do that which is right in his own eyes. Provided, Locke would have added, that the reason be fully trained, and the mind instructed as to the merits of the particular case. But such proviso was readily lost sight of, and the broad principle remained. The old Puritanic faith and the elder traditions for the bringing up of children, as well as Locke's own religious feelings and dutiful instincts, were too strong for the new philosophy in England. But in France there was a soil prepared for the seed. Locke was eagerly read because his opinions jumped with the thought of the hour. His principles were put into practice, his conclusions worked out to the bitter end, and thoughtful writers consider that this religious and cultivated English gentleman cannot be exonerated from a share of the guilt of the atrocities of the French Revolution. Leads to the dethronement of authority. We in the 20th century have lost some of the safeguards that held good in the 17th, and we have our own, perhaps greater philosopher, who carries the teaching of Locke to the inevitable conclusions which the earlier thinker shirked. Mr. Herbert Spencer proclaims, as they did in France, the apotheosis of reason. He sees, as they saw in France, that the principle of the infallible reason is directly antagonistic to the idea of authority. He traces this last idea to its final source and justification. So long as men acknowledge a God, they of necessity acknowledge authority, supreme and deputed. But, says Mr. Spencer, in effect, every man finds his own final authority in his own reason. This philosopher has the courage of his convictions. He perceives, as they did in France, that the enthronement of the human reason is the dethronement of Almighty God. He teaches, by processes of exhaustive reasoning, that we sit unowned upon our burial sod, and know not whence we come, nor whose we be. From the dethronement of the divine follows the dethronement of all human authority, whether it be of kings and their deputies over nations, or of parents over families. Every act of authority is, we are taught, an infringement of the rights of man or of child. Children are to be brought up from the first self-directed, doing that which is right in their own eyes, governed by the reason which is to be trained, by experience of right and wrong, in the choosing of the right course. Life has its penalties for those who transgress the laws of reason, and the child should be permitted to learn these laws through the intervention of these penalties. But thou shalt and thou shalt not are to be eliminated from the vocabulary of parents. So complete and detailed is Mr. Spencer's scheme for the emancipation of children from rule, that he objects to the study of languages on the ground that the rules of grammar are a transgression of the principle of liberty. Authority not inherent but deputed. Mr. Spencer's work on education is so valuable a contribution to educational thought that many parents read it and embrace it as a whole, without perceiving that it is a part, and a carefully worked out part, of a scheme of philosophy with which perhaps they are little in sympathy. They accept the philosopher's teaching when he bids them bring up children without authority in order to give them free room for self-development, without perceiving, or perhaps knowing, that it is the labor of the author's life to eliminate the idea of authority from the universe, that he repudiates the authority of parents because it is a link in the chain which binds the universe to God. For it is indeed true that none of us has a right to exercise authority in things great or small, except as we are, and acknowledge ourselves to be, deputed by the one supreme and ultimate authority. When we take up this volume on education, small as it is, easy reading as it is, we must bear in mind that we have put ourselves under the lead of a philosopher who overlooks nothing, who regards the least important things from the standpoint of their final issue, and who would not have the little child do as he is bid lest he should learn as a man to obey that authority other than himself which we believe to be divine. Quick as thought. The influence of his rationalistic philosophy is by no means confined to those who read this author's great works, or even to those who read his manual on education. Quick as thought is a common phrase, but it would be interesting to know how quick thought is, to have any measure for the intensity, vitality, and velocity of an idea, for the rate of its progress in the world. One would like to know how soon an idea, conceived in the study, becomes the common property of the man in the street, who regards it as his own possession, and knows nothing of its source. We have no such measures, but there is hardly a home of even the lowest stage of culture where this theory of education has not been either consciously adopted or rejected, though the particular parents in question may never have heard of the philosopher. An idea once launched is in the air, so we say. As is said of the Holy Spirit, we know not whence it comes, nor whither it goes. The notion of the finality of human reason intolerable. But because philosophic thought is so subtle and permeating in influence, it is our part to scrutinize every principle that presents itself. Once we are able to safeguard ourselves in this way, we are able to profit by the wisdom of works which yet rest upon what we regard as radical errors. It seems not improbable that the early years of this very century may thus see the advent of England's truly great philosopher, who shall not be confined by the limitations of rationalistic or of materialistic thought. Men have become weary of themselves. The notion of the finality of human reason has grown an intolerable limitation. Nothing less than the infinite will satisfy the spirit of a man. We again recognize that we are made for God and have no rest until we find him, and philosophic thought, at home and abroad, has, to some degree, left these channels high and dry, and is running in other courses, towards the infinite and the divine. Authority and docility, fundamental principles. One of the first efforts of this reconstructive thought, which is building us once more a temple for our spirits, a house not made with hands, is to restore authority to its ancient place as an ultimate fact, no more to be accounted for than is the principle of gravitation, and as binding and universal in the moral world as is that other principle in the natural. Fitting into that of authority, as the ball fits the socket to make a working joint, is the other universal and elemental principle of docility, and upon these two hang all possibilities of law and order, government and progress among men. Mr. Benjamin Kidd, in his Social Evolution, has done much for the recognition of these two fundamental principles. Why a football team should obey its captain, an army its commanding officer. Why a street crowd should stand in awe of 2 or 3 policemen. Why property should be respected, when it is the many who want and the few who have. Why, in a word, there should be rule and not anarchy in the world. These are the sorts of questions Mr. Kidd sets himself to answer. He turns to reason for her reply, and she has none to give. Her favorite argument is that the appeal to self-interest is final, that we do, individually and collectively, whatever is shown to be for our advantage. But when that company went down in the Royal George, standing at attention, because that was the word of command, when the 600 rode into the valley of death, because theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. The subtlest reasoning can find no other motive than the single and simple one of authority acting upon docility. These men had been told to do these things, and therefore they did them. That is all. And that they did well, we know. Our own heart is the witness. We speak of such deeds as acts of heroism, but it is well to notice that these splendid displays of human nature at its best resolve themselves for the most part into acts of obedience to the word of authority. The abuse of authority gives us the slave and the despot, but slavery and despotism could not exist except that they are founded upon elemental principles in human nature. We all have it in us to serve or to rule as occasion demands. To dream of liberty, in the sense of every man his own sole governor, is as futile as to dream of a world in which apples do not necessarily drop from the tree, but may fly off at a tangent in any direction. Work of rationalistic philosophers inevitable. What is authority? The question shows us how inevitable in the evolution of thought has been the work of the rationalistic philosophers. It is to them we owe our deliverance from the autocrat, whether on the throne or in the family. Their work has been to assert and prove that every human soul is born free, that liberty is his inalienable right, and that an offense against the liberty of a human being is a capital offense. This also is true. Parents and teachers, because their subjects are so docile and so feeble, are tempted more than others to the arbitrary temper, to say, "Do thus and thus because I bid you." Therefore they, more than others, owe a debt of gratitude to the rationalistic school for holding, as they do, a brief for human freedom, including the freedom of children in a family. It would seem to be thus that God educates the world. It is not only one good custom, but one infallible principle, which may corrupt a world. Some such principle stands out luminous in the vision of a philosopher. He sees it is truth. It takes possession of him, and he believes it to be the whole truth, and urges it to the point of reductio ad absurdum. Then the principle at the opposite pole of thought is similarly illuminated and glorified by a succeeding school of thought, and, later, it is discerned that it is not by either principle, but by both, that men live. Authority vested in the office. It is by these countercurrents, so to speak, of mind forces that we have been taught to rectify our notion of authority. Easily within living memory, we were upon dangerous ground. We believed that authority was vested in persons, that arbitrary action became such persons, that slavish obedience was good for the others. This theory of government we derived from our religion. We believed in the divine right of kings and of parents because we believed that the very will of God was an arbitrary will. But we have been taught better. We know now that authority is vested in the office and not in the person. That the moment it is treated as a personal attribute, it is forfeited. We know that a person in authority is a person authorized, and that he who is authorized is under authority. The person under authority holds and fulfills a trust, insofar as he asserts himself, governs upon the impulse of his own will. He ceases to be authoritative and authorized, and becomes arbitrary and autocratic. It is autocracy and arbitrary rule which must be enforced, at all points, by a penal code. Hence the confusion of thought which exists as to the connection between authority and punishment. The despot rules by terror. He punishes right and left to uphold his unauthorized sway. The person who is vested with authority, on the contrary, requires no rigors of the law to bolster him up, because authority is behind him, and, before him, the corresponding principle of docility. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Alma Zaki.
Chapter 2 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Broussard. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte Mason. Chapter 2. Docility and Authority in the Home and the School. Part 2. How Authority Behaves. Mistakes made on principle. Mr. Augustus Hare has, apparently, what somebody calls a bad memory, i.e., one which keeps a faithful record of every slight and every offense that has been done to him since the day he was born. For this reason, The Story of My Life, by Augustus Hare, published by George Allen, is not quite pleasant reading, though it is full of interesting details. But all is fish that comes to our net. We have seldom had a more instructive record of childhood, even if we must allow that the instruction comes to us on the lines of what not to do. The fine character and beautiful nature of Mrs. Augustus Hare have been known to the world since the Memorials of a Quiet Life were published by this very son. And when we find how this lady misinterpreted the part of a mother to her adopted and dearly beloved son, we know that we are not reading of the mistakes of an unworthy or even of a commonplace woman. Mrs. Hare always acted upon principle, and when she erred, the principle was in fault. She confounded the two principles of authority and autocracy. She believed that there was some occult virtue in arbitrary action on the part of a parent, and that a child must be the better in proportion as he does as he is bidden. The more outrageous the bidding, the better the training. Here is an example of what a loving mother may force herself to do. Quote, "Hitherto, I had never been allowed anything but roast mutton and rice pudding for dinner. Now all was changed. The most delicious puddings were talked of, dilated on, until I became, not greedy, but exceedingly curious about them. At length, le grand moment arrived. They were put on the table just before me, and then, just as I was going to eat some of them, they were snatched away, and I was told to get up and carry them off to some poor person in the village. I remember that, though I did not really in the least care about the dainties, I cared excessively about Leah's wrath at the fate of her nice puddings, of which, after all, I was most innocent." End quote. Here is another arbitrary ruling. Quote, "Even the pleasures of this home Sunday, however, were marred in the summer, when my mother gave in to a suggestion of Aunt Esther that I should be locked in the vestry of the church between the services. Miserable indeed were the 3 hours which, provided with a sandwich for dinner, I had weekly to spend there. And, though I did not expect to see ghosts, the utter isolation of Hurstmonceux Church, far away from all haunts of men, gave my imprisonment an unusual eeriness. Sometimes, I used to clamber over the tomb of the Lord's Docker, which rises like a screen against one side of the vestry, and to be stricken with vague terrors by the 2 grim white figures lying upon it in the silent desolation, in which the scamper of a rat across the floor seemed to make a noise like a whirlwind. It was a sort of comfort to me, in the real church time, to repeat vigorously all the worst curses in the Psalms, those in which David showed his most appalling degree of malice, and apply them to Aunt Esther and company. As all the Psalms were extolled as beatific, and the Church of England used them constantly for edification, their sentiments were all right, I supposed." End quote. And yet, how wise this good mother is when she trusts her own instinct and insight rather than to a fallacious principle. Quote, "I find in giving any order to a child, it is always better to not look to see if he obeys, but to take it for granted that it will be done. If one appears to doubt the obedience, there is occasion given for the child to hesitate. Shall I do it or no? If you seem not to question the possibility of non-compliance, he feels a trust committed to him to keep and fulfills it. It is best never to repeat a command, never to answer the oft-asked question, why?" End quote. Authority distinguished from autocracy. Mrs. Hare, like many another ruler, would appear to have erred not from indolence and certainly not from harshness, but because she failed to define to herself the nature of the authority she was bound to exercise. Autocracy is defined as independent or self-derived power. Authority, on the other hand, we may qualify as not being self-derived and not independent. The centurion in the Gospels says, quote, "I also am a man set under authority, having under me soldiers. And I say unto one, Go, and he goeth. To another, Come, and he cometh. And to my servant, Do this, and he doeth it." End quote. Here, we have the powers and the limitations of authority. The centurion is set under authority, or, as we say, authorized, and, for that reason, he is able to say to one, Go, to another, Come, and to a third, Do this, in the calm certainty that all will be done as he says, because he holds his position for this very purpose, to secure that such and such things shall be accomplished. He himself is a servant with definite tasks, though they are the tasks of authority. This, too, is the position that our Lord assumes. He says, quote, "I came not to do mine own will, but the will of him that sent me." End quote. That is his commission and the standing order of his life. And for this reason, he spake as one having authority, knowing himself to be commissioned and supported. Behavior of autocracy. Authority is not uneasy, captious, harsh, and indulgent by turns. This is the action of autocracy, which is self-sustained as it is self-derived, and is impatient and resentful, on the watch for transgressions, and swift to take offense. Autocracy has ever a drastic penal code, whether in the kingdom, the school, or the family. It has, too, many commandments. Thou shalt and thou shalt not are chevaux de frise about the would-be awful majesty of the autocrat. The tendency to assume self-derived power is common to us all, even the meekest of us, and calls for a special watchfulness, the more so because it shows itself fully as often in remitting duties and in granting indulgences as in inflicting punishments. It is flattering when a child comes up in the winning, coaxing way the monkeys know how to assume, and says, "Please, let me stay at home this morning, only this once." The next stage is, "I don't want to go out." And the next, "I won't." And the home or school ruler, who has no principle behind his own will, soon learns that a child can be autocratic too, autocratic and belligerent to an alarming extent. Behavior of authority. Authority is neither harsh nor indulgent. She is gentle and easy to be entreated in all matters immaterial, just because she is immovable in matters of real importance. For these, there is always a fixed principle. It does not, for example, rest with parents and teachers to dally with questions affecting either the health or the duty of their children. They have no authority to allow children in indulgences, in too many sweetmeats, for example, or in habits which are prejudicial to health, nor let them off from any plain duty of obedience, courtesy, reverence, or work. Authority is alert. She knows all that is going on and is aware of tendencies. She fulfills the apostolic precept, quote, "He that ruleth, let him do it, with diligence," end quote. But she is strong enough to fulfill that other precept also, quote, "He showeth mercy, let him do it, with cheerfulness," end quote. Timely clemency, timely yielding, is a great secret of strong government. It sometimes happens that children, and not their parents, have right on their side. A claim may be made, or an injunction resisted, and the children are in opposition to the parent or teacher. It is well for the latter to get in the habit of swiftly and imperceptibly reviewing the situation. Possibly, the children may be in the right, and the parent may gather up his wits in time to yield the point graciously and send the little rebels away in a glow of love and loyalty. Qualities proper to a ruler. Nobody understood this better than Queen Elizabeth, who contrived to make a curious division of her personality and be, at the same time, a model ruler and, as a woman, full of the weaknesses of her sex. It has been well said that she knew when to yield and how to yield. Her adroitness in getting over many a dangerous crisis has been much praised by historians, but, possibly, this saving grace was not adroitness so much as the tact born of qualities proper to all who are set in authority. The meekness of one who has been given an appointed work, the readiness to take counsel with herself and with others, the perception that she herself was not the be-all and the end-all of her functions as a queen, but that she existed for her people, and the quick and tender open-minded sympathy which enabled her to see their side of every question as well as her own, indeed, in preference to her own. These are the qualities proper to every ruler of a household, a school, or a kingdom. With these, parents will be able to order and control a fiery young brood full of energy and vitality, as Elizabeth was, to manage the kingdom when the minds of men were in a ferment of new thought, and life was intoxicating in the delightfulness of the possibilities it offered. Mechanical and reasonable obedience. It is a little difficult to draw the line between mechanical and reasonable obedience. I teach my children obedience by the time they are 1 year old, the writer heard a very successful mother remark, and, indeed, that is the age at which to begin to give children the ease and comfort of the habit of obeying lawful authority. We know Mr. Huxley's story of the retired private who was carrying home his Sunday's dinner from the bakehouse. A sergeant passed by who recognized the man's soldierly gait and was bent on a practical joke. "Attention!" he cried, and the man stood at attention while his mutton and potatoes rolled in the gutter. Now, this kind of obedience is a mere question of nerves and muscles, a habit of the brain tissue with which the moral consciousness has nothing to do. It is a little the fashion to undervalue any but reasonable obedience, as if we were creatures altogether of mind and spirit, or creatures whose bodies answer as readily to the ruling of the spirit as does the ship to the helm. But alas for our weakness! This description fits us only in proportion as our bodies have been trained to the discipline of unthinking mechanical obedience. We all know the child who is fully willing to do the right thing so far as mind is concerned, but with whom bodily vis inertiae is strong enough to resist a very torrent of good intentions and good resolutions. And if we wish children to be able, when they grow up, to keep under their bodies and bring them into subjection, we must do this for them in their earlier years. Response of docility to authority, a natural function. So far as the daily routine of small obediences goes, we help them, thus, to fulfill a natural function, the response of docility to authority. It may be said that a child who has acquired the habit of involuntary obedience has proportionately lost power as a free moral agent. But, as the acts of obedience in question are very commonly connected with some physical effort, as make haste back, sit straight, button your boots quickly, they belong to the same educational province as gymnastic exercises, the object of which is the masterly use of the body as a machine capable of many operations. Now, to work a machine, such as a typewriter or a bicycle, one must, before all things, have practice. One must have got into the way of working it involuntarily, without giving any thought to the matter. And to give a child this power over himself, first in response to the will of another, later in response to his own, is to make a man of him. The habit of prompt obedience. It is an old story that the failures in life are not the people who lack good intentions. They are those whose physical nature has not acquired the habit of prompt and involuntary obedience. The man who can make himself do what he wills has the world before him, and it rests with the parents to give their children this self-compelling power as a mere matter of habit. But is it not better and higher, it may be asked, to train children to act always in response to the divine mandate, as it makes itself heard through the voice of conscience? The answer is that in doing this we must not leave the other undone. There are few earnest parents who do not bring the power of conscience to bear on their children. And there are emergencies enough in the lives of the young and old, when we have to make a spiritual decision upon spiritual grounds, when it rests with us to choose the good and refuse the evil, consciously and voluntarily, because it is God's will that we should. The effort of decision. But it has been well said by a celebrated preacher that the effort of decision is the greatest effort of life. We find it so ourselves. Shall we take this line of action or the other? Shall we choose this or the other quality of carpet? Send our boy to this or the other school? We all know that such questions are difficult to settle, and the wear and tear of nervous tissue the decision costs is evidenced often enough by the nervous headache it leaves behind. For this reason, it is, we may reverently believe, that we are so marvelously and mercifully made that most of our decisions arrive, so to speak, of themselves. That is, 99 out of 100 things we do are done, well or ill, as mere matters of habit. With this wonderful provision in our tissues for recording repeated actions and reproducing them upon given stimuli, a means provided for easing the burden of life, and for helping us to realize the gay happiness which appears to be the divine intention for us so far as we become like little children. It is startling and shocking that there are many children of thoughtful parents whose lives are spent in day-long efforts of decision upon matters which it is their parents' business to settle for them. Maud is nervous, excitable, has an overactive brain, is too highly organized, grows pale, acquires nervous tricks. The doctor is consulted and, not knowing much about the economy of the home, decides that it is a case of overpressure. Maud must do no lessons for 6 months. Change of air is advised, and milk diet. Somehow, the prescription does not answer. The child's condition does not improve. But the parents are slow to perceive that it is not the soothing routine of lessons which is exhausting the little girl, but the fact that she goes through the labor of decision 20 times a day, and not only that, but the added fatigue of a contest to get her own way. Every point in the day's routine is discussed. Nothing comes with the comforting ease of a matter of course. The child always prefers to do something else, and commonly does it. No wonder the poor little girl is worn out. Authority avoids cause of offense. On the other hand, children are before all things reasonable beings, and to some children of acute and powerful intelligence, an arbitrary and apparently unreasonable command is cruelly irritating. It is not advisable to answer children categorically when they want to know the why for every command, but wise parents steer a middle course. They are careful to form habits upon which the routine of life runs easily, and, when the exceptional event requires a new regulation, they may make casual mention of their reasons for having so-and-so done. Or, if this is not convenient, and the case is a trying one, they give the children the reason for all obedience, for this is right. In a word, authority avoids, so far as may be, giving cause of offense. Authority is alert. Another hint as to the fit use of authority may be gleaned from the methods employed in a well-governed state. The importance of prevention is fully recognized. Police, army, navy are largely preventative forces, and the home authority, too, does well to place its forces on the alert service. It is well to prepare for trying efforts. We shall have time to finish this chapter before the clock strikes 7. Or, we shall be able to get in one more round before bedtime. Nobody knows better than the wise mother the importance of giving a child time to collect himself for a decisive moment. This time should be spent in finishing some delightful occupation. Every minute of idleness at these critical junctures goes to the setting up of the vis inertiae, most difficult to overcome because the child's willpower is in abeyance. A little forethought is necessary to arrange that occupations do come to an end at the right moment, that bedtime does not arrive in the middle of a chapter, or at the most exciting moment of a game. In such an event, authority, which looks before and after, might see its way to allow 5 minutes grace, but would not feel itself empowered to allow a child to dawdle about indefinitely before saying good night. Who gave thee this authority? We need not add that authority is just and faithful in all matters of promise-keeping. It is also considerate, and that is why a good mother is the best home ruler. She is in touch with the children, knows their unspoken schemes and half-formed desires, and where she cannot yield, she diverts. She does not crush with a sledgehammer, an instrument of rule with which a child is somehow never very sympathetic. We all know how important this, of changing children's thoughts, diverting, is in the formation of habit. Let us not despise the day of small things nor grow weary in well-doing. If we have trained our children from their earliest years to prompt and mechanical obedience, well and good, we reap our reward. If we have not, we must be content to lead by slow degrees, by ever-watchful efforts, by authority never in abeyance and never aggressive, to the joy of self-control, the delight of proud chivalric obedience which will hail a command as an opportunity for service. It is a happy thing that the difficult children, who are the readiest to resist a direct command, are often the quickest to respond to the stimulus of an idea. The presentation of quickening ideas is itself a delicate art, which I have, however, considered elsewhere. I am not proposing a one-sided arrangement, all the authority on the one part and all the docility on the other, for never was there a child who did not wield authority, if only over dolls or tin soldiers. And we of the ruling class, so far as the nursery and the schoolroom go, are we not fatally docile in yielding obedience to anyone who will take the trouble to tell us we had better do this or that? We need not be jealous for the independence of children. That will take care of itself. To conclude, authority is not only a gift, but a grace, and, as every rainbow hue is light, so every grace is love. Authority is that aspect of love which parents present to their children. Parents know it is love because to them it means continual self-denial, self-repression, self-sacrifice. Children recognize it as love because to them it means quiet rest and gaiety of heart. Perhaps the best aid to the maintenance of authority in the home is for those in authority to ask themselves daily that question which was presumptuously put to our Lord. Who gave thee this authority? End of Chapter 2. Recording by Josh Broussard.
Chapter 3 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Vince. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 3, Masterly Inactivity. Increased sense of responsibility. It would be an interesting task for a literary expert to trace the stages of ethical thought marked by the uses, within living memory, of the word responsibility. People, and even children, were highly responsible in the 50s and 60s, but then it was for their own character, conduct, and demeanor. It is not at all certain that we hold ourselves responsible in this matter to the same degree. We are inclined to accept ourselves as inevitable, to make kindly allowance for our own little ways and peccadillos, and are, perhaps, wanting in that wholesome sense of humour, the giftie which should gie us to see our souls as others see us. A sign of moral progress. If we take ourselves more easily, however, we take other people more seriously. The sense of responsibility still rests upon us with a weight heavy as frost. We have only shifted it to the other shoulder. The more serious of us are quite worn with the sense of what we owe to those about us, near and far off. Men carry the weight more easily than women, because, for most of them, each day brings work that must be done, and they have less time than women to think anxiously about their relations with, and duties to, others. By the way, it is rather a note of the time that the translators of the Revised Version have given us, "Be not anxious for your life," instead of the older rendering. But if women feel the wear of responsibility for others more constantly, let but a burning question arise, the condition of East London, Home Rule, massacres in Armenia, and men feel it more intensely and passionately. This sharpened sense is not a malady of the age, but a sign of the times. To those of us who believe we are all at school and have our lessons set as we are fit to take them in, this general sense of responsibility for others is an encouraging sign that we are being taught from above, and are, on the whole, getting on. Parental responsibility. If we all feel ourselves responsible for the distressed, the suffering, the sick, the feeble in body or mind, the deficient, the ignorant, and would that we all felt this particular burden more for the heathen, there is one kind of responsibility which is felt by thoughtful people with almost undue acuteness. Parental responsibility is, no doubt, the educational note of the day. People feel that they can bring up their children to be something more than themselves, that they ought to do so, and that they must, and it is to this keen sense of higher parental duty that the parents' union owes its successful activity. Anxiety, the note of a transition stage. Every new power, whether mechanical or spiritual, requires adjustment before it can be used to the full. In the scientific world, there is always a long pause between the first dawn of a great discovery, as the Röntgen rays, for example, and the moment when it is applied to the affairs of everyday life with full effect and without the displacement of other powers whose functions are just as important and as necessary. We should regard with suspicion any attempt to make the Röntgen rays supply the place of stethoscope, thermometer, and all other clinical apparatus. Just so it is in the moral sphere. Our keener sense of responsibility arises from a new development of altruistic feeling. We have greater power of loving and wider scope for our love. We are more leavened by the Spirit of Christ, even when we do not recognize the source of our fuller life. But to perceive that there is much which we ought to do and not to know exactly what it is, nor how to do it, does not add to the pleasure of life or to ease in living. We become worried, restless, anxious, and in the transition stage between the development of this new power and the adjustment which comes with time and experience, the fuller life, which is certainly ours, fails to make us either happier or more useful. A fussy and restless habit. It is by way of an effort towards this adjustment of power that I wish to bring before parents and teachers the subject of masterly inactivity. We ought to do so much for our children, and are able to do so much for them, that we begin to think everything rests with us, and that we should never intermit for a moment our conscious action on the young minds and hearts about us. Our endeavors become fussy and restless. We are too much with our children, late and soon. We try to dominate them too much, even when we fail to govern, and we are unable to perceive that wise and purposeful letting alone is the best part of education. But this form of error arises from a defect of our qualities. We may take heart. We have the qualities, and all that is wanted is adjustment. To this we must give our time and attention. Masterly inactivity. A blessed thing in our mental constitution is that once we receive an idea, it will work itself out, in thought and act, without much after effort on our part. And if we admit the idea of masterly inactivity as a factor in education, we shall find ourselves framing our dealings with children from this standpoint, without much conscious effort. But we must get clearly into our heads what we mean by masterly inactivity. Carlyle's happy phrase has nothing in common with that laissez-aller attitude that comes of thinking what's the good, and still further is it removed from the sheer indolence of mind that lets things go their way rather than take the trouble to lead them to any issue. It indicates a fine, healthy, moral pose which it is worthwhile for us to analyze. Perhaps the idea is nearly that conveyed in Wordsworth's even more happy phrase, wise passiveness. It indicates the power to act, the desire to act, and the insight and self-restraint which forbid action. But there is, from our point of view at any rate, a further idea conveyed in masterly inactivity. The mastery is not over ourselves only. There is also a sense of authority, which our children should be as much aware of when it is inactive as when they are doing our bidding. The sense of authority is the sine qua non of the parental relationship, and I am not sure that without that our activities or our inactivity will produce any great results. This element of strength is the backbone of our position. We could, if we would, and the children know it. They are free under authority, which is liberty. To be free without authority is license. The element of good humor. The next element in the attitude of masterly inactivity is good humor. Frank, cordial, natural good humor. This is quite a different thing from overmuch complacency and a general giving in to all the children's whims. The one is the outcome of strength, the other of weakness, and children are very quick to see the difference. "Oh, Mother, may we go blackberrying this afternoon, instead of lessons?" The masterly yes and the abject yes are quite different notes. The first makes the holiday doubly a delight. The second produces a restless desire to gain some other easy victory. Self-confidence. The next element is confidence. Parents should trust themselves more. Everything is not done by restless endeavor. The mere blessed fact of the parental relationship and of that authority which belongs to it, by right and by nature, acts upon the children as do sunshine and shower on a seed in good soil. But the fussy parent, the anxious parent, the parent who explains overmuch, who commands overmuch, who excuses overmuch, who restrains overmuch, who interferes overmuch, even the parent who is with the children overmuch, does away with the dignity and simplicity of that relationship which, like all the best and most delicate things in life, suffer by being asserted or defended. The fine, easy way of fathers. Fathers are, sometimes, more happy than mothers in assuming that fine, easy way with their children which belongs of right to their relationship. But this is only because the father is occupied with many things, and the mother is apt to be too much engrossed with her children. It is a little humiliating to the best of us to see a careless, rather a selfish mother, whose children are her born slaves and run to do her bidding with delight. The moral is, not that all mothers should be careless and selfish, but that they should give their children the ease of a good deal of letting alone, and should not oppress the young people with their own anxious care. The small person of 10 who wishes to know if her attainments are up to the average for her age, or he who discusses his bad habits with you in the best way of curing them, is displeasing, because one feels instinctively that the child is occupied with cares which belong to the parent only. The burden of their children's training must be borne by the parents alone, but let them bear it with easy grace and an erect carriage, as the Spanish peasant bears her water jar. Confidence in the children. Not only confidence in themselves, but confidence in their children is an element of the masterly inactivity, which I ventured to propose to parents as a blue teapot for them to live up to. Believe in the relation of parent and child, and trust the children to believe in it and fulfill it on their part. They will do so if they are not worried. Omniscience of parents and teachers. Parents and teachers must, of course, be omniscient. Their children expect this of them. And a mother or father who can be hoodwinked is a person easy to reckon with in the mind of even the best child. For children are always playing a game, half of chance, half of skill. They are trying how far they can go, how much of the management of their own lives they can get for the taking, and how much they must leave in the hands of the stronger powers. Therefore, the mother who is not up to children is at their mercy, and need expect no quarter. But she must see without watching, know without telling, be on the alert always, yet never obviously, fussily so. This open-eyed attitude must be sphinx-like in its repose. The children must know themselves to be let alone, whether to do their own duty or to seek their own pleasure. The constraining power should be present, but passive, so that the child may not feel himself hemmed in without choice. That free will of man, which has for ages exercised faithful souls who would prefer to be compelled into all righteousness and obedience, is after all a pattern for parents. The child who is good because he must be so loses in power of initiative more than he gains in seemly behavior. Every time a child feels that he chooses to obey of his own accord, his power of initiative is strengthened. The bearing rein may not be used. When it occurs to a child to reflect on his behavior, he should have that sense of liberty which makes his good behavior appear to him a matter of his own preference and choice. Fate and free will. This is the freedom which a child enjoys who has the confidence of his parents as to his comings and goings and childish doings, and who is all the time aware of their authority. He is brought up in the school proper for a being whose life is conditioned by fate and free will. He has liberty, that is, with a sense of must behind it to relieve him of that unrest which comes with a constant effort of decision. He is free to do as he ought, but knows quite well in his secret heart that he is not free to do that which he ought not. The child who, on the contrary, grows up with no strong sense of authority behind all his actions, but who receives many exhortations to be good and obedient and what not, is aware that he may choose either good or evil, he may obey or not obey, he may tell the truth or tell a lie, and, even when he chooses aright, he does so at the cost of a great deal of nervous wear and tear. His parents have removed from him the support of their authority in the difficult choice of right doing, and he is left alone to make that most trying of all efforts, the effort of decision. Is the distinction between being free to choose the right at one's own option and not free to do the wrong too subtle to be grasped, too elusive to be practical? It may be so, but it is precisely the distinction which we are aware of in our own lives so far as we keep ourselves consciously under the divine governance. We are free to go in the ways of right living and have the happy sense of liberty of choice, but the ways of transgressors are hard. We are aware of a restraining hand in the present, and of sure and certain retribution in the future. Just this delicate poise is to be aimed at for the child. He must be treated with full confidence, and must feel that right doing is his own free choice, which his parents trust him to make. But he must also be very well aware of the deterrent force in the background, watchful to hinder him when he would do wrong. The component parts of masterly inactivity. We have seen that authority, good humor, confidence, both self-confidence and confidence in the children, are all contained in masterly inactivity, but these are not all the parts of that whole. A sound mind and a sound body is another factor. If the sound body is unattainable, Anyway, get the sound mind. Let not the nervous, anxious, worried mother think that this easy, happy relation with her children is for her. She may be the best mother in the world, but the thing that her children will get from her in these vexed moods is a touch of her nervousness, most catching of complaints. She will find them fractious, rebellious, unmanageable, and will be slow to realize that it is her fault, not the fault of her act, but of her state. Serenity of a Madonna. It is not for nothing that the old painters, however diverse their ideas in other matters, all fixed upon one quality as proper to the pattern mother. The Madonna, no matter out of whose canvas she looks at you, is always serene. This is a great truth, and we should do well to hang our walls with the Madonnas of all the early masters if the lesson, taught through the eye, would reach with calming influence to the heart. Is this a hard saying for mothers in these anxious and troubled days? It may be hard, but it is not unsympathetic. If mothers could learn to do for themselves what they do for their children when these are overdone, we should have happier households. Let the mother go out to play. If she would only have courage to let everything go when life becomes too tense, and just take a day or half a day out in the fields or with a favorite book, or in a picture gallery looking long and well at just 2 or 3 pictures, or in bed without the children, life would go on far more happily for both children and parents. The mother would be able to hold herself in wise passiveness, and would not fret her children by continual interference, even of hand or eye. She would let them be. Leisure. Another element is leisure. Sometimes events hurry us, and sometimes, is it not true, we like the little excitement of a rush. The children like it, too, at first. Father's birthday is coming, and Nellie must recite a poem for him. The little fete has only been thought of a week in advance, and Nellie is seized at all sorts of odd moments to have some lines of the recitation crammed into her. At first she is pleased and important, and goes joyously to the task. But by and by it irks her. She is cross and naughty, is reproached for want of love for father, sheds tears over her verses, and, though finally the little performance may be got through very well, Nellie has suffered physically and morally in doing what, if it had been thought of a month beforehand, would have been altogether wholesome and delightful. Still worse for the children is it when mother or teacher has a busy day. Friends are coming, or the family wardrobe for the summer must be seen to, or drawers and cupboards must be turned out, or an examination is at hand. Anyway, it is one of those fussy, busy days which we women rather delight in. We do more than we can ourselves. Our nerves are on end, what with the fatigue and what with the little excitement, and everybody in the house or the school is uncomfortable. Again, the children take advantage, so we say, the real fact being that they have caught their mother's mood and are fretful and tiresome. Nerve storms in the nursery are the probable result of the mother's little ebullition of nervous energy. Leisure for themselves and a sense of leisure in those about them is as necessary to children's well-being as it is to the strong and benign parental attitude of which I am speaking. Faith. Other ingredients go to the making of the delectable compound we call masterly inactivity, but space will allow me to speak of only one more. That highest form of confidence, known to us as faith, is necessary to full repose of mind and manner. When we recognize that God does not make over the bringing up of children absolutely even to their parents, but that He works Himself in ways which it must be our care not to hinder, in the training of every child, then we shall learn passiveness, humble and wise. We shall give children space to develop on the lines of their own characters in all right ways, and shall know how to intervene effectually to prevent those errors which, also, are proper to their individual characters. Let us next consider a few of the various phases of children's lives in which parents and teachers would do well to preserve an attitude of masterly inactivity. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Rachel Vince. Chapter 4 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Vince. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 4. Some of the Rights of Children as Persons. Children should be free in their play. We have considered the wisdom and duty of a wise passiveness, a masterly inactivity, in the bringing up of children. It remains to glance in detail at the various points in a child's life where this principle should govern us, and, first, as regards children's play. There is a little danger in these days of much educational effort that children's play should be crowded out, or, what is from our present point of view the same thing, should be prescribed for and arranged until there is no more freedom of choice about play than that about work. We do not say a word against the educational value of games. We know that many things are learned in the playing fields, that the qualities which we associate with the name of Englishman are largely the product of the laws of the games, and there is a pretty steady effort being made to bring these same forces to bear upon girls, that they, too, may grow up with the law-abiding principle, the moral stamina, and the resourcefulness, which are more or less the outcome of the education carried on in the playing fields. Organized games are not play. But organized games are not play in the sense we have in view. Boys and girls must have time to invent episodes, carry on adventures, live heroic lives, lay sieges and carry forts, even if the fortress be an old armchair. And in these affairs the elders must neither meddle nor make. They must be content to know that they do not understand, and, what is more, that they carry with them a chill breath of reality which sweeps away illusions. Think what it must mean to a general in command of his forces to be told by some intruder into the play world to tie his shoestrings. There is an idea afloat that children require to be taught to play at being little fishes and lambs and butterflies. No doubt they enjoy these games which are made for them, but there is a serious danger. In this matter, the child who goes too much on crutches never learns to walk. He who is most played with by his elders has little power of inventing plays for himself, and so he misses that education which comes to him when allowed to go his own way and act, as if his whole vocation were endless imitation. Personal initiative in work. In their work, too, we are too apt to interfere with children. We all know the delight with which any scope for personal initiative is hailed, the pleasure children take in doing anything which they may do their own way, anything, in fact, which allows room for skill of hand, play of fancy, or development of thought. With our present theories of education, it seems that we cannot give much scope for personal initiative. There is so much task-work to be done, so many things that must be, not learned, but learned about, that it is only now and then a child gets the chance to produce himself and his work. But let us use such opportunities as come in our way. A very interesting and instructive educational experiment on these lines has lately been tried at the school field, Hackney, where Mr. Sargent got together some 80 boys and girls under the conditions of an ordinary elementary school, except that the school was supported not by the education department nor by the rates, but by the founder. The results seemed to have been purely delightful. The children developed an amazing capacity for drawing, perhaps because so soon as they were familiar with the outlines of the flower and foliage of a given plant, for example, they were encouraged to form designs with these elements. The really beautiful floral designs produced by these girls and boys, after quite a short art training, would surprise parents whose children have been taught drawing for years with no evident result. These school-filled children developed themselves a great deal on their school magazine also, for which they wrote tales and poems and essays, not prescribed work, but self-chosen. The children's thought was stimulated, and they felt they had it in them to say much about a doll's ball, Peter, the school cat, or whatever other subject struck their fancy. They felt their feet, as the nurses say of children when they begin to walk, and our non-success in education is a good deal due to the fact that we carry children through their schoolwork and do not let them feel their feet. Children must stand or fall by their own efforts. In another way, more within our present control, we do not let children alone enough in their work. We prod them continually and do not let them stand or fall by their own efforts. One of the features, and one of the disastrous features, of modern society is that, in our laziness, we depend upon prodders and encourage a vast system of prodding. We are prodded to our social duties, to our charitable duties, and to our religious duties. If we pay a subscription to a charity, we expect the secretary to prod us when it becomes due. If we attend a meeting, do we often do so of our own spontaneous will, or because somebody asks us to go and reminds us half a dozen times of the day and the hour? Perhaps it is a result of the hurry of the age that there is a curious division of labor, and society falls into those who prod and those who are prodded. Not that anybody prods in all directions, nor that anybody else offers himself entirely as a pincushion. It is more true, perhaps, to say that we all prod, and that we are all prodded. Now, an occasional prick is stimulating and wholesome, but the vis inertia of human nature is such that we would rather lean up against a wall of spikes than not lean at all. What we must guard against in the training of children is the danger of their getting into the habit of being prodded to every duty and every effort. Our whole system of school policy is largely a system of prods. Marks, prizes, exhibitions are all prods, and a system of prodding is apt to obscure the meaning of must and ought for the boy or girl who gets into the habit of mental and moral lolling up against his prods. Boys and girls are generally dutiful. It would be better for boys and girls to suffer the consequences of not doing their work now and then than to do it because they are so urged and prodded on all hands that they have no volition in the matter. The more we are prodded, the lazier we get, and the less capable of the effort of will which should carry us to and nearly carry us through our tasks. Boys and girls are, on the whole, good and desirous to do their duty. If we expect the tale of bricks to be delivered at the due moment without urging or entreating, rewarding or punishing, in 9 cases out of 10 we shall get what we look for. Where many of us err is in leaning too much to our own understanding and our own efforts, and not trusting sufficiently to the dutiful impulse which will carry children through the work they are expected to do. Children should choose their own friends. With regard to the choice of friends and companions, again, we should train children so that we should be able to honor them with a generous confidence. And if we give them such confidence, we shall find that they justify it. If Fred has made a companion of Harry Jones, and Harry is not a nice boy, Fred will find the fact out as soon as his mother if he is let alone, and will probably come for advice and help as to the best way of getting out of an intimacy which does not really please him. But if Harry is boycotted by the home authorities and made the object of various prohibitions and exclusions, why Fred, if he be a generous boy, will feel in honour bound to take his comrade's part, and an intimacy which might have been easily dropped become cemented. Ethel will not see the reason why she, as the daughter of a professional man, may not make a friend of Maud, who sits beside her at school, and is the daughter of a tradesman. But these minor matters must be left to circumstances, and the mother who brings forward questions of class, appearance, etc., as affecting her children's choice of friends, does her best to create that obtuseness as to vital points of character which is the cause of most shipwrecked lives. In this matter, as in all others, the parent's inactivity must be masterly. That is, the young people should read approval or disapproval very easily, and should be able to trace one or the other to general principles of character and conduct. Though nothing be said or done or even looked in disparagement of the ally of the hour, should be free to spend their own pocket money. In the spending of pocket money is another opportunity for initiative on the children's part and for self-restraint on that of the parents. No doubt the father who doles out the weekly pocket money and has never given his children any large thoughts about money, as to how the smallest income is divisible into the share that we give, and the share that we keep, and the share that we save for some object worth possessing, to be had, perhaps, after weeks or months of saving, as to the futility of buying that we may eat, an indulgence that we should rarely allow ourselves, and never except for the pleasure of sharing with others, as to how it is worth while to think twice before making a purchase, with the lesson before us of Rosamund and the purple jar. Such a father cannot expect his children to think of money in any light but as a means to self-indulgence. But talks like these should have no obvious and immediate bearing on the weekly pocket money. That should be spent as the children like, they having been instructed as to how they should like to spend it. By degrees pocket money should include the cost of gloves, handkerchiefs, etc., until, finally, the girl who is well on in her teens should be fit to be trusted with her own allowance for dress and personal expenses. The parents who do not trust their young people in this matter, after having trained them, are hardly qualifying them to take their place in a world in which the wise, just, and generous spending of money is a great test of character. Should form their own opinions. We have only room to mention one more point in which all of us who have the care of young people would do well to practice a wise letting alone. There are burning questions in the air, seething opinions in men's minds, as to religion, politics, science, literature, art. As regards every kind of social effort, we are all disposed to hold strenuous opinions. The person who has not kept himself in touch with the movement of the thought of the world in all these matters has little cause to pride himself. It is our duty to form opinions carefully and to hold them tenaciously in so far as the original grounds of our conclusions remain unshaken. But what we have no right to do is to pass these opinions on to our children. We all know that nothing is easier than to make vehement partisans of young people in any cause heartily adopted by their elders. But a reaction comes, and the swinging of the pendulum is apt to carry them to a point of thought painfully remote from our own. The mother of the Newmans was a devoted evangelical, and in their early years passed her opinions over to her sons, ready-made, believing, perhaps, that the line of thought they received from her was what they had come to by their own thinking. But when they are released from the domination of their mother's opinions, one seeks anchorage in the Church of Rome, and another will have no restriction as to his freedom of thought and will, and chooses to shape for himself his own creed or negation of a creed. Perhaps this pious mother would have been saved some anguish if she had given her children the living principles of the Christian faith, which are not matters of opinion, and allowed them to accept her particular practice in their youth without requiring them to take their stand on evangelical opinions as offering practically the one way of salvation. In politics, again, let children be fired with patriotism and instructed in the duties of citizenship, but if they can be kept out of the party strife of an election, well for them. Children are far more likely to embrace the views of their parents when they are ripe to form opinions, if these have not been forced upon them in early youth, when their lack of knowledge and experience makes it impossible for them to form opinions at first hand. Only by masterly inactivity, wise passiveness, able letting alone, can a child be trained to reverence his conscience as his king. Spontaneity. We all admire spontaneity, but this grace, even in children, is not an indigenous wildflower. Insofar as it is a grace, it is the result of training, of pleasant talks upon the general principles of conduct, and wise letting alone as to the practice of these principles. To parents who have in their hands the making of family customs, it belongs especially to beware lest one good custom should corrupt the world. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Rachel Vince. Chapter 5 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Vince. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 5, Psychology in Relation to Current Thought. Educational thought in the 18th century. If the end of the 18th and the end of the 19th centuries have one feature in common more than another, it is that in both education comes to the front as among the chief ends of man. The 18th century people had the best of it. They had clear oracles in their Locke and their Rousseau. They knew what they wanted to do, and they did it with charming enthusiasm. The period teems with memoirs, and it is very pleasant to read about the philosophically and consistently brought up children of the more thoughtful families. They had convictions, and they had the courage of their convictions. We are less happy. A few decades ago, we too were in a furore of joyous excitement about education. Educational movements, schools, colleges, lectures, higher education for women, public day schools for girls, examination tests which should give assurance on every point, were multiplied all over the country and all over the world. It was a forward movement which has brought us incalculable gains, and not the least of these gains is the fact that today we are dissatisfied and depressed, and inclined to wonder whether we are not on the wrong tack. If educational work of the best kind had not been going on amongst us for the last 2 or 3 decades, we should not have arrived at this divine discontent. All the same, it is pretty evident that the time has come when we must change our front. Now elementary schools, now girls' high schools, now public schools, now women's colleges are pronounced to be, on the whole, a failure. They do a great deal, it is said, but is what they do worth doing? Is it, in fact, education? The bolder skeptics go so far as to attack our 2 ancient universities, but they, very likely, will weather the storm because of the very inertness, the masterly inactivity, let us call it, which their opponents abuse. The universities do a great deal of letting alone. General dissatisfaction with education. Our pretty general dissatisfaction with education, as it is a wholesome symptom, and probably means that sounder theory and happier practice are on their way to us. one thing we begin to see clearly, that the stream can rise no higher than its source, that sound theory must underlie successful work. We begin to suspect that we took up schemes and methods of education a little hastily, without considering what philosophy or, let us say, psychology, underlies those schemes and methods. Now, we see that our results cannot be in advance of our principles. Today the psychologist is abroad, as, 20 or 30 years ago, the schoolmaster was abroad. Psychologies are many. But, alas, psychologies are many, and educational denominations are bitterly opposed to one another. We must feel our way to some test by which we can discern a working psychology for our own age, for, like all science, psychology is progressive. What worked even 50 years ago will not work today, and what fulfills our needs today will not serve 50 years hence. There is no last word to be said upon education. It evolves with the evolution of the race. At the same time that there should be at least half a dozen systems in the field, no one of them entirely satisfactory even to the persons who adopt it, shows that we, who practice education, should at any rate attempt to know what are the requirements of a sound system of psychology. Conditions of an adequate system. That system which shall be of use to practical people in giving purpose, unity and continuity to education, must satisfy the following demands. It must be adequate, covering the whole nature of man and his relations with all that is other than himself. It must be necessary, that is, no other equally adequate psychology should present itself, and it must touch at all points the living thought of the age. That is, it must not be a by-issue to be discussed by specialists at their leisure, but the intelligent man in the street should feel its movement to be in step with the 2 or 3 great ideas by which the world is just now being educated. Sacredness of the person. Among the thoughts which the mysterious zeitgeist is employing to bring us up, I think we may put first the sacredness of the person. Every person is interesting to us today. The interviewer does more than satisfy vulgar curiosity. What he has to tell is equally welcome to us all, whether he interviews the London step-girl, the costermonger, the man of the book-barrow, airy and Ariad out for a holiday, an ambassador, an author, an artist, a royal personage. Every detail that will help us to realize the personality of one or other is more than welcome. So, too, of what is called the Kailyard literature. It rests on a sound basis. Literary merit it may or may not have, but it tells us what we want to know. Everyday details about the people, of any county or of any country. Slang dictionaries, collections of folklore, big biographies which tell us minutely how a man dines and breakfasts, walks and sleeps. All is grist to our meal. We set an enormous and, I think, an increasing value upon persons, simply per se, and any system of psychology which is to appeal to us must bring the person to the fore. He may be influenced by this and that, but he himself, the indefinable person, of whom we are sensible while he is yet in arms, and of whom we never finally lose sight, however he be marred by vice and misery, must play for himself the game of life, and shape for himself those influences of environment, education, and what not, that do their part to make him what he is. A system of psychology which gives us man in this sort of relation to educational forces should become common property at once, because this is what every mother of a family and teacher of a school, every sort of director of men and women, knows about. The evolution of the individual. Next, we demand of education that it should make for the evolution of the individual, should not only put the person in the first place, but should have for its sole aim the making the very most of that person, intellectually, morally, physically. We do not desire any dead accretions of mere knowledge or externals of mere accomplishment. We desire an education that shall be assimilated, shall become part and parcel of the person, and the psychology which shall show us how to educate our children in this vital way will meet our demands. The doctrine of evolution has brought about a greater bouleversement in philosophy than perhaps we are aware of, and we shall find by and by that education means nothing less than the evolution of the human being at all points, and that the acquisition of mere learning is not necessarily education at all. The solidarity of the race. One other idea that appears to be at work in the world for the elevation of mankind is that of the solidarity of the race. The American poet, Walt Whitman, expresses one side of this intuition when he tells us how he conquers with every triumphant general, bleeds with every wounded soldier, shares the spring morning in the open road and the pride of the horses with every jolly wagoner, in fact, lives in all other lives that touch him anywhere, even in imagination. This is something more than the brotherhood of man. That belongs to the present. But our sense of the oneness of humanity reaches into the remotest past, making us regard with tender reverence every relic of the antiquity of our own people or of any other, and with a sort of jubilant hope every prognostic of science or philanthropy which appears to us to be the promise of the centuries to come. Is it too much to expect that psychology shall take cognizance of this great educational force as well as of the two others I have indicated? I do not say that these three are the only, so to speak, motor ideas of our age, but I think that they are the three of which we are all most aware. And I think, too, that any system of psychology which takes no cognizance of either, or of all of them, does not afford that basis for our educational theory and practice of which we are in search. The best thought is common thought. Let us consider now some 3 or 4 of the psychologies which have the most widespread influence today. But we do not presume to do this as critics, rather as inheritors of other men's labor, who take stock of our possessions in order that we may use them to the most advantage. For the best thought of any age is common thought. The men who write it down do but give expression to what is working in the minds of the rest. But we must bear in mind that truth behaves like a country gate allowed to swing to after a push. Now it swings a long way to this side, and now a long way to that, and at last, after shorter and shorter oscillations, the latch settles. The reformer, the investigator, works towards one aspect of truth, which is the whole truth to him, and which he advances out of line with the rest. The next reformer works at a tangent, apparently in opposition, but he is bringing up another front of truth. Then there is work for us, the people of average mind. We consider all sides, balance what has been done, and find truth, perhaps in the mean, perhaps as a side issue which did not make itself plain to original thinkers of either school. But we do not scorn the bridge that has borne us. Locke's states of consciousness. We need not go further back than Locke, who represents the traditional educational notions in the homes of the upper middle classes. People who bring up their children by common sense, according to the way of our family, do so more often than they know because their great-great-grandfathers read Locke. He did not concern himself with the mind or soul of man, but with states of consciousness. Ideas, images were for him to be got only through the senses, and a man could know nothing but what he got hold of through his own senses and assimilated by his own understanding. As for choice and selection in these ideas and images, Locke gives a comprehensive counsel. What it becomes a gentleman to know is the proper subject matter for education. The mind, i.e., the man, appears to have little color or character of its own, but has certain powers and activities for the employment of the ideas it receives, and to account for these, Locke invented the pestilent fallacy which has, perhaps, been more injurious than any other to the cause of education, the fallacy of the faculties of the mind. Does not provide for the evolution of the person. Now let us bring Locke up to the standard which we have erected. remembering always that our power to raise a higher standard is due to him and such as he. There is no unity of an inspiring idea, no natural progress and continuity, no ennobling aim, in an education which stops at the knowledge a gentleman should acquire and the accomplishments a gentleman should possess. The person hardly appears except in the way of the semi-mechanical activities of his so-called faculties. He is practically the resultant of the images conveyed through his senses. The evolution, the expansion of the individual in the directions proper to him, has no place here. Every man is shut tight, as it were, in his own skin, but is taught to behave himself becomingly within that limit. That intellectual commerce of ideas whereby the dead yet speak their living thoughts in the work they have left us, and by which as by links of an endless chain all men are bound to each and all men influence each, has no place in a philosophy which teaches that a man can know only through his own understanding, working upon the images he receives through his senses. In so far as we wish to attain to the possibilities of the hour, we must take farewell of Locke, though we do so with gratitude and even with affection. Modern physiological psychology. The modern school, which regards psychology strictly as a natural science, works more or less on the basis of Locke, plus an illuminating knowledge of biology. Here, as with Locke, the mind is apprehended only as states of consciousness. The senses are the sole avenues of knowledge, which reaches the brain in the form of ideas or images. But I shall represent this rational psychology best by citing a few sentences from Professor James, Harvard University, whose wise and temperate treatment of the subject commands the respect and attention of even those who differ from him. He opens with a limiting definition of psychology as the description and explanation of states of consciousness as such. He treats psychology as a natural science. After bringing forward facts familiar to most of us, showing the intimate connection between acts of thought and the cerebral hemisphere, he says, taking all such facts together, the simple and radical conception dawns upon the mind that mental action may be uniformly and absolutely a function of brain action, varying as the latter varies, and being to the brain action as effect to cause. This conception is the working hypothesis which underlies all the physiological psychology of recent years. This is not far removed from the announcement of the Frenchman that the brain secretes thought as the liver secretes bile, both processes being purely material and mechanical, and doing away with any requirement for the profoundest thinking beyond that of a well-nourished brain. Unjustifiable materialism. No wonder the author finds himself compelled to admit that to some readers such an assumption will seem like the most unjustifiable a priori materialism. The discussion of the self might be supposed to present insuperable difficulties, but they are disposed of, and says our author, the logical conclusion seems to be that the states of consciousness are all that psychology needs to do her work with. Metaphysics or theology may prove the soul to exist, but for psychology the hypothesis of such a substantial principle of unity is superfluous. That is to say, the important personage which I call, I, myself, need be no more than perpetually shifting states of consciousness affected by the brain, and the sameness or identity of person, which seems at first sight the one bit of solid ground in a shifting morass, rests upon no more than the fact that the brain may be conscious of the same objects today that it was conscious of years ago. Psychology, a phrase of diffidence. But after proving with great clearness and power through a considerable volume that all the phenomena of intelligent life may have their sole source in the physical brain, Professor James concludes, when then we talk of psychology as a natural science, we must not assume that that means a sort of psychology that stands at last on solid ground. It means just the reverse. It means a psychology particularly fragile and into which the waters of metaphysical criticism leak at every joint. A psychology of all whose elementary assumptions and data must be reconsidered in wider connections and translated into other terms. It is, in short, a phrase of diffidence and not of arrogance, and it is indeed strange to hear people talk triumphantly of the new psychology and write histories of psychology, when into the real elements and forces, which the word covers, not the first glimpse of clear insight exists. A string of raw facts, a little gossip and wrangle about opinions, a little classification and generalization on the mere descriptive level, but not a single law, not a single proposition from which any consequence can causally be deduced. This is soothing, and we close Professor James' book with satisfaction. But the pity of it is that all the new psychologists are not so modest as the professor. Some of them are, may we venture to say so, not a little arrogant. What is more, the student who goes carefully through this textbook of psychology is only too likely to consider that the author has proved his case, that psychology is a natural science, and it is, like Peter Bell's primrose, nothing more. Up to the hilt, and he is not likely to go through a process of reconversion at the last page. We become devitalized. It is dreary to suppose that one may not be anybody after all, but only a momentary state of consciousness. Hope goes out of life, for there is nothing pleasant to look forward to. If something agreeable should happen next year, there is no I, myself, to enjoy it, only the state of consciousness of some moment to come. Faith goes where all is fortuitous, when other people and ourselves are, so to speak, the circumstances of the moment. Where there are no persons, there is no possibility of that divine afflatus, which we call enthusiasm. For that recognition of another on a higher plane which we mean when we say, I believe in so-and-so, for that recognition of the divine being which we call faith. We become devitalized, life is flat and grey. We throw desperate, if dull, energy into the task of the hour because we shall so, anyway, get rid of that hour. We are glad to be amused, but still more glad of the stimulus of feverish work. But the work, like ourselves, is devitalized, without living idea, without consecrating aim. Our manner becomes impassive, our speech caustic, our countenance dreary and impenetrable. This is the change that is passing over large numbers of the teaching profession, men and women of keen intelligence, who might well have been inspired by high ideals, quickened by noble enthusiasms, had they not imbibed an educational faith which meets all aspirations with a cui bono. We give what we have and only what we have. What have these to pass on to the children under their care? This system, inadequate, unnecessary, inharmonious. But we need not sit down under this blighting system of thought. It is inadequate, as the best of their own prophets, Mr. James, for example, freely allow. There is more in man than this philosophy has ever dreamt of. It is unnecessary, for as we shall presently see, more than one other psychology accounts with greater, though never with complete, success for the phenomena which a human being presents. It is inharmonious with the movement of the age. It effaces that personality which the age tends to exalt and magnify, and to regard with tender interest, under even sordid conditions. The principle of solidarity is lost, and those of social and family life loosened. For what binding tie can there be between beings whose entity may be no more than a state of consciousness? Evolution is checked. Again, the evolution of the individual is checked at the point of mechanical perfection. Good mathematicians, clear-headed scientists, may be turned out, but what place is there for the higher forces of humanity, aspiration, speculation, devotion? We have reason to keep watch at the place of the letting out of waters, that is, the psychology upon which our educational thought and action rest. There is delightful certitude in the results of anthropometrical research. You may predicate with certainty given facts about a child from the way in which he stretches out his arm. Good pathological work is being done, and many a child's hidden weakness is revealed and consequently brought under curative treatment by the tests which it is now possible to apply. The danger is that we should take a part for the whole and allow this new psychology to usurp the whole field of education. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Rachel Vince.
Chapter 6 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 6. Some Educational Theories Examined. Theories of Pestalozzi and Froebel. It is refreshing to turn to that school of German educational thought which has produced the two great apostles, Pestalozzi and Froebel. What we may call the enthusiasm of childhood, joyous teaching, loving and lovable teachers, and happy school hours for the little people, are among the general gains from this source. To look a gift horse in the mouth is unworthy, and it would seem pure captiousness to detect any source of weakness in a system of psychology to which our indebtedness is so great. But no stream can rise higher than its source, and it is questionable whether the conception of children as cherished plants in a cultured garden has not in it an element of weakness. Are the children too carefully tended? Is nature too sedulously assisted? Is the environment too perfectly tempered? Is it conceivable that the rough and tumble of a nursery should lend itself more to the dignity and self-dependence of the person and to the evolution of individual character than the delightful place, a child garden? I suppose we have all noticed that children show more keen intelligence and more independent thought in home play and home talk than one expects of the angelic little beings one sees at school. I dare say the reader will know Fra Angelico's picture of the Last Judgment, one of the scenes in which gives us a circle of little monks, become as little children, dancing round hand in hand with gracious angels on their way to paradise. The little monks are obviously very happy and very good, but somehow one misses the force of personality. They do not look as if they were capable of striking out a line for themselves, and this may be a danger in the kindergarten. Lack of the element of personality. Make children happy, and they will be good, is absolutely true. But does it develop that strenuousness, the first condition of virtue, which comes of the contrary axiom, be good and you will be happy? Kindergarten teachers are doing beautiful work, but many of them are hampered by the original metaphor of the plant, which is exactly lacking in that element of personality, the cherishing and developing of which is a sacred and important part of education. The philosophic German mind beheld in man a part of the cosmos which, like the rest, needed only to be placed in fit conditions to develop according to its nature. The struggle for existence, a part of life. The weak point in the argument is that a man would appear to fall under the laws of two universes, the material and the spiritual, and that to energize and resist and repel is the law of his being. It will be said that this need not apply to the child, that the struggle for existence may well begin after a happy childhood has been secured. But probably any sort of transition violates the principles of unity and continuity which should rule education. No doubt all thoughtful kindergarten teachers recognize in what direction the limitations, all men have their limitations, of their founder lay, and their practices are leveled up to modern thought. The general substitution of free brush drawing, in which the children have some initiative, for the cramped pencil drawing in checkers of the old kindergarten, is an illustration of the modern spirit. But it is well for us all to remember our origins and our tendencies, that we may recognize and avoid our dangers. Herbitarian psychology. I have only space to glance at one more psychology, that which is, curiously enough, dividing the American mind with the school which regards psychology as a natural science, and at which English teachers are beginning to snatch as a drowning man snatches at a straw. This is the psychology of Herbart, another German philosopher of the beginning of the last century, contemporary with both Pestalozzi and Froebel during the best years of his life. His theory of man is wide as the poles apart from either of those we have already considered, and there is no denying that it affords a tempting working basis for education. It is only when we come to examine the Herbartian psychology in connection with the 2 or 3 great thoughts upon which, as we have seen, the world is being educated, that it is found wanting. Herbart begins to account for man minus what I have called the person. He allows a soul, but he says, quote, "The soul has no capacity nor faculty whatever either to receive or produce anything. It has originally neither ideas nor feelings nor desires. It knows nothing of itself and nothing of other things. Further, within it lie no forms of intuition or thought, no laws of willing and acting, nor any sort of predisposition, however remote, to all this." End quote. There remain 2 possibilities for the soul: an affective vis inertia, and what Herbart describes as the power of reacting on an idea. That is to say, the soul itself is no longer quite as it was after it has thus reacted. The person, an effect, and not a cause. The problem is simplified anyway. All our complex notions of intellect, will, feeling, and so on disappear. The soul is thrown open to ideas, a fair field and no favor. And ideas, each of them a living entity, according to the familiar Platonic notion, crowd and jostle one another for admission, and for the best places and for the most important and valuable coalitions once they have entered. They lie below the threshold, watching a chance to slip in. They hurry to join their friends and allies upon admission. They vault and they taper. They form themselves into powerful apperception masses which occupy a more or less permanent place in the soul. And the soul, what does it do? It is not evident otherwise than it affords a stage for this drama of ideas. And the self, the soul, or the person, however we choose to call him, is an effect and not a cause, a result and not an original fact. A philosopher who emphasizes the potency of ideas does good work in the cause of education. We get glimpses of a perfect theory, how our function shall be to supply the child always with fit ideas and with the best ideas, how we shall take care so to select and arrange these ideas that they shall naturally fly to one another and make strong apperception masses once they have got beyond the threshold in the child's soul. A tempting vista. A fascinating vista is open before us. Education has all things made plain and easy for her use. She has nothing to do but to select her ideas and turn out a man to her mind. Here is a tempting scheme of unity and continuity. One might occupy all the classes in a school for a whole month upon all the ideas that combine in one apperception mass with the idea book. We might have object lessons on the colors, shapes, and sizes of books, more advanced object lessons on paper making and bookbinding, practical lessons in book sewing and book binding, lessons according to the class on the contents of the book, from A, B, C, and Little Bo Peep to philosophy and poetry. A month. Why, a whole school education might be arranged in groups of ideas which should combine into one vast apperception mass, all clustering about book. The sort of thing was done publicly some time ago. In London, apple being the idea round which the apperception mass gathered. Eliminates personality. If one is to find the principles of unity and continuity in the ideas presented to the soul, this is all good and well. But if, as we believe, these principles must emanate from the soul or person himself, this tempting unity may result in the collection of a mass of heterogeneous and unassimilated information. Turns out duplicates. Again, given 2 souls supplied with precisely the same ideas in precisely the same order and with no other ideas whatsoever, and we get duplicates of the same person, a possibility which would demolish once and forever that great conception, the solidarity of the race. Once more, what does Herbartian theory of man minister to our interests in personality, our sense of sacredness of the person? The person is non est, or is the mere sport of the ideas which take possession of him. He has not so much as a special fitness for one class of ideas rather than for another. All is casual. And as for the evolution of the individual, it is not he, but this or that mass of ideas which possess him, that expands. The man appears to be no more than a sort of vessel of transport to carry ideas to their proper sphere of action. Herbartian psychology is rich in suggestion, but we cannot take it up as it stands without losing the educational value of the 2 or 3 leading principles which are, as we say, in the air for the teaching of mankind. Each system fails to meet our tests. I have now examined briefly the 3 or 4 psychologies which hold, more or less, the field of educational thought. We see that each advances truth, but that neither expresses the whole truth, even so far as to afford a working basis for educators. So people either work on or by rule of thumb, or they borrow a fragment here and a fragment there as the case appears to demand. Like children with a hard sum, whose answer they know, and who try now division, now multiplication, now subtraction, to make it come right. No doubt there are also many able psychologists who may not have written books, but who work out the problems of education, not with a view to the answer, but according to a code of inherent principles which they have discerned for themselves. A psychology that meets the demands upon it. What have we to bring forward in the way of a working psychology which shall meet the demands I have indicated? We do not claim to be philosophers. We are modest and practical people looking out for a secure basis for education. It is just possible that, bringing unbiased minds and a few guiding principles to the task, we have not joined the parts of the puzzle, but perceived dimly how an outline here and an outline there indicate not so many separate psychologies, but shadowings forth of a coherent, living educational principle destined to assume more and more clearness and fullness until it is revealed to us at last as the educational gospel, the discovery of which may be the destined reward and triumph of our age. Let me try to set forth, though with diffidence, what we have done, knowing that no man and no society can say of educational truth, "This is mine and that is thine," for all is common, and none of us can know how much he gives and how much he takes. Educational truth, a common possession. For years, we have worked definitely and consistently upon a psychology which appears to me fairly adequate, necessary, and in touch with the thought of our age. Children brought up on this theory of education, wherever we come across them, have certain qualities in common. They are curiously vitalized, not bored, not all alive in the playing field and dull and inert in the classroom, even when it is that place, proverbial for dullness, a home schoolroom taught by a governess. There is unity in their lives. They are not 2 persons, one with their playfellows and quite another with their teachers and elders, but frank, fresh, showing keen interest in whatever comes in their way. Then, too, there's continuity in their education. Little children are always eager to know, but the desire for knowledge seldom survives 2 or 3 years of school life. But these children begin on lines that go on from the first baby lessons, through boyhood, girlhood, womanhood, motherhood. There is no transition stage, but simple, natural, living progress. The claims I venture to make for these children must rest not only on the evidence of the few, but on the principles upon which we work. We take children as persons. In the first place, we take children seriously as persons like ourselves, only more so. The first question that comes before us is, what do we understand by a person? we believe the thinking invisible soul and acting visible body to be one in so intimate a union that, quote, nor soul helps flesh more now than flesh helps soul, end quote. If the doctrine of the resurrection had not been revealed to us, it would be a necessity, in however unimagined a form, to our conception of a person. The countenance of our friend with the 1,000 delicate changes which express every nuance of feeling, the refinement, purpose, perception, power revealed in his hand, the dear familiar carriage, these are all inseparable from our conception of the person. Whatever is advanced by the physiologists and the rational psychologists as to the functions of the most marvelous brain cortex, the seat of consciousness, as furnishing us with images and impulses, of the motor nerves as originating action, of the brain as the seat of habit, of the possibility of educating a child in all becoming habits of act, in all sweet habits of thought, by taking measures to secure that these habits become, as it were, a memory of the brain to be awakened by due stimuli. All these things we believe and receive. And we believe further that the possibility of a rational education rests upon this physiological basis, only fully discovered to us within the present generation. The person wills and thinks and feels. But then we believe the assumption that all this delicate mechanism is automatic to be gratuitous and inadequate. It is to be assumed that the person should possess such vehicle of expression and medium of relation to the outer world. For the rest, we believe that the person wills and thinks and feels, is always present though not always aware of himself, is without parts or faculties. Whatever he does, all of him, whether he takes a walk or write a book. It is so much the habit to think of the person as a dual being, flesh and spirit, when he is, in truth, one, that it is necessary to clear our minds on this subject. The person is one, and not several, and he is no more compact of ideas on the one hand than he is of nervous and muscular tissues on the other. That he requires nutrient of two kinds is no proof that he is two individuals. Pleasant and well-cooked food makes man of a cheerful countenance, and wine gladdens the heart of man, and we all know the spiritual refreshment of a needed meal. On the other hand, we all know the lackluster eye and the pallid countenance of the well-fed, who receive none of that other nutriment which we call ideas. Quick and living thought is as necessary for the full and happy development of the body as it is for that of the soul. Inadequate doctrine. Holding this view, we believe that our educational doctrine is adequate, because, while following the progress of biological psychology with avidity, and making use of every gain that presents itself, and while following with equal care the advance of philosophic thought, we recognize that each of these sees the chameleon in a different light, that the person includes both, and is more than both. And if our educational creed is by no means conclusive, we think that it is not narrow, because we have come across no problem of life or mind, the solution of which is shut out from us by any dogma of ours. We cannot say that our doctrine is necessary, but we do say that some educational theory which shall include the whole nature of man and the results of scientific research in the same or a greater degree is necessary. We find ourselves, too, in touch with those three great ideas which seem to me to be the schoolmasters of the world at the present moment. The person of the child is sacred to us. We do not swamp his individuality in his intelligence, in his conscience, or even in his soul. Perhaps one should add today, or even in his physical development. The person is all these and more. We safeguard the initiative of the child, and we realize that, in educational work, we must take a back seat. The teacher, even when the teacher is the parent, is not to be too much to the front. There is no more facile way of swamping character and individuality than by that idol of the 50s, personal influence. Education, the science of relations. we consider that education is the science of relations, or more fully, that education considers what relations are proper to a human being and in what ways these several relations can best be established. That a human being comes into the world with capacity for many relations, and that we, for our part, have two chief concerns. First, to put him in the way of forming these relations by presenting the right idea at the right time, and by forming the right habit upon the right idea. And secondly, by not getting in the way and so preventing the establishment of the very relations we seek to form. Teaching must not be obtrusive. Half the teaching one hears and sees is more or less obtrusive. The oral lesson and the lecture, with their accompanying notes, give very little scope for the establishment of relations with great minds and various minds. The child who learns his science from a textbook, though he go to nature for illustrations, and he who gets his information from object lessons, has no chance of forming relations with things as they are, because his kindly, obtrusive teacher makes him believe that to know about things is the same thing as knowing them personally. Though every child knows that to know about Prince Edward is by no means the same thing as knowing the boy Prince, we study in many ways the art of standing aside. People sometimes write that the books set in our school constitute much of its usefulness. They do not always see that the choice of books, which implies the play of various able minds directly on the mind of the child, is a great part of that education which consists in the establishment of relations. The art of standing aside. I have even known of teachers who thought well to compose the songs and poems which their children use. Think of it, not even our poets are allowed to interpose between the poor child and the probably mediocre mind of the teacher. The art of standing aside to let a child develop the relations proper to him is the fine art of education, when the educator perceives the two things he must do and how to do these two things. The evolution of the individual is a natural sequence of the opening up of relations. How we labor towards the solidarity of the race, I hope to show more fully later. But for example, we do not endeavor to give children outlines of ancient history, but to put them in living touch with the thinker who lived in those ancient days. We are not content that they should learn the history of their own country alone. Some living ideas of contemporaneous European history, anyway, we try to get in. That the history we teach may be more living, we work in, pasu pasu, some of the literature of the period and some of the best historical novels and poems that treat of the period, and so on with other subjects. There is nothing new in all this. What we venture to claim is that our work is unified and vitalized by a comprehensive theory of education and a sound basis of psychology. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 7, An Adequate Theory of Education. A Human Being. I have laid before the reader as a working hypothesis that man is homogeneous, a spiritual being invested with a body capable of responding to spiritual impulses, the organ by which he expresses himself, the vehicle by which he receives impressions, and the medium by which he establishes relations with what we call the material world, that will, conscience, affection, reason are not various parts of a composite whole, but are different modes of action of the person. His capacities. That he is capable of many relations and consequently of many modes of action, that, given the due relations, his power of expansion in these relations appears to be, not illimitable, but, so far as we know, as yet unlimited. His limitations. But that, deprived of any or all of the relations proper to him, a human being has no power of self-development in these directions. though he would appear not to lose any of his capacity for these relations. His education. Again, that any relation once initiated leaves, so to speak, an organic memory of itself in the nervous tissue of the brain. That in this physical registration of an experience or a thought, or of the memory of an experience or a thought, lies the possibility of habit. That some 9/10 of our life run upon these lines of habit, and that, therefore, in order to educate, we must know something of both the psychological and physiological history of a habit, how to initiate it and how to develop it, and finally, that a human being under education has two functions, the formation of habits and the assimilation of ideas. The behavior of ideas. Physiologists and rational psychologists have made the basis of habit pretty plain to us. All who run may read. The nature, functions, and behavior of ideas, and how ideas have power in their impact upon the cerebral hemisphere to make some sort of sensible impression, all this is matter as to which we are able to make only guesses at truth. But this need not dismay us, for such other ultimate facts as sleep and life and death are equally unexplained. In every department of science we are brought up before facts which we have to assume as the basis of our so-called science. Where a working hypothesis is necessary, all we can do is to assume those bases that seem to us the most adequate and the most fruitful. Let us say with Plato that an idea is an entity, a live thing of the mind. No one can beget an idea by himself. Apparently no one has power to beget an idea by himself. It appears to be the progeny of two minds. So-and-so put it in my head, we say, and that is the history of all ideas, the most simple and the most profound. But once begotten, the idea seems to survive indefinitely. It is painted in a picture, written in a book, carved into a chair, or only spoken to someone who speaks it again, who speaks it again, who speaks it again. And so it goes on being spoken for how long? Who knows? Nothing so strikes the student of history as the persistent way in which ideas recur, except the way in which they elude observation until occasion calls them forth. Our natural progeny may indeed die and be buried, but of this spiritual progeny of ideas, who may forecast the history or foretell the end? Certain persons attract certain ideas. Perhaps we may be allowed this further hypothesis, that, as an idea comes of the contact of two minds, the idea of another is no more than a notion to us until it has undergone a process of generation within us, and for that reason different ideas appeal to different minds, not at all because the ideas themselves have an independent desire to climb into apperception masses, but because certain persons have in themselves, by inheritance may we assume, that which is proper to attract certain ideas. To illustrate invisible things by visible, let us suppose that the relation is something like that between the pollen and the ovule that it is to fertilize. The ways of carrying the pollen are various, not to say promiscuous, but there is nothing haphazard in the result. The right pollen goes to the right ovule, and the plant bears seed after its kind. Even so, the person brings forth ideas after his kind. The idea that strikes us. The crux of the situation is, how can an emanation so purely spiritual as an idea make an impression upon even the most delicate material substance? We do not know. We have some little demonstration that it is so in the fact the score of reflex actions by which we visibly respond to an idea that strikes us. The eye brightens, the pulse quickens, the color rises, the whole person becomes vitalized, capable, strenuous, no longer weighed down by this clog of flesh. Every habit we have formed has had its initial idea, and every idea we receive is able to initiate a habit of thought and action. Every human being has the power of communicating notions to other human beings, and after he is dead, this power survives him in the work he has done and the words he has said. How illimitable is life! That the divine spirit has like intimate power of corresponding with the human spirit needs not to be urged once we recognize ourselves as spiritual beings at all. Expansion and activity of the person. Nor does this teeming population of ideas arise to us without order and without purpose beyond the scope of our busy efforts and intentions. It would seem as if a new human being came into the world with unlimited capacity for manifold relations, with a tendency to certain relations in preference to certain others, but with no degree of adaptation to these relations. To secure that adaptation and the expansion and activity of the person along the lines of the relations most proper to him is the work of education, to be accomplished by the two factors of ideas and habits. Every relation must be initiated by its own captain idea, sustained upon fitting ideas, and wrought into the material substance of the person by its proper habits. This is the field before us. Story of Caspar Hauser. To make my meaning plainer, let me run over the story of Caspar Hauser, that child of Nuremberg, upon whom an unique experience was said to have been tried, criminal in its character, and therefore not to be repeated. The story is as well accredited as most of our data, but we will assume its truth insofar only as the experience of this boy tallies with what we know of the experience of an infant, or, as regards the use of his senses, with the experience of an adult person who has for the first time attained to sight, let us say. On the 28th of May, 1828, the attention of a cobbler in Nuremberg was excited by a strange figure leaning, as if unable to support itself, against a wall and uttering a moaning sound. The figure was that of a young man of about 17, who, when the cobbler approached, moaned some incoherent sounds. He had fair hair and blue eyes, and the lower part of his face projected a little like a monkey's. Everyone who watched him came to the same conclusion, that his mind was that of a child of 2 or 3, while his body was nearly grown up. And yet he was not half-witted, because he immediately began to pick up words and phrases, had a wonderful memory, and never forgot a face that he had once seen or a name which belonged to it. At first he was placed in the guard-house for safety, and the children of the jailer taught him to walk and to talk as they did their own baby sister. He was not afraid of anything. After 6 or 7 weeks, the townspeople decided to adopt him as the child of Nuremberg. He was placed under the charge of Professor Daumer, whose interest led him to undertake the difficult task of developing his mind so that it might fit his body. Later, Dr. Daumer gleaned a short account of his previous life from Hauser by careful questioning. It was to this effect: he neither knows who he is nor where he came from. He always lived in a hole where he sat on straw on the ground. He never heard a sound nor saw any vivid light. He awoke, and he slept, and awoke again. When he awoke, he found a loaf of bread and a pitcher of water beside him. Sometimes the water tasted nasty, and then he fell asleep again. He never saw the face of the man who came to him. At last the man taught him to stand and to walk, and finally carried him out of his hole. For several months after he came to Nuremberg, he refused to eat anything but bread and water, and was, in fact, made quite ill by the smell of meat, beer, wine, or milk. For the first 4 months of his stay with Daumer, his senses of sight, taste, hearing, and smell were very acute. He could see much further than most people by day, without, however, losing his power of seeing in the dark. At the same time, he could not distinguish between a thing and a picture of that thing, and could not for a long time judge distances at all, for he saw everything as flat. He thought a ball rolled because it wished to do so, and could not see why animals should not behave, at table, for instance, like human beings. His sense of smell was very keen, painfully so, in fact, for he was made quite ill by the smell of the dye in his clothes, the smell of paper, and so forth. On the other hand, he could distinguish the leaves of trees by their smell. In about 3 months, Dr. Daumer was able to teach him other things besides the use of his senses. He was encouraged to write letters and essays, to use his hands in every way, to dig in the garden, and so forth. For the next 11 months he lived a happy, simple life with his friend and tutor, who mentions, however, that the intense acuteness of his senses was gradually passing away, but that he had still the charming, obedient, childlike nature which had won all hearts. What nature does for a child. Here we have an instance, more or less credible, and the only instance on record, of what nature, absolutely unaided and unhindered, has done for a child. Caspar Hauser came out of his long retirement, unusually intelligent, with his senses intensely acute, and sweet and docile in disposition. This is an object lesson which cannot lawfully be repeated, and we may not take a single instance as proving any position. But certainly this illuminating story, coupled with the fact that Caspar Hauser, on his emergence, was, in some respects, in the condition of an infant in arms. That is, he knew nothing of round or flat or far or near or hot or cold. He had no experience. And, in some respects, in that of a child of 2 years old, with quick intelligence, keen perceptive powers, capital memory, and childlike sweetness. Caspar Hauser's story and our common experience go to prove that the labor we spend on developing the faculties or in cultivating the senses is largely thrown away. Nature has no need of our endeavors in these directions. Under the most adverse conceivable conditions, she can work wonders if let alone. What she cannot away with is our misdirected efforts which hinder and impede her beneficent work. Nature, left to herself, hands over every child to its parents and other educators in this condition of acute perceptive powers, keen intelligence, and moral teachableness and sweetness. This solitary instance goes to show that she is even capable of maintaining a human being in this childlike condition until he reaches the verge of manhood. The child has every power that will serve him. What, then, have we to do for the child? Plainly, we have not to develop the person. He's already there, with, possibly, every power that will serve him in his passage through life. Some day we shall be told that the very word education is a misnomer belonging to the stage of thought when the drawing forth of faculties was supposed to be a teacher's business. We shall have some fit new word meaning, perhaps, applied wisdom, for wisdom is the science of relations, and the thing we have to do for the young human being is to put him in touch, so far as we can, with all the relations proper to him. Fullness of living depends on the establishment of relations. We begin to see, both as to the lines upon which we should form habits, and as to that much vexed question, the subjects of instruction proper for children. We are no longer divided between the claims of the classical and the modern side. We no longer ask ourselves whether it is better to learn a few subjects thoroughly, so we say, or to get a smattering of many. These questions are beside the mark. In considering the relations which we may initiate for a child, I will begin with what we shall probably be inclined to call the lowest rung of the ladder. We may believe that a person, I have a baby person in view, is put into this most delightful world for the express purpose of forming ties of intimacy, joy, association, and knowledge with the living and moving things that are therein, with what St. Francis would have called his brother the mountain, and his brother the ant, and his brothers in the starry heavens. Fullness of living, joy in life depend, far more than we know, upon the establishment of these relations. What do? We consider the matter carefully. We say the boy will make a jumble of it if he is taught more than one or two sciences. We ask our friends, what sciences will tell best in examinations? And which are most easily learned? We discover which are the best textbooks in the smallest compass. The boy learns up his text, listens to lectures, makes diagrams, watches demonstrations. Behold, he has learned a science, and is able to produce facts and figures, for a time anyway, in connection with some one class of natural phenomena. But of tender intimacy with nature herself, he has acquired none. Let me sketch what seems to me the better way for the child, the power of recognition. His parents know that the first step in intimacy is recognition, and they will measure his education not solely by his progress in the 3 R's, but by the number of living and growing things he knows by look, name, and habitat. A child of 6 will note with eager interest the order of time in which the trees put on their leaves, will tell you whether to look in hedge or meadow or copse for eyebright, wood sorrel, ground ivy, will not think that flowers were made to be plucked, for 'tis his faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes, but will take his friends to see where the milkwort grows, or the bog bean, or the sweet gale. The birds of the air are no longer casual. He soon knows when and where to expect the redstart and the meadow pipit. The water skater and the dragonfly are interesting and admired acquaintances. His eyes have sparkled at the beauty of crystals, and, though he may not have been able to find them in situ, he knows the look of the crystals of lime and quartz, and the lovely pink of feldspar, and many more. Aesthetic appreciation. Aesthetic appreciation follows close upon recognition, for does he not try from very early days to catch the flower in its beauty of color and grace of gesture with his own paintbrush? The wise mother is careful to open her child's eyes to another kind of appreciation. She makes him look from a distance at a wild cherry tree or at a willow with all its soft catkins, and she shows him that the picture on a Japanese screen has caught the very look of the thing, though when he comes to compare a single catkin or a single cherry blossom with those on the screen, there is no portraiture, and so he begins to learn at a very early age that to paint that which we see and that which we know to be there are 2 different things, and that the former art is the more gratifying. First-hand knowledge. By and by he passes from acquaintance, the pleasant recognition of friendly faces, to knowledge, the sort of knowledge we call science. He begins to notice that there are resemblances between wild rose and apple blossom, between buttercup and wood anemone, between the large rhododendron blossom and the tiny heath floret. A suggestion will make him find out accurately what these resemblances are, and he gets the new and delightful idea of families of plants. His little bit of knowledge is real science, because he gets it at first hand. In his small way, he is another Linnaeus. Appreciative knowledge and exact knowledge. All the time he is storing up associations of delight, which will come back for his refreshment when he is an old man. With this sort of appreciative knowledge of things to begin with, the superstructure of exact knowledge, living science, no mere affair of textbooks and examinations, is easily raised, because a natural desire is implanted. We might say the same of art, so far anyway as the appreciation of art goes. The child who has been taught to see appreciates pictures with discrimination. How a child sets up a new relation. This is how a child goes to work to set up a new relation. A little girl of 7 was handling an oar for the first time and remarked, "What a lot of crab water there is today." Then the next day, "There's not near so much crab water today." She was asked, "How do you know it's crab water?" "Oh, it's so tough and you can't get your oar through it, and it knocks you off your seat." The child was all wrong, of course, but she was getting a scrap of real science and would soon get on the right track. How much better this than to learn out of a textbook, "The particles which constitute water have no cohesion and may be readily separated by a solid substance." When we consider that the setting up of relations, moral and intellectual, is our chief concern in life, and that the function of education is to put the child in the way of relations proper to him, and to offer the inspiring idea which commonly initiates a relation, we perceive that a little incident like the above may be of more importance than the passing of an examination. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Owlivia.
Chapter 8 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Vince. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 8, Certain Relations Proper to a Child. Geology, mineralogy, physical geography, botany, natural history, biology, astronomy, the whole circle of the sciences is, as it were, set with gates ajar in order that a child may go forth furnished, not with scientific knowledge, but with what Huxley calls common information, so that he may feel for objects on the earth and in the heavens the sort of proprietary interest which the son of an old house has in its heirlooms. We are more exacting than the Jesuits. They are content to have a child till he is 7, but we want him till he is 12 or 14, if we may not have him longer. You may do what you like with him afterwards. Given this period for the establishing of relations, we may undertake to prepare for the world a man, vital and vigorous, full of living interests, available and serviceable. I think we may warrant him even to pass examinations, because he will know how to put living interest into the dullest tasks. Dynamic relations. But we have not yet done with his relations with Mother Earth. There are what I may call dynamic relations to be established. He must stand and walk and run and jump with ease and grace. He must skate and swim and ride and drive, dance and row and sail a boat. He should be able to make free with his Mother Earth and to do whatever the principle of gravitation will allow. This is an elemental relationship for the lack of which nothing compensates. Power over material. Another elemental relationship, which every child should be taught and encouraged to set up, is that of power over material. Every child makes sandcastles, mud pies, paper boats, and he or she should go on to work in clay, wood, brass, iron, leather, dress stuffs, foodstuffs, furnishing stuffs. He should be able to make with his hands and should take delight in making. Intimacy with animals. A fourth relation is to the dumb creation, a relation of intelligent comprehension as well as of kindness. Why should not each of us be on friendly terms with the inmates of his house and garden? Every child longs for intimacy with the creatures about him, and he prayeth best who loveth best all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The great human relationships. Perhaps the main part of a child's education should be concerned with the great human relationships. Relationships of love and service, of authority and obedience, of reverence and pity and neighborly kindness. Relationships to kin and friend and neighbor, to cause and country and kind, to the past and the present. History, literature, archaeology, art, languages, whether ancient or modern, travel and tales of travel, all of these are in one way or other the record or the expression of persons. And we who are persons are interested in all persons, for we are all one flesh, and we are all of one spirit, and whatever any of us does or suffers is interesting to the rest. If we will approach them with living thought, living books, if we will only awaken in them the sense of personal relation, there are thousands of boys and girls today capable of becoming apostles, saviors, great Orientalists who will draw the East and the West together, great archaeologists who will make the past alive for us and make us aware in our souls of men who lived thousands of years ago. The awakening idea. It rests with us to give the awakening idea and then to form the habit of thought and of life. Here is an example of what a youth could do. Young Rawlinson had, I quote from the Academy, from the outset of his career, a taste for the history and antiquities of Persia, a leaning which he himself attributed to his conversations with Sir John Malcolm on his first passage to India, and when with the Shah's army he chanced to be quartered at Kermanshah in Persian Kurdistan. Close to this stands the rock of Behistun, bearing on its face a trilingual inscription which we now know to be due to Darius Hystaspes, the restorer of Cyrus's empire. The cuneiform or wedge-shaped letters in which it is written had long baffled all attempts to decipher them. Rawlinson contrived, at the risk of life and limb, to climb the almost inaccessible face of the rock and to copy the easiest of the 3 versions of the inscription. A prolonged study of it enabled him to pronounce it to be in the Persian language, and 2 years later he succeeded in discovering the system by which the Persian words were reproduced in cuneiform characters. What is the result? We can now produce the chronicles of empires more highly organized than was ever any Greek state, going back to dates millennia before that which our fathers used to assign to the earliest appearance of man upon the earth. The changes of thought consequent upon these discoveries are incalculable, and all are more or less due to Rawlinson's climb up the face of the Behistun rock, which again was due to the awakening of an idea by his conversation with Sir John Malcolm. Human intelligence limited to human interests. We are not all Henry Rawlinsons, but there seems good reason to believe that the limit to human intelligence arises largely from the limit to human interests. That is, from the failure to establish personal relations on a wide scale with the persons who make up humanity. Relations of love, duty, responsibility, and, above all, of interest, living interest with the near and the far off, in time and in place. We hammer away for a dozen years at 1 or 2 languages, ancient or modern, and rarely know them very well at the end of that time. But directly they become to us the languages of persons whom we are aching to get at and can only do so through the medium of their own tongues. There seems no reason why many of us should not be like the late Sir Richard Burton, able to talk in almost any known tongue. The full human life. I think we should have a great educational revolution once we ceased to regard ourselves as assortments of so-called faculties and realized ourselves as persons whose great business is to get into touch with other persons of all sorts and conditions, of all countries and climes, of all times, past and present. History would become entrancing, literature a magic mirror for the discovery of other minds, the study of sociology, a duty and a delight. We should tend to become responsive and wise, humble and reverent, recognizing the duties and the joys of the full human life. We cannot, of course, overtake such a program of work, but we can keep it in view, and I suppose every life is molded upon its ideal. We talk of lost ideals, but perhaps they are not lost, only changed, when our ideal for ourselves and for our children becomes limited to prosperity and comfort. We get these, very likely, for ourselves and for them, but we get no more. Duty not within the scope of present-day psychology. The psychology of the hour has had a curious effect upon the sense of duty. Persons who are no more than a state of consciousness cannot be expected to take up moral responsibilities, except such as appeal to them at the moment. Duty, in the sense of relations imposed by authority and due to our fellows, does not fall within the scope of present-day psychology. It would be interesting to know how many children of about 10 years of age can say the 10 Commandments, and those most clear interpretations of them which children are taught to call my duty towards God and my duty towards my neighbor, or, if they are not members of the Church of England, whatever explanations their own church offers of the law containing the whole duty of man. With the 10 Commandments as a basis, children used to get a fairly thorough ethical teaching from the Bible. They knew St. Paul's mandates: love the brethren, fear God, honor the king, honor all men, study to be quiet. They knew that thoughts of hatred and contempt were of the nature of murder. They knew what King Solomon said of the virtuous woman, of the sluggard, of the fool. Their knowledge was not confined to precepts, from history, sacred and profane. They were able to illustrate every text. We in England have not the wealth of moral teaching carved in wood and stone, so that the unlettered may read and learn, which some neighboring countries rejoice in, but our teaching, until the present generation, has been systematic and thorough. Casual ethical teaching. I appeal to common experience as to whether this is now the case. We eschew for our children, and we often eschew wisely, all stories with a moral. Their books must be amusing, and we ask little more. Next after that, they must be literary, and then, perhaps, a little instructive. But we do not look for a moral impulse fitly given. It is not that we give no ethical teaching, but our teaching is casual. If we happen on a story of heroism or self-denial, we are glad to point the moral. But children rarely get now a distinct ethical system resting on the broad basis of the brotherhood of man. It is something for a child only to recite, my duty towards my neighbor is to love him as myself, and to do unto all men as I would that they should do unto me. A great many fine things are said today about the brotherhood of man and the solidarity of the race, but I think we shall look in vain in modern writings for a sentence which goes to the root of the matter as does this authoritative code of duty. The moral relation of person to person. If we receive it that the whole of education consists in the establishment of relations, then the relations with our fellow beings must be of the first importance, and all associations formed upon any basis except that of my duty towards my neighbor, as upon sympathy in art or literature, for example, are apt to degenerate into sentimental bonds, and the power of original thought appears curiously to depart with that of moral insight. If you ask, but how are we to get a scheme of ethical teaching for our children? I really do not know, if we choose to forego the 10 Commandments and the old-fashioned teaching of exposition and example founded upon them. There are 1,000 supplementary ways of giving such teaching, but these are apt to be casual and little binding if they do not rest upon the solid foundation of duty imposed upon us by God, and due to each other, whether we will or no. This moral relation of person to person underlies all other relations. We owe it to the past to use its gains worthily and to advance from the point at which it left off. We owe it to the future to prepare a generation better than ourselves. We owe it to the present to live with all expansion of heart and soul, all reaching out of our personality towards those relations appointed for us. The sense of what is due from us does not come by nature. We owe knowledge to the ignorant, comfort to the distressed, healing to the sick, reverence, courtesy, and kindness to all men, especially to those with whom we are connected by ties of family or neighborhood. And the sense of these dues does not come by nature. We all know the vapid young man and the vapid young woman who care for none of these things. But do we always ask ourselves, why? And whether there are not many children today growing up in good homes as untrained in their moral relations as are these young people whom we despise and blame? Perhaps more than they deserve, for have they not been neglected children? Relations of oneself with oneself. Another preparation for his relations in life which we owe to a young person is that he should be made familiar with such a working system of psychology or philosophy, whichever one likes to call it, as shall help him to conduct his relations with himself and with other people. The world is not ripe, perhaps, for a bona fide science of life, but we are unhappily more modest than the ancients, who made good use of what they had, and turned out a Marcus Aurelius, an Epictetus, a Socrates. Neither did they think that their youth were furnished for life without instruction in philosophy. Modern scientists have added a great deal to the sum of available knowledge which should bear on the conduct of those relations of oneself with oneself which are implied in the terms self-management, self-control, self-respect, self-love, self-help, self-abnegation, and so on. This knowledge is the more important because our power to conduct our relations with other people depends upon our power of conducting our relations with ourselves. Every man carries in his own person the key to human nature, and in proportion as we are able to use this key, we shall be tolerant, gentle, helpful, wise, and reverent. The person who has given up expecting anything of servants or of dependents, of employees or of working people, proclaims his ignorance of those springs of conduct common to us all. I think we may really take a little credit to ourselves as a society for an advance in this direction. Most people associated with us know something of the treatment of sensations, the direction of the will, the treatment of temper, the psychology of attention, the desires and affections which are the springs of conduct, and other practical matters concerned with the management of one's life. We hear of people who use that fine old nursery plan expressed in Change Your Thoughts with method and success in the case of cross, or even delirious or morbid patients. We, of the Parents' Union, feel as if we had a tool in our hands and knew how to set to work. The principle, anyhow, we perceive to be right, and, if we blunder in its application, we try again, whether for ourselves or for our children. We know that one custom overcometh another, and that one idea supplants another. We do not give up a child to be selfish or greedy or lazy. These are cases for treatment, and a child who has been cured by his mother of some such blemish will not be slow to believe when he grows up in the possibility of reform for others, and in the use of simple, practical means. Intimacy with persons of all classes. Sociology is a long word, but it implies a practical relation with other people, which children should begin to get, and it is a kind of knowledge they are very ready for. The carpenter, the gardener, the baker, the candlestick maker are all delightful persons, and it is surprising how much a child at the seaside will get to know about boats and sails and fishermen's lives that will pass by as unobservant elders. Most working men are on their honor with children, and every craftsman is a valuable acquaintance to a child. Later, when his working neighbors come before him in the shape of causes and questions, he will see the men and their crafts behind the veil of words, and in his book of trades, a who's who for the million, he will look out for the heading recreation, for shoemaker, tailor, factory hand, as well as for the distinguished author and the Member of Parliament. There is nothing like early intimacy for helping one to know people. That is why what the Tuberator calls the bloated aristocrat knows how to get on with everybody. He has been intimate with all sorts and conditions of men since his babyhood. Fitness as citizens. The value of self-managed clubs and committees, debating societies, etc., for young people is becoming more and more fully recognized. Organizing capacity, business habits, and some power of public speaking should be a part of our fitness as citizens. To secure the power of speaking, I think it would be well if the habit of narration were more encouraged in place of written composition. On the whole, it is more useful to be able to speak than to write, and the man or woman who is able to do the former can generally do the latter. Relations with each other as human beings. But the subject of our relations with each other as human beings is inexhaustible, and I can do no more than indicate a point here and there, and state again my conviction that a system of education should have for its aim not the mastery of certain subjects, but the establishment of these relations in as many directions as circumstances will allow. Relation to Almighty God. I have set before the reader the proposition that a human being comes into the world not to develop his faculties, nor to acquire knowledge, nor even to earn his living, but to establish certain relations, which relations are to him the means of immeasurable expansion and fullness of living. We have touched upon two groups of these relations, his relations to the universe of matter and to the world of men. To complete his education, I think there is but one more relation to be considered, his relation to Almighty God. How many children are today taught to say at their mother's knee, to learn from day to day and from hour to hour, in all its fullness of meaning, my duty towards God is to believe in Him, to fear Him, and to love Him with all my heart, with all my mind, with all my soul, and with all my strength, to worship Him, to give Him thanks, to put my whole trust in Him, to call upon Him, to honor His holy name and His word, and to serve Him truly all the days of my life. Whether children are taught their duty towards God in these or other words matters little, but few of us will venture to say that, in this short summary, more is demanded than it is our bounden duty and service to yield. But I fear that many children grow up untaught in these matters. The idea of duty is not wrought into the very texture of their souls, and duty to Him who is invisible, which should be the very foundation of life, is least taught of all. I do not say that children are allowed to grow up without religious sentiments and religious emotions, and that they do not say quaint and surprising things, showing that they have an insight of their own into the higher life. Sentiment is not duty. But duty and sentiment are two things. Sentiment is optional, and young people grow up to think that they may believe in God, may fear God, may love God in a measure, but that they must do these things, that there is no choice at all about the love and service of God, that it is their duty, that which they owe, to love Him with all their heart, with all their mind, with all their soul, with all their strength. These things are seldom taught and understood as they should be. Even where our sentiment is warm, our religious notions are lax. In children, the children of good religious parents grow up without that intimate, ever open, ever cordial, ever corresponding relation with Almighty God, which is the very fulfillment of life, which, whoso hath eternal life, which, whoso hath not, is, like Coleridge's lovely Lady Geraldine, ice cold and dead at heart, however much he may labour for the free course of all other relations. I want, am made for, and must have a God, ere I can be aught, do aught, no mere name want, but the true thing, with what proves its truth, to wit, a relation from that thing to me, touching from head to foot, which touch I feel, and with it take the rest, this life of ours. Browning. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Rachel Vince.
Chapter 9 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Favorat, www.alongsidemom.com. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte Mason. Chapter 9, A Great Educationalist, a Review. We look to Germany for educational reform. We in England require every now and then to pull ourselves together and to ask what they are doing on the continent in the way of education. We still hark back to the older German educational reformers. We may not know much of Comenius, Basedow, Ratic. We do know something of Pestalozzi and Froebel. But how much do we know of the thought of Johann Friedrich Herbart, the lineal successor of these, who has largely displaced his predecessors in the field of pedagogics? Herbartian thought the most advanced on the continent. How entirely German educators work upon Herbart, and Herbart only, is proved by the existence of a Herbartian educational literature greatly more extensive than the whole of our English educational literature put together. A little volume on the Outlines of Pedagogics by Professor W. Rhein of the University of Jena is offered to us by the translators C.C. and Ida J. van Leeuw as a brief introduction to the study of Herbart and his school, the author making due allowance for the advances that have been made in the decades that have elapsed since Herbart's death. As Herbart and his interpreters represent the most advanced school of educational thought on the continent, it will perhaps be interesting to the reader to make a slight comparison between the educational philosophy I am trying to set forth and the school of thought which exercises such immense influence in Germany. Comparison with PNEU thought. One of the most characteristic features of Herbart's thinking, and that feature of it which constitutes a new school of educational thought, is that he rejects the notion of separate mental faculties. The earlier reformers, notably Pestalozzi and Froebel, divide the faculties up with something of the precision of a phrenologist, and a chief business of education is, according to them, to develop the faculties. The development of the faculties. There is a certain pleasing neatness in this idea which is very attractive. We want to know definitely what we have to do. Why develop the perceptive faculties here, with the conceptive there, the judgment in this lesson, the affections in the other, until you have covered the whole ground, giving each so-called faculty its due share of developmental exercise. But, says the followers of Herbart, we have changed all that. The mind, like Wordsworth's cloud, moves all together when it moves at all. We, like Herbart, discard the faculties. Now this appears to be but a slight fundamental difference, but it is one upon the recognition of which education changes front. The whole system of beautifully organized lessons, whose object is to develop this or that faculty, is called in question. For the raison d'être of specialized intellectual gymnastics is gone when we no longer recognize particular muscles of the mind to be developed. The aim of education must be something quite other, and if the aim is other, the methods must be altered, for what is method but a way to an end? So far we are entirely with Herbart. We do not believe in the faculties. Therefore we do not believe in the development of the faculties. Therefore, we do not regard lessons as instruments for this development. In fact, our whole method of procedure is altered. Pervasiveness of dominant ideas. Again, we are with the philosopher in his recognition of the force of an idea, and especially of those ideas which are, as we phrase it, in the air at any given moment. Both the circle of the family and that of social intercourse are subjected to forces that are attractive in the entire social body, and that penetrate the entire atmosphere of human life in invisible channels. No one knows whence these currents, these ideas arise, but they are there. They influence the moods, the aspirations, and the inclinations of humanity, and no one, however powerful, can withdraw himself from their effects. No sovereign's command makes its way into their depths. They are often born of a genius to be seized upon by the multitude that soon forgets their author. Then the power of the thought that has thus become active in the masses again impels the individual to energetic resolutions. In this manner, it is constantly describing a remarkable circle. Originating with those that are highly gifted, these thoughts permeate all society, reaching, in fact, not only its adult members, but also through these its youth, and appearing again in other highly gifted individuals in whom they will perhaps have been elevated to a definite form. Whether the power of these dominant ideas is greater in the individual or in the body of individuals as a whole is a matter of indifference here. Be that as it may, it cannot be denied that their effect upon the one is manifested in a reciprocal action upon the other, and that their influence upon the younger generation is indisputable. The Zeitgeist. We entirely agree that no one can escape the influence of this Zeitgeist, and that the Zeitgeist is, in fact, one of the most powerful of the occult educational influences, and one which parents and all who have the training of children will do well to reckon with in the adjustment of their work. The child's schoolmasters. Nature, family, social intercourse, this Zeitgeist, the church and the state. Thus Professor Rhine, as interpreting Herbart, sums up the schoolmasters under whose influences every child grows up, a suggestive enumeration we should do well to consider. Erziehung is Sache der Familien, wanneer geht sie aus und dahin kehrt sie größtenteils zurück, says Herbart. He considers, as do we, that by far the most valuable part of education is carried on in the family, because of the union of all the members under a common parentage, of the feeling of dependence upon a head, of the very intimate knowledge to be gained of the younger members. A noble piety. The members of the family look confidently to the head, and this sense of dependence favors at the same time the proper reception of that which is dearest to mankind, namely the religious feeling. If the life of the family is permeated by a noble piety, a sincere religious faith will take root in the hearts of the children. Faithful devotion to the guide of the youth also calls forth faithful devotion to him who controls human destinies, a thought which Herbart expresses so beautifully in the words, "To the child the family should be the symbol of the order in the world. From the parents one should derive by idealization the characteristics of the deity." A medieval conception of education. This idea of all education springing from and resting upon our relation to Almighty God is one which we have ever labored to enforce. We take a very distinct stand upon this point. We do not merely give a religious education, because that would seem to imply the possibility of some other education, a secular education, for example. But we hold that all education is divine, that every good gift of knowledge and insight comes from above, that the Lord the Holy Spirit is the supreme educator of mankind, and that the culmination of all education, which may at the same time be reached by a little child, is that personal knowledge of and intimacy with God in which our being finds its fullest perfection. We hold, in fact, that great conception of education held by the medieval church, as pictured upon the walls of the Spanish chapel in Florence. Here we have represented the descent of the Holy Ghost upon the 12, and direct under them, fully under the illuminating rays, are the noble figures of the 7 liberal arts: grammar, rhetoric, logic, music, astronomy, geometry, arithmetic, and under these again the men who received and expressed, so far as the artist knew, the initial idea in each of these subjects, such men as Pythagoras, Zoroaster, Euclid, whom we might call pagans, but whom the earlier church recognized as divinely taught and illuminated. The family principle. Here follows a passage which we do more than endorse, for it contains the very raison d'être of our society. The education of the children will always remain the holiest and highest of all family duties. The welfare, civilization, and culture of a people depend essentially upon the degree of success that attends the education in the homes. The family principle is the point at which both the religious and educational life of a people centers, and about which it revolves. It is a force in comparison with which every sovereign's command appears powerless. By the way, we are inclined to think that Dr. Rhine's mention of Rousseau is a little misleading. It is true that in Emile the parents are supplanted, but notwithstanding that fact, perhaps no other educationalist has done so much to awaken parents to their great work as educators. After investigating the conditions of home training, Dr. Rhine proceeds to a discussion of schools, A, as they exist in Germany, B, as they exist in his own ideal, a discussion which should be most interesting to parents. Uncertainty as to the purpose of education. Teleology, i.e., the theory of the purpose of education, falls next under discussion in an extremely instructive chapter. It is well we should know the vast uncertainty which exists on this fundamental point. As a matter of fact, few of us know definitely what we propose to ourselves in the education of our children. We do not know what it is possible to effect, and as a man does not usually compass more than he aims at, the results of our education are very inadequate and unsatisfactory. Some attempts to fix the purpose of education. Shall the educator follow Rousseau and educate a man of nature in the midst of civilized men? In so doing, as Herbart has shown, we should simply repeat from the beginning the entire series of evils that have already been surmounted. Or shall we turn to Locke and prepare the pupil for the world which is customarily in league with worldlings? We should then arrive at the standpoint of Bastow, and aim to educate the pupil so that he would become a truly useful member of human society. Of course, we should always be harassed with the secret doubt as to whether this is the ideal purpose after all, and whether we are not at times directly enjoined to place the pupil at variance with the usage and customary dealings of the world. If we reflect that an endless career is open to man for his improvement, we realize that only that education whose aims are always the highest can hope to reach the lofty goals that mark this career. Therefore, an ideal aim must be present in the mind of the educator. Possibly he can obtain information and help from Pestalozzi, whose nature evinced such ideal tendencies. Pestalozzi wished the welfare of mankind to be sought in the harmonious cultivation of all powers. If one only knew what is to be understood by a multiplicity of mental powers, and what is meant by the harmony of various powers. These phrases sound very attractive, but give little satisfaction. The purely formal aims of education will appeal just as little to the educator. Educate the pupil to independence, or educate the pupil to be his own educator, or educate the pupil so that it will become better than its educator. Hermann and Dorothea, Hector and Astyanax in the Iliad. Such and similar attempts to fix the purpose of education are abundant in the history of pedagogy, but they do not bring us nearer the goal. In their formal character they do not say, for example, of what kind the independence shall be, what content it shall have, what aims it shall have in view, or in what directions its course shall lie. For the pupil that has become independent can use his freedom rightly for good just as well as misuse it for evil. Herbart's theory, ethical. Herbart's own theory of education, so far as we may venture to formulate it, is strictly ethical as opposed to intellectual. That is, the development and sustenance of the intellect is of secondary importance to the educator for two reasons. Character building is the matter of first importance to human beings, and this because A. Trained character and intellectual development largely takes care of itself, and B. The lessons designed for intellectual culture have high ethical value, whether stimulating or disciplinary. This is familiar ground to us. We too have taught, in season and out of season, that the formation of character is the aim of the educator. So far we are at one with the philosopher, but, may we venture to say it, we have arrived, through the study of physiology, at the definiteness of aim which he desires but does not reach. Obscurity of psychology. We must appeal, he says, to psychology, but then, he adds, of course we cannot expect a concordant answer from all psychologists. And in view of the obscurity which still prevails in this sphere, the different views as to the nature of the human soul, and the extraordinary difficulty with which the empirical method of investigation meets, an absolutely indubitable explanation can hardly be expected. Two luminous principles. This is doubtless true of psychology alone, but of psychology illuminated by physiology we have another tale to tell. It is the study of that borderland betwixt mind and matter, the brain, which yields the richest results to the educator. For the brain is the seat of habit. The culture of habit is, to a certain extent, physical culture. The discipline of habit is at least a third part of the great whole which we call education. And here we feel that the physical science of today has placed us far in advance of the philosopher of 50 years ago. We hold with him entirely as to the importance of great formative ideas in the education of children, but we add to our ideas habits, and we labor to form habits upon a physical basis. Character is the result not merely of the great ideas which are given to us, but of the habits which we labor to form upon those ideas. We recognize both principles, and the result is a wide range of possibilities in education, practical methods, and a definite aim. We labor to produce a human being at his best physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually, with the enthusiasms of religion, of the good life, of nature, knowledge, art, and manual work, and we do not labor in the dark. I have ventured to indicate in a former chapter what appears to me the root defect of the educational philosophy of this great thinker, that it tends to eliminate personality, and therefore leads to curious futilities in teaching. It is therefore the more gratifying to observe that certain fundamental ideas, long the property of the world, which we have embraced in our scheme of thought, appealed with equal force to so great and original a thinker as Herbart. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 10, Some Unconsidered Aspects of Physical Training. Perhaps never since the days of the Olympian Games has more attention been paid to physical culture than it receives in England today. But possibly this physical cult suffers from the want of unity and sanctity of purpose which nullifies to a considerable extent most of our educational efforts. Does our physical culture make heroes? We want to turn out a fine animal, a man or woman with a fine physique and in good condition, and we get what we lay ourselves out for. The development, in women especially, within the last 20 years is amazing. I heard it remarked the other day that the little stiff brocade dresses of our great-grandmothers, which are kept here and there, appear to have belonged to little women, while the grandmothers we are rearing today promise to be daughters of Anak. So far, so good. All the same, it is questionable whether we are making heroes. And this was the object of physical culture among the early Greeks anyway. Men must be heroes, or how could they fulfill the heavy tasks laid upon them by the gods? Heroes are not made in a day. Therefore the boy was trained from his infancy in heroic exercises, and the girl brought up to be the mother of heroes. Flashes of the heroic temper seem to remain to this day in that little country with a great history. "Your son has behaved like a hero," was said to the mother of a soldier who fell some years ago. "That's what I bore him for," was the reply. Englishmen too can die, but it is not so certain that they can live like heroes. The object of the fine physical culture that English youths and maidens receive is, too often, the poor and narrow one that they may get the most, especially the most of physical enjoyment out of life. And so young people train their bodies to hardships and pamper them with ease and self-indulgence by turns, the one and the other being for their own pleasure, the pampering being the more delightful after the period of training, the training itself rather a pleasant change from the softness of pampering. A serviceable body, the end of physical culture. Some of our young people prefer to endure hardships all the time, and go off in the berserker spirit to find adventures. But even this is not the best that might be done. The object of athletics and gymnastics should be kept steadily to the front. Employment is good, by the way, but it is not the end. The end is the preparation of a body, available from crown to toe for whatever behest the gods may lay upon us. It is a curious thing that we, in the full light of revelation, have a less idea of vocation and of preparation for that vocation that had nations of the old world with their few, faint, and feeble rays of illuminations as the meaning and purpose of life. Ye are your own is perhaps the unspoken thought of most young persons, your own, and free to do what you like with your own. Therefore, excess in sports, excess in easy-going pleasure, excess in study, excess in desultory reading, excess in carelessness in regard to health, any excess that we have a mind to, is lawful to us only if it is expedient. This loose morality with regard to our physical debts, without touching actual vice, which is probably on the decline, is the reason why the world does not get all that it should out of splendid material. Ye are not your own. But if children are brought up from the first with this magnet, ye are not your own, the divine author of your being has given you life and a body finely adapted for his service. He gives you the work of preserving this body in health, nourishing it in strength, and training it in fitness for whatever special work he may give you to do in his world. Why, young people themselves would readily embrace a more Spartan regimen. They would desire to be available, and physical transgressions and excesses, however innocent they seem, would be self-condemned by the person who felt that he was trifling with a trust. It would be good work to keep to the front this idea of living under authority, training under authority, serving under authority, a discipline of life readily self-embraced by children, in whom the heroic impulse is always strong. We would not reduce the pleasures of childhood and youth by an iota. Rather, we would increase them, for the disciplined life has more power of fresh enjoyment than is given to the unrestrained. Neither is it lawful for parents to impose any unnecessary rigors upon their children. This was the error of the 18th century and of the early decade of our own age, when hunger, cold, and denial, which was by no means self-denial, were supposed wholesome for children. All we claim is that every young person shall be brought up under the sense of authority in the government, management, and training of his body. The sense that health is a duty, and that any trifling with health, whether vicious or careless, is really of the nature of suicide, springs from this view, that life is held in trust from a supreme authority. Direct teaching or reading on such subjects as the following might be profitable to parents and teachers on the one hand, and to boys and girls on the other. Greek games and Greek heroes. How a child may be trained to his physical responsibilities. The vocation of the body. Innocent excesses. Unlawful and lawful home discipline. The heroic impulse. The training afforded by games. Athletics, their use and abuse. Parental authority in physical matters. The right uses of self-denial. The government, management, and training of the body. The duty of health. Use of habit in physical training. It is well that a child should be taught to keep under his body and bring it into subjection, first to the authority of his parents, and later to the authority of his own will. And always, because no less than this is due, to the divine authority in whom he has his being. But to bring ourselves under authority at all times would require a constantly repeated effort of thought and will which would make life too laborious. Authority must be sustained by habit. We all know something of the genesis of a habit, and most of us recognize its physical basis, that is, that frequently repeated thoughts or acts leave some sort of register in the brain tissue which tends to make the repetition of such thoughts at first easy and at last automatic. In all matters of physical exercise, it is obvious to us that do a thing 100 times and it becomes easy. Do a thing 1,000 times and it becomes mechanical, as easy to do as not. This principle is abundantly applied in cricket, boating, golf, cycling, all the labors we delight in. But there is an outfit of half physical, half moral habits of life, which the play field tends to form, but which are apt to be put on and off with the flannels if they are not steadily and regularly practiced in the home life also. These are the habitudes which it is the part of parents to give their children, and indeed they do form part of the training of all well-brought-up young people. But it is well not to lose sight of this part of our work. Self-restraint. Self-restraint in indulgences is a habit which most educated mothers form with care. Children are well and agreeably fed, and they do not hanker after a bit of this and a taste of the other. Whether 1 or 2 sweetmeats a day are allowed, or whether they go without any, well-brought-up children do not seem to mind. It is the children of cottage homes who, even when they are comfortably fed and clothed, keep the animal instinct of basking in the heat of the fire. But there is perhaps danger lest the habits of the nursery and schoolroom should lapse in the case of older boys and girls. It is easy to get into the way of lounging in an armchair with a novel in the intervals between engagements, which are, in fact, amusements. This sort of thing was a matter of conscience with an older generation. Lethargic, self-indulgent intervals were not allowed. When people were not amusing themselves healthfully, they were occupying themselves profitably. And little as we may think of the cruel work our grandmothers left behind, it was better for them morally and physically than the relaxed muscles and mind of the novel and the lounge. No doubt the bodily fatigue which follows our more active exercises has something to say in the matter, but it is a grave question whether bodily exercises of any kind should be so frequent and so excessive as to leave us without mental and moral vigor in the intervals. Self-control. Self-control in emergencies is another habit of the disciplined life in which a child should be trained from the first. It is the outcome of a general habit of self-control. We all see how ice accidents, boat accidents, disasters by fire, like a late melancholy event in Paris, might be minimized in their effect if only one person present were under perfect self-control, which implies the power of organizing and controlling others. But the habit of holding oneself well in hand, and being impervious to small annoyances, cheerful under small inconveniences, ready for action with what is called presence of mind in all the little casualties of the hour, this is a habit which should be trained in the nursery. If children were sent into the world with this part of their panoply complete, we should no longer have the spectacle of the choleric Briton and of the nervous, fussy British lady at every foreign douane. People would not jostle for the best places at a public function. The mistresses of houses would not be fretted and worn out by the misdoings of their maids. The thousand little sorenesses of social life would be soothed if children were trained to bear little hurts to body and mind without sign. If you are vexed, don't show it, is usually quite safe teaching, because every kind of fretfulness, impatience, resentfulness, and nervous irritability generally grows with expression and passes away under self-control. It is worthwhile to remember that the physical signs promote the mental state just as much as the mental state causes the physical signs. Self-discipline. The discipline of habit is never complete until it becomes self-discipline in habits. It is not a trifle that even the nursery child messes his feeder, spills his milk, breaks his playthings, dawdles about his small efforts. The well-trained child delights to bring himself into good habits in those respects. He knows that to be cleanly, neat, prompt, orderly, is so much towards making a man of him, and man and hero are in his thoughts synonymous terms. Supposing that good habits have not been set up at home, parents look to school life to supply the omission. But the habits practiced in school and relaxed at home, because it's holidays now, you know, do not really become habits of the life. Local habits. The fact that habits have a tendency to become local, that in one household a child will be neat, prompt, diligent, in another untidy, dawdling, and idle, points to the necessity for self-discipline on the part of even a young child. Self-reverence, self-knowledge, self-control. These three alone lead life to sovereign power. This subject of training and becoming habits is so well understood amongst us that I need only add that such habits are not fully formed so long as supervision is necessary. At first, a child wants the support of constant supervision. But by degrees, he is left to do the thing he ought of his own accord. habits of behavior, habits of deportment, habits of address, tones of voice, etc., all the habits of a gentlemanlike bearing and a kind and courteous manner, fall under this head of self-discipline in bodily habits. Quote, "When thou first camest, such a courtesy spake through the limbs and in the voice, I knew for one of those who eat in Arthur's hall." End quote. Alertness. Many a good man and woman thinks regretfully of the opportunities in life they have let slip through a certain physical inertness. They miss the chance of doing some little service or some piece of courtesy because they did not see in time. It is well to bring up children to think it is rather a sad failure if they miss a chance of going a message, opening a door, carrying a parcel, any small act of service that presents itself. They should be taught to be equally alert to seize opportunities of getting knowledge. It is the nature of children to regard each grown-up person they meet as a fount of knowledge on some particular subject. Let their training keep up the habit of eager inquiry. Success in life depends largely upon the cultivation of alertness to seize opportunities, and this is largely a physical habit. We all know how opportunity is imaged, a figure flying past so rapidly that there's no means of catching him but in advance by the forelock which overhangs his brow. Quick perception. Closely connected with that of alertness is the habit of quick perception as to all that is to be seen, heard, felt, tasted, smelt in a world which gives illimitable information through our 5 gateways of knowledge. Mr. Grant, in his most interesting studies of Neapolitan character, describes the training of a young Camorrist. The Camorra is a dangerous political faction, and ill as we may think of the ends of such training, the means are well worth recording. Quote, "The great object of this part of his training was to teach him to observe habitually with minuteness and accuracy, and it was conducted in something like the following manner. When walking through the city, the Camorrist would suddenly pause and ask, 'How was the woman dressed who sat at the door of the 4th house on the last street?' Or, 'What were the 2 men talking about whom we met at the corner of the last street but 3? Or, 'Where was cab number 234 ordered to drive to?' Or perhaps it would be, 'What is the height of that house and the breadth of its upper window?' Or, 'Where does that man live?'" End quote. This habit, again largely a physical habit, of quick perception, has been dwelt upon in other aspects. All that now need be urged is that the quickness of observation natural to a child should not be relied upon. In time, and especially as school studies press upon him, his early quickness deserts the boy. But the trained habit of seeing all that is to be seen, hearing all that is to be heard, remains through life. I have not space to go further into these habitudes of body, which become also mental and moral habitudes, but perhaps reading and reflection and direct teaching on such subjects as the following would be useful: self-control in emergencies, self-restraint in indulgences, self-discipline in habits, alertness to seize opportunities, promptness and vigor in bodily exercises, quick perception as to that which is to be seen, heard, felt, tasted, smelt. Stimulating ideas. A habit becomes morally binding in proportion to the inspiring power of the idea which underlies it. When I was a child, I used to have a book full of moral aphorisms from the Greek and Latin classics, translated. These fine rolling sentences, full of matter, made, I recollect, a great impression on me, and one can understand that the Greek-Roman boy, brought up on this strong meat, developed virtues in regard to which we are a little slack. In like manner, the early Church personified and typified in 1,000 ways the 3 evangelical and 4 cardinal virtues and the opposing 7 deadly sins. We shall have to revive this kind of teaching if we would have children undertake the labor of the discipline of habit, a discipline that we can do no more than initiate. Fortitude. Touch the right spring, and children are capable of an amazing amount of steady effort. I know a little boy of 10 who set himself the task of a solitary race of 3 miles every day in the hot summer holidays because he was to compete in a race when he went back to school. And this, not because he cared much about sports, but because his eldest brother had always distinguished himself in them, and he must do the same. When we think how little power we have to do the tiresome things we set ourselves to do every day, we appreciate the self-compelling power a child can use, given a strong enough impulse. The long name, Fortitude, would have its effect on the little boy in the dentist's hands. It is good to know that it is a manly and knightly virtue to be strong, to bear up pain and inconvenience without making any sign. The story of the Spartan boy and the fox will still wake an echo, and the girl who finds it a fine thing to endure hardness will not make a fuss about her physical sensations. She will be pained for the want of fortitude which called forth reproof. Could ye not watch with me 1 hour? And will brace herself to bear that she may be able to serve. Portia, the wife of Brutus, gave a fair test of her quality when she wounded her tender flesh to prove that she was fit to share her husband's counsels. Service. Service is another knightly quality which a child should be nerved for by heroic examples until he grudges to let slip an opportunity. Courage. Courage, too, should be something more than the impulse of the moment. It is a natural fire to be fed by heroic example and by the teaching that the thing to be done is always of more consequence than the doer. Prudence. Prudence, too, is a condition of knightly service, whether to our kind or to our kin, and courage without prudence is recklessness. But in this connection of bodily service, prudence is largely concerned with the duty of health. I have heard of a boy at a school where a good deal of hygienic teaching was given, getting quite anxious and overcharged with the care of his own health. This meaner kind of caution is not worthy to be called prudence, which should regard every physical power as a means of service and of conflict, and should think it a shame by any foolhardiness to make any part of the body unable for its due service. Chastity. For chastity we can have no impulse higher than, "Your bodies are the temples of the Holy Ghost." But how inadequately do we present the thought. The inspiring ideas which should sustain all physical culture and training are very numerous, and teaching on such subjects as chastity, fortitude, courage, constancy, prudence, temperance, with the consideration of heroic examples, should strengthen the hands of parents and teachers for their better physical culture of their charges. Parents would do well to see to it that they turn out their children fit for service, not only by observing the necessary hygienic conditions, but by bringing their bodies under rule, training them in habits, and inspiring them with the ideas of knightly service. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 11, Some Unconsidered Aspects of Intellectual Training. We are law-abiding in matters physical and moral. We all recognize that we are under the reign of law so far as our bodies go. We know that put your finger in the fire and it will be burnt. Sit in a draught and you will catch cold. Live a vigorous and temperate life and health will be your reward. That law attends our steps with its penalties and rewards in all matters physical we know very well. Some of us go further and have a personal sense of the lawgiver in matters of sickness and health. In sickness especially we feel that God is dealing with us, and we endeavor to lay ourselves open to the lesson of the hour. In moral matters, too, we live under law. We may forget ourselves, but we have compunctions and are aware of the penalties. Not so in matters intellectual. But in matters intellectual, we are disposed to stand upon our rights. Here we recognize no authority, abide no law. Every man is free to his own opinion, however casually formed. Every man kindles his own lights, and thinks no more is expected of him than to live up to those lights. In fact, our attitudes with regard to our own intellectual processes leads to that disturbing sense of duality which causes the shipwreck of many lives, the distressing unrest of others, and the easy drifting of many more. Our thinking is not a separate thing from our conduct and our prayers, or even from our bodily well-being. Man is not several entities. He is one spirit, visibly expressed in bodily form, with many powers. He can work and love and pray and live righteously, but all these are the outcome of the manner of thoughts he thinks. 3 ultimate facts, not open to question. There are 2 directions in which we commit intellectual offenses against the law and oppose ourselves to authority. In the first place, we are disposed to regard everything by turns as an open question. We forget that there are 3 ultimate postulates which the thought of man can neither prove nor disprove, though in every age it has played uneasily about one or the other. God, self, and the world are the 3 fixed points of thought. The active Western mind, with each new evolution of scientific thought, finds again and again that there is no place for God in the world. Nay, so active and pleasant is the conception of self that an important school of philosophy has demonstrated that the real world is no more than a simulacrum, a mirage, as it were, projected from the conscious self. The more passive Eastern mind is, on the contrary, inclined to regard selfhood as a passing phase in a state of absorption or reabsorption by deity. But when we learn to realize that God is, self is, the world is, with all that these existences imply, quite untouched by any thinking of ours, unprovable and self-proven, why, we are at once put into a more humble attitude of mind. We recognize that above us, about us, within us, there are, quote, more things than are dreamt of in our philosophy, end quote. We realize ourselves as persons. We have a local habitation, and we live and move and have our being in and under a supreme authority. It is not well that we should take for granted that everybody knows these things. Perhaps we all have a hearsay acquaintance with, but very few of us have a realizing knowledge of, these ultimate facts. Limitations of reason. A second direction in which it is well that we should recognize our limitations is with regard to the nature and function of what we call our reason, and should perhaps describe more accurately as our power of reasoning. We all know how often we go to bed with a difficult question to settle. We say we will sleep on it, and in the morning, behold, the whole question has worked itself into shape. We see all its bearings and know just how to act. We are so accustomed to take wonders as matters of course, mere everyday events, that it does not occur to us to be surprised. We even say the mind is clear after sleep, regardless of the fact that we have no labor of thinking at all in the morning. All comes straight from itself. When we come to think of it, most of our decisions arrive in this unlaborious way. We really cannot say that we have thought such and such a matter out. The decision comes to us in a flash, by intuition, what you will. The subject is a large one, but all I care to stipulate for here is that children should be taught to know that much of our reasoning and so-called thinking is involuntary, is as much a natural function as is the circulation of our blood, and that this very fact points to the limitations of reason. Reason brings logical proof of any idea we entertain. We personally might or might not be trusted to come to a morally right conclusion from any premise we entertain, but the reasoning power, acting in a more or less mechanical and involuntary manner, does not necessarily work towards the morally right conclusion. All that reason does for us is to prove, logically, any idea we choose to entertain. For example, as we have said, important schools, Eastern and Western, of philosophy, entertain the idea that there is no actual real world independent of man's conception thereof. The logical proofs of this premise pour in upon their minds in such volume that a considerable literature exists to prove an idea which, on the face of it, appears absurd. We all know that entertain a notion that a servant is dishonest, that a friend is false, that a dress is unbecoming, and some power within us, unconsciously to us, sets to work to collect evidence and bring irrefragable proof of the position we have chosen to take up. This is the history of wars and persecutions and family feuds all over the world. How necessary, then, that a child should be instructed to understand the limitations of his own reason, so that he will not confound logical demonstration with eternal truth, and will know that the important thing to him is the ideas he permits himself to entertain, and not by any means the conclusions he draws from these ideas, because these latter are self-evolved. A third fallacy: intellect, man's peculiar sphere; knowledge, his proper discovery. A third fallacy which lies at the root of our thinking, and therefore of our education, is that while nature, morals, and theology may be more or less divine in their origin and relations, not only is intellect man's proper and peculiar sphere, but knowledge, the knowledge of witty inventions, of man and nature, of art and literature, of the heavens above and the earth beneath, all this knowledge is man's proper discovery. He has found it out himself, thought it out for himself, observed, reasoned, collected, labored, gathered his forces, all together of his own will and for his own ends and as an independent agent. Now, this pride of intellect also comes of the arrogance of man, not only in our age, which, I venture to think, is the very best age the world has ever seen, but in all time. It is our nature to lift up our heads and say, "We are the people. Before us there were none like unto us, neither shall there be any more after us." But when we come to ourselves, we realize that our author and father has not in this way made over any single vast realm of our lives into our own hands. Great eras come from time to time. The knowledge that comes to us is given us in repasts, so to speak. Great eras of scientific discovery, or literary activity, or poetic insight, or artistic interpretation comes to the world from time to time, and then there is a long interval for the assimilation of the new knowledge or the new thought. After that, the world is taken by storm by the rise of another constellation of its great intellects, and we do not discern the signs of the times, nor realize that thus our God is bringing us up in knowledge, which is also divine, just as much as in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. The medieval church recognized this great truth, as Mr. Ruskin has eloquently pointed out, showing how the captain figures, the inventors, as it were, of grammar and music, astronomy and geometry, arithmetic and logic, all spake that which was in them under the direct outpouring of the Holy Spirit, even though none of them had any such revelation of the true God as we recognize. What a revolution should we have in our methods of education if we could once conceive that dry as dust subjects like grammar and arithmetic should come to children living with the life of the Holy Spirit, who, we are told, shall teach you all things. Nothing so practical as great ideas. It may occur to some readers to consider that such lines of thought as I have suggested are perhaps interesting, but not practical. Believe me, nothing is so practical as a great idea, because nothing produces such an abundant outcome of practical effort. We must not turn the cold shoulder to philosophy. Education is no more than applied philosophy, our effort to train children according to the wisdom that is in us, and not according to the last novelty in educational ideas. Man, know thyself, is a counsel which we might render, child, know thyself and thy relations to God and man and nature. And to give their children this sort of preparation for life, it is necessary that parents should know something of the laws of mind and of the source of knowledge. The formation of intellectual habits. The second part of our subject, the formation of intellectual habits, need not occupy us long. We know that the possession of some half-dozen such habits makes up what is well called ability, They make a man able to do that which he desires to do with his mental powers, and to labor at the cost of not a 10th part of the waste of tissue which the same work would exact of a person of undisciplined mental habits. We know, too, that the habits in question are acquired through training and are not bestowed as a gift. Genius itself, we have been told, is an infinite capacity of taking pains. We would rather say it is the habit of taking infinite pains, for every child is born with the capacity. We trust blindly to disciplinary subjects. We trust perhaps a little too blindly to the training which certain subjects give in certain mental habits. The classics, we consider, cultivate in one direction, the mathematics in another, science in a third. So they do, undoubtedly, so far as each of these subjects is concerned, but possibly not in forming the general habits of intellectual life which we expect to result. Remove the mathematician from his own field, and he is not any more exact or more on the spot than other men. Indeed, he is rather given to make a big hole for the cat and a little hole for the kitten. The humanities do not always make a man humane, that is, liberal, tolerant, gentle, and candid as regards the opinions and status of other men. The fault does not lie in any one of these or any other of the disciplinary subjects, but in our indolent habit of using each of these as a sort of mechanical contrivance for turning up the soil and sowing the seed. There is no reprieve for parents. It rests with them, even more than with the schoolmaster and his curriculum, to form those mental habits which shall give intellectual distinction to their children throughout their lives. Some intellectual habits. I need not refer again to the genesis of a habit, but perhaps most of us set ourselves more definitely to form physical and moral than we do to form intellectual habits. I will only mention a few such, which should be matters of careful training during the period of childhood. Attention. The power of turning the whole force of the mind upon the subject brought before it. Concentration, which differs from attention in that the mind is actively engaged on some given problem rather than passively receptive. Thoroughness, the habit of dissatisfaction with the slipshod, imperfect grasp of a subject, and of mental uneasiness until a satisfying measure of knowledge is obtained. This habit is generally encouraged by a reference to an encyclopedia to clear up any doubtful point when it turns up. Intellectual volition, the power, that is, of making ourselves think of a given subject at a given time. Most of us know how trying our refractory minds are in this matter, but if the child is accustomed to take pleasure in the effort as effort, the man will find it easy to make himself think of what he will. Accuracy, which is to be taught, not only through arithmetic, but through all the small statements, messages, and affairs of daily life. Reflection, the ruminating power which is so strongly developed in children, and is somehow lost, with much besides, of the precious cargo they bring with them into the world. There is nothing sadder than the way we allow intellectual impressions to pass over the surface of our minds without any effort to retain or assimilate. Meditation. I can only mention one more invaluable habit. Mr. Romanes consulted Darwin about the conduct of his intellectual life. Meditate, was the answer, and we are told that the younger scientist set great store on this advice. Meditation is also a habit to be acquired, or rather preserved, for we believe that children are born to meditate as they are to reflect. Indeed, the two are closely allied. In reflecting, we ruminate on what we have received. In meditating, we are not content to go over the past. We allow our minds to follow out our subjects to all its issues. It has long been known that progress in the Christian life depends much on meditation. Intellectual progress, too, depends not on mere reading or laborious getting up of a subject which we call study, but on that active surrender of all the powers of the mind to the occupation of the subject at hand, which is intended by the word meditation. It would be easy for any of us who suggests to himself a dozen more important intellectual habits, the consideration of which should be profitable and stimulating. the sustenance of living ideas. The intellectual life, like every manner of spiritual life, has but one food whereby it lives and grows, the sustenance of living ideas. It is not possible to repeat this too often or too emphatically, for perhaps we err more in this respect than in any other in bringing up children. We feed them upon the white ashes, out of which the last spark of the fire of original thought has long since died. We give them second-rate storybooks, with stale phrases, stale situations, shreds of other people's thoughts, stalest of stale sentiments. They complain that they know how the story will end. But that is not all. They know how every dreary page will unwind itself. I saw it stated the other day that children do not care for poetry, that a stirring narrative in verse is much more to their taste. They do like the tale, no doubt, but poetry appeals to them on other grounds, and Shelley's Skylark will hold a child entranced sooner than any moving anecdote. As for children's art, we hang the nursery with Christmas number pictures, and their books are illustrated on a lower level still. In regard to book illustrations, we are improving a little, but there still is room. Children's literature. The subject of children's literature has been well threshed out, and only one thing remains to be said. Children have no natural appetite for twaddle, and a special literature for children is probably far less necessary than the booksellers would have us suppose. Out of any list of the 100 best books, I believe that 75 would be well within the range of children of 8 or 9. They would delight in Rasselas. Eothen would fascinate them as much as Robinson Crusoe. The Fairy Queen, with its allegory and knightly adventures and sense of free moving in woodland scenery, would exactly fall in with their humor. What they want is to be brought into touch with living thought of the best, and their intellectual life feeds upon it with little meddling on our part. Independent intellectual development of children. We do not sufficiently recognize the independent intellectual development of children, which it is our business to initiate and direct, but not to control or dominate. I know a little girl of 9 who pined every day because the poems of Tennyson, which she loved best, were not to be found in the volumes of the larger works, which were all the house she was visiting at afforded. She literally missed her favorite poems as a child would miss a meal. And why not? The intellectual appetite is just as actual and just as exigent as bodily hunger. More so, alas, in some cases. Miss Martineau has a charming story of the intellectual awakening of, quote, a schoolboy of 10 who laid himself down, back uppermost, with Southey's Thalaba before him, on the first day of the Easter holidays, and turned over the leaves, notwithstanding his inconvenient position, as fast as if he were looking for something, until in a few hours was done, and he was off with it to the public library, bringing back The Curse of Kehama. Thus he went on with all Southey's poems, and some others through his short holidays, scarcely moving voluntarily all those days except to run to the library. He came out of the process so changed that none of his family could help being struck by it. The expression of his eye, the cast of his countenance, his use of words, and his very gait were changed. In 10 days he advanced years in intelligence, and I have always thought that this was the turning point of his life. His parents wisely and kindly let him alone, aware that school would presently put an end to all excess in the new indulgence." End quote. As there is no religious conversion for the child who has always been brought up in the conscious presence of God, so parents who have always satisfied the intellectual craving of their children must needs forego the delight of watching a literary awakening. A little girl, brought up on temperance principles, who said, quote, "I am so sorry my father isn't a drunkard," end quote, that she might rejoice in his reformation, put the case for us very plainly. Self-selection and self-appropriation. Given a bountiful repast of ideas, the process of natural selection soon begins. Tennyson was his, "Our elm tree's ruddy-hearted blossom flake is fluttering down. Ruby-budded lime, black as ash buds on the front of March, has done more to make field botanists than ever the Science and Art Department was able to undo with its whole apparatus of lectures and examinations. Here again, Browning gives us a poet's impulse to a nature student. By boulder stones, where lichens mock the marks on a moth, and the small ferns fit their teeth to the polished block. Ideas of nature, of life, love, duty, heroism, these children find and choose for themselves from the authors they read, who do more for their education than any deliberate teaching, just for this reason that these vital ideas are self-selected and self-appropriated. I shall touch later upon the burning question of a curriculum which shall furnish children not with the dry bones of fact, but with fact clothed upon with the living flesh, breathed into by the vital spirit of quickening ideas. A teacher objected the other day that it was difficult to teach from Freeman's Old English History because there were so many stories, not perceiving that the stories were the living history, while all the rest was dead. Inherited parsimony in lesson books. I should like to say here that a sort of unconscious inherited parsimony, coming down to us from the days when incomes were smaller and books were fewer, sometimes causes parents to restrict their children unduly in the matter of lesson books. Living books, varied from time to time, and not thumbed over from one schoolroom generation to another until the very thought of them is a weariness to the flesh. But the subject of the intellectual sustenance of children upon ideas is so large and important that I cannot content myself with bald suggestions. Further considered, such subjects as the following might be useful. 1. Children's tastes in fiction, in poetry, in books of travel and adventure, in history, in biography, (most stimulating subject). 2. Ideas of life and conduct that children assimilate from their reading. 3. Ideas of duty assimilated in the same way. 4. Ideas of nature that children seize. 5. The leading, vitalizing ideas and subjects of school study, as geography, grammar, history, astronomy, Caesar's commentaries, etc., etc. Let me again refer the reader to Mr. Ruskin's description of the captain figures at the head of each of the liberal arts in his account of the Spanish chapel, and conclude with a wise sentence of Coleridge's concerning the method of Plato, which should be always present to the minds of persons engaged in the training of children. Plato's education aim. Quote, He desired not to assist in storing the passive mind with the various sorts of knowledge most in request, as if the human soul were a mere repository or banqueting room, but to place in it such relations of circumstance as should gradually excite its vegetating and germinating powers to produce new fruits of thought, new conceptions and imaginations and ideas. End quote. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 12, Some Unconsidered Aspects of Moral Training. 3 Foundation Principles. 3 principles which underlie the educational thought of the Union, and the furtherance of which some of us have deeply at heart are: A. The recognition of authority as a fundamental principle, as universal and as inevitable in the moral world as is that of gravitation in the physical. B. The recognition of the physical basis of habits and of the important part which the formation of habits plays in education. C. The recognition of the vital character and inspiring power of ideas. Authority, the basis of moral teaching. First, let us consider the principle of authority, which is the basis of moral as it is of religious teaching. Ought is part of the verb to owe, and that which we owe is a personal debt to a lawgiver and ruler, however men name the final authority. If they choose to speak of Buddha or humanity, they do not escape from the sense of a moral authority. They know that that which they ought is that which they owe to do, a debt to some power or personality external to themselves. God has made us so that, however much we may be in the dark as to the divine name, we can never, for a minute, escape from the sense of ought. The law, which becomes flesh-torturing and spirit-quelling in proportion as we are removed from the light of revelation. To us, who know the name of God and have the revelation of the Scriptures, authority carries no vague terror. We know what is required of us, and that the requirements are never arbitrary, but necessary in the nature of things, both for the moral government of the world and to gratify the unquestionable desire of every human soul to rise into a higher state of being. Perhaps parents, great as they are and should be in the eyes of their children, should always keep well to the front the fact that their authority is derived. Principles, not rules. God does not allow us to do thus and thus, should be a rarely expressed but often present thought to parents who study the nature of the divine authority where it is most fully revealed, that is, in the Gospels. They see there that authority works by principles and not by rules, and as they themselves are the deputy authorities set over every household, it becomes them to consider the divine method of government. They should discern the signs of the times, too. The tendency is to think that a man can only act according to his lights, and therefore that it is right for him to do that which is right in his own eyes. In other words, that every man is his own final authority in questions of right and wrong. It is extremely important that parents should keep in view and counteract, if need be, this tendency of the day. Limitations of authority. On the other hand, it is well that they should understand the limitations of authority. Even the divine authority does not compel. It indicates the way and protects the wayfarer and strengthens and directs self-compelling power. It permits a man to make free choice of obedience rather than compels him to obey. In their moral training of children, arbitrary action almost always produces revolt. Parents believe that they are doing well to rule their households without considering the pattern, the principles, and the limitations of parental authority. Duty can exist only as that which we owe. An American writer on the moral instruction of children states that, quote, "It is the business of the moral instructor in the school to deliver to his pupils the subject matter of morality, but not to deal with the sanctions of it." End quote. Here we have a contention at least 2,000 years old. Socrates combated it as expressed in the formula, quote, "Man is the measure of all things. Just as each thing appears to each man, so it is to him. All truth is relative." End quote. We say today that a man can but live up to his lights. In other words, there is no authority, no truth, and no law beyond that which every man carries in his own bosom. The necessary issue of this teaching is the doctrine of the unknowable God, the God who, if he exists, does not exist for us because we have no relation with him. It is in their early years at home the children should be taught to realize that duty can exist only as that which we owe to God, that the law of God is exceedingly broad and encompasses us as the air we breathe, only more so, for it reaches into our secret thoughts, and this is not a hardship, but a delight. That mothers should love their little children and make them happy all day long, this is part of the law of God. The children are glad when they are good, and sad when they are naughty. This, too, is the law of God, that if Tommy drops his spoon, it falls to the ground, is a law of God, too, of a different kind. Mother or teacher cannot give children a better inheritance than the constant sense of being ruled and encompassed by law, and that law is another name for the will of God. Morals do not come by nature. No doubt every child is born with a conscience, that is, with a sense that he ought to choose the right and refuse the wrong. But he is not born with the power to discern good and evil. An educated conscience is a far rarer possession than we imagine. We are all startled now and then by the laxities of right-minded neighbors in matters the right and wrong of which is patent to ourselves. But probably our own moral eccentricities are equally startling to our friends. The blame rests in our faulty moral education, which has hardly made us aware of fallacious thought and insincere speech. We believe that Latin and Greek must be taught, but that morals come by nature. A certain rough-and-ready kind of morality, varying with our condition, does come by heredity and environment. But that most delicate and beautiful of human possessions, an educated conscience, comes only by teaching with authority and adorning by example. Children born neither moral nor immoral. It is curious how educated people are still at sea as regards to the moral status of children. Some time ago I was present at an interesting discussion among the members of an educational society on the subject of children's lives. It was interesting to notice that the meeting, consisting of able, educated people, divided itself into those who held that children were born true and those who held that they were born false. It did not occur to anybody to recall his own childhood or even to reflect on his own condition at the present moment. The question lay between children being born moral and born immoral. Nobody reflected that every human being comes into the world with infinite possibilities for good, and alas, infinite possibilities for evil. Possibly the evil hereditary tendencies which may be rectified by education, or with good tendencies which his upbringing may nullify. Moral teaching. We need to go no further than the Ten Commandments and our Lord's exposition of the moral law to find corrective teaching for the spasmodic, impulsive, moral efforts which tend to make up our notion of what the children call being good. And nowhere shall we find a more lucid and practical commentary on the moral law than is set forth in the Church Catechism. It was the practice of a venerable father of the Church, Bishop Ken, to recite the, quote, duty towards God and the duty towards my neighbor every day. It is a practice worth imitating, and it would not be amiss to let all children of whatever communion learn these short abstracts of the whole duty of man. Of the poets. The poets give us the best help in this kind of teaching, as, for example, Wordsworth's Ode to Duty. Stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace, nor know we anything so fair as the smile upon thy face. Flowers laugh before thee in their beds, and fragrance in their footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens through thee are fresh and strong. Or Matthew Arnold's lines on Rugby Chapel. Servants of God, or sons shall I not call you, because not as servants ye knew your Father's innermost mind, his who unwillingly sees one of his little ones lost. Yours is the praise, if mankind hath not as yet in its march fainted and fallen and died. Or this, again, of Tennyson. Not once or twice in our fair island story the path of duty was the way to glory. He that ever following her commands, on with toil of heart and knees and hands, through the long gorge to the far light, has won his path upward and prevailed, shall find the toppling crags of duty scaled, are close upon the shining tablelands to which our God himself is moon and sun. Or Matthew Arnold's Morality. How tasks in hours of insight willed can be through hours of gloom fulfilled. Possibly we could hardly do better than lead children to reflect on some high poetic teaching, adding love to law and devotion to duty, so that children shall know themselves, by duty as by prayer, quote, bound by gold chains about the feet of God. End quote. In the matter of the ideas that inspire the virtuous life, we miss much by our way of taking things for granted. Ethical teachings of the Middle Ages. The medieval church preserved classical traditions. It endeavored to answer the Socratic inquiry, what ought we to do, and what do we mean by the words ought and doing and acting? It is answered as far as might be the way of object lessons, visible signs of spiritual things signified. In the Arena Chapel at Padua, we have Giotto's faith and infidelity, love and envy, charity and avarice, justice and injustice, temperance and gluttony, hope and despair, pictured forth in unmistakable characters for the reading of the unlearned and ignorant. We have the same theme, treated with a difference, in what Mr. Ruskin calls the Bible of Amines, where we may study humility and pride, temperance and gluttony, chastity and lust, charity and avarice, hope and despair, faith and idolatry, perseverance and atheism, love and discord, obedience and rebellion, courage and cowardice, patience and anger, gentleness and churlishness, and pairs of quatrefoils, and upper and lower, each under the feet of an apostle who was held to personify the special virtue. But we know nothing about cardinal virtues and deadly sins. We have no authoritative teaching. We have no teaching by authoritative utterance strong in the majesty of virtue. We work out no schemes of ethical teaching in marble. We paint no scale of virtues on our walls, and no repellent vices. Our poets speak for us, it is true, but the moral aphorisms, set like jewels though they may be on the forefinger of time, are scattered here and there, and we leave it serenely to happy chance whether our children shall or shall not light upon the couple of lines which should fire them with the impulse to virtuous living. It may be said that we neglect all additional ethical teaching because we have the Bible. But how far and how do we use it? Here we have indeed the most perfect ethical system, the most inspiring and heart-enthralling that the world has ever possessed. But it is questionable whether we attempt to set a noble child's heart beating with the thought that he is required to be perfect as his Father, which is in heaven, is perfect. High ideals. It is time we set ourselves seriously to this work of moral education, which is to be done, most of all, by presenting the children with high ideals. Quote, lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime. End quote. And the study of the lives of great men and of great moments in the lives of smaller men is most wonderfully inspiring to children, especially when they perceive the strenuousness of the childhood out of which a noble manhood has evolved itself. As one grows older, no truth strikes one more than that, quote, the child is father to the man. End quote. It is amazing how many people of one's own acquaintance have fulfilled the dreams of their childhood and early youth, and have had their days indeed bound each to each in natural piety. Value biography. The Bible is, of course, a storehouse of most inspiring biographies, but it would be well if we could manage our teaching so as to bring out in each character the master thought of all his thinking. The late Queen has done this with singular tact and power in the Albert Memorial Chapel, where, as we know, prophets and patriarchs are presented, each showing in action that special virtue or form of endeavor which seemed to her the keynote of his character. This is a happy effort to revive the medieval object teaching of which I have already spoken. The same thing occurs again in the School of Song of the Edinburgh Cathedral, where Mr. Tranquaire has frescoed the walls to illustrate the Benedicite, where holy and humble men of heart, for example, is illustrated by 3 men of our own day of different schools of thought. Cardinal Newman is the only one I recollect. The force of this kind of master idea and the unity it gives to life cannot be better illustrated than by perhaps the apocryphal "I will be good" of our late beloved Queen. There are few children in the kingdom whose hearts have not thrilled to the phrase. Perhaps she will one day know how much was done to give moral impulse to this great empire by that simple, childlike promise so abundantly fulfilled. Of patriotic poems. Next in value to biographies from the point of view of inspiration are the burning words of the poets. Tennyson's Ode to the Iron Duke, for example. Perhaps no poet has done more to stir the fire of patriotism amongst us than Mr. Rudyard Kipling. Quote, "We learn from our wistful mothers to call old England home," opens the door to a flood of patriotic feeling, as indeed do the whole of the poems The Native Born and The Flag of England. Never was isle so little, never were seas so lone, but over the scud and the palm trees the English flag has flown. From another point of view, how this, of Browning's, makes the heart quick with patriotic emotions. Buy me English posies, Kent and Surrey May, violets of the Thundercliff, wet with Channel spray, cowslips of the Devon combe, Midland firs afire. Buy my English posies, and I'll sell you heart's desire. Mottos. In the reading of the Bible, of poetry, of the best prose, the culling of mottos is a delightful and most stimulating occupation, especially if a motto book is kept, perhaps under headings, perhaps not. It would not be a bad idea for children to make their own yearbook, with a motto for every day in the year culled from their own reading. What an incentive to a good day it would be to read in the morning as a motto of our very own choice and selection, and not the voice of an outside mentor, "Keep ye the law, be swift in all obedience." The theme suggests endless subjects for consideration and direct teaching. For example, lives with a keynote, Bible heroes, Greek heroes, poems of moral inspiration, poems of patriotism, duty, or any single moral quality, moral object lessons, mottos and where to find them, etc. The habit of sweet thoughts. Moral habits, the way to form them, and the bounden duty of every parent to send children into the world with a good outfit of moral habits, is a subject so much to the front of our thoughts that I need not dwell further upon it here. The moral impulse having been given by means of some such inspiring idea as we have considered, the parent's or teacher's next business is to keep the idea well to the front, with tact and delicacy, and without insistence, and to afford apparently casual opportunities for moral effort on the lines of the first impulse. Again, let us keep before the children that it is the manner of thoughts we think which matters, and in the early days, when a child's face is an open book to his parents, the habit of sweet thoughts must be kept up, and every selfish, resentful, unamiable movement of children's minds observed in the countenance must be changed before consciousness sets in. Virtues in which children should be trained. One more point. Parents should take pains to have their own thoughts clear as to the manner of virtues they want their children to develop. Candor, fortitude, temperance, patience, meekness, courage, generosity, indeed the whole roll of the virtues, would be stimulating subjects for thought and teaching, offering ample illustrations. One caution I should like to offer. A child's whole notion of religion is being good. It is well that he should know that being good is not his whole duty to God, although it is so much of it, that the relationship of love and personal service which he owes as a child to his father, as a subject to his king, is even more than the being good which gives our Almighty Father such pleasure in his children. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 13. Some Unconsidered Aspects of Religious Education. Authority in Religious Education. I should like to preface my remarks on religious education by saying that there is not the slightest pretense that they are exhaustive. My treatment has for its object the indication of practical lines for religious education, and I very earnestly hope that the reader will find I have left out things I should have said, or said things I ought not to have said. Let us first consider how the principle of authority bears on religious teaching. The sense of duty, more or less illuminated or more or less benighted, is always relative to a ruler with whom it rests to say, "Thou shalt," or "Thou shalt not." It is brought home, too, to most of us who are set in authority that we ourselves are acting under a higher and finally under the highest rule. A child cannot have a lasting sense of duty until he is brought into contact with the supreme authority who is the source of law, and the pleasing of whom converts duty into joy. In these rather latitudinarian days, there is perhaps no part of religious teaching more important than to train children in the sense of the immediate presence and continual going forth of the supreme authority. Quote, "Thou art about my path and about my bed, and spiest out all my ways," end quote, should be a thought not of fear, but of very great comfort to every child. This constant recognition of authority excites the twofold response of docility and of reverence. It is said that the children of our day are marked by willfulness and a certain flippancy and want of reverence. If this is so, and insofar as it is so, it is because children are brought up without the consciousness of the relation to God, whom we are taught to call our Father. This divine name reminds us that authority is lodged in the author of our being, and is tender, pitiful, preventive, strong to care for, and wise to govern, as we see it feebly shown forth even in the best of human fathers. Questions in the air. But there are questions in the air about the authenticity of the Scriptures and what not, and we are all more or less at the mercy of words. And because the so-called higher criticism finds much to question as to the verbal accuracy of the passages of Scriptures, we get a dim idea that the divine authority itself is in question. One part of the work of this union is, no doubt, to strengthen the hands of parents by comforting them with the sense of the higher power behind theirs, and always supporting them in the exercise of the deputed powers they hold as heads of families. There is another notion in the air which tells against the recognition of authority, and that is the great increased respect for individual personality and for the right of each individual to develop on the lines of his own character. But it is a mistake to suppose that the exercise of authority runs counter to any individual development that is not on morally wrong lines. How authority works. The supreme authority, and all deputed authority, works precisely as does a good and just national government, whose business it is to defend the liberties of the subject at all points, even by checking, repressing, and punishing the license which interferes with the rights of others and with the true liberty of the transgressor. The law, that is, the utterance of authority, is for the punishment of evildoers, but for the praise of them that do well. And the association of harshness, punishment, force, arbitrary dealings with the idea of authority, human and divine, is an example of the confusion of thought to which most of our errors in conduct are traceable. It is not authority which punishes. The penalties which follow us through life, of which those in the family are a faint foretaste, are the inevitable consequences of broken law, whether moral or physical, and from which authority, strong and benign, exists to save us by prevention and, if needs be, by lesser and corrective penalties. It seems to me that reading and teaching on the following subjects, for example, might help to focus thought on a subject of vital importance. Our relation to the supreme authority, not a relation of choice, but as inevitable as the family relationships into which we are born. The duty of loyalty and the shame of infidelity. The duty of reverence. The duty of docility to indications of the divine will. Scriptural revelations of God as the ruler of men, as saying to Abraham, "Go, and he goeth," to Cyrus, "Do this, and he doeth." Revelations which history affords of God as the ruler of nations, and as the benign ruler of men who prospers the ways of his servants. How the sense of the divine authority may be imparted in the home. How reverence for holy things may be taught. Definite Bible teaching on its head. Indeed, the subject is capable of great amplification and suggests trains of thought very important in these days. The habits of the religious life. The next point we must set ourselves to consider is the laying down of lines of habit in the religious life. We need not enter again into the physiological reasons for the compelling power of habit. My present purpose is to consider how far this power can be employed in the religious development of a child. Let us consider the subject as it bears upon the habits of thought and of attitude, of life and of speech. Though indeed all these are one, for every act and attitude is begotten of a thought, however unaware we may be of thinking. Habit of the thought of God. It is said of the wicked that, quote, "God is not in all their thoughts," end quote. Of the child, it should be said that God is in all his thoughts. Happy-making, joyous thoughts, restful and dutiful thoughts, thoughts of loving and giving and serving, the wealth of beautiful thoughts with which every child's heart overflows. We are inclined to think that a child is a little morbid and precocious when he asks questions and has imaginings about things divine, and we do our best to divert him. What he needs is to be guided into true, happy thinking. Every day should bring him new thoughts of God, new hopes of heaven. He understands things divine better than we do, because his thoughts have not been shaped to a conventional standard. And thoughts of God are to him an escape into the infinite from the worrying limitations, the perception of the prison bars, which are among the bitter pangs of childhood. To keep a child in this habit of the thought of God, so that to lose it, even for a little while, is like coming home after an absence and finding his mother out, is a very delicate part of a parent's work. Reverent attitudes. The importance of reverent attitudes is a little apt to be overlooked in these days. We are, before all things, sincere, and are afraid to insist upon mere forms, feeling it best to leave the child to the natural expression of his own emotions. Here perhaps we are wrong, as it is just as true to say that the form gives birth to the feeling as that the feeling should give birth to the form. Children should be taught to take time, to be reverent at grace before meals, at family prayers, at their own prayers, in church, when they are old enough to attend. Perhaps some of us may remember standing daily by our mother's knee in reverent attitude to recite the Apostles' Creed, and the recollection of the reverence expressed in that early act remains with one through a lifetime. Because of the angels, should be a thought to repress unbecoming behavior in children. It is a mistake to suppose that the forms of reverence need to be tiresome to them. They love little ceremonies, and to be taught to kneel nicely while saying their short prayers would help them to a feeling of reverence in after life. In connection with children's behavior in church, the sentiment and forms of reverence cannot be expected if they are taken to church too young or too long services, or are expected to maintain their attention throughout. If children must be taken to long services, they should be allowed the resource of a Sunday picture book, and told that the hymns and the Our Father, for example, are the parts of the service for them. But in these days of bright, short services, especially adapted for children, the difficulty need not arise. Regularity in devotions. The habit of regularity in children's devotions is very important. The mother cannot always be present, but I have known children far more punctual in their devotions when away from their mother because they know it is to be her wish than if she were there to remind them. They may say, like a little friend of mine, aged 4, "Mother, I always worship idols." "Do you indeed, Margaret? When?" "Why, when I say my prayers to the chair." But it is a great thing for all of us to get the habit of saying our prayers at a given time and a given place, which comes to be to us as a holy place. The chair, or the bedside, or the little prayer table, or best of all, the mother's knee, plays no small part in framing the soul to a habit of devotion. In this connection, it is worthwhile to remark that the evening prayers of children and of school girls and boys should not be left until the children are tired and drop asleep over their evening exercises. After tea is a very good set time for prayers when it can be managed. The habit of reading the Bible. The habit of hearing and later of reading the Bible is one to establish at an early age. We are met with the difficulty that the Bible is, in fact, a library containing passages and indeed whole books which are not for the edification of children, and many parents fall back upon the little collection of texts for morning and evening use. But I doubt the wisdom of this plan. We may believe that the narrative teaching of the Scriptures is far more helpful to children anyway than the stimulating moral and spiritual texts picked out for them in little devotional books. The 2-penny single books of the Bible, published by the Bible Society, should be a resource for parents. A child old enough to take pleasure in reading for himself would greatly enjoy reading through the Gospel of St. Mark, bit by bit, for example, in a nice little book, as part of his morning's devotions. Children formalists by nature. But while pressing the importance of habits of prayer and devotional reading, it should be remembered that children are little formalists by nature, and that they should not be encouraged in long readings or long prayers with the notion of any merit in such exercises. The habit of praise. Perhaps we do not attach enough importance to the habit of praise in our children's devotions. Praise and thanksgiving come freely from the young heart. Gladness is natural and holy, and music is a delight. The singing of hymns at home and of the hymns and canticles in church should be a special delight. And the habit of soft and reverent singing, of offering our very best in praise, should be carefully formed. Hymns with a story, such as "A little ship was on the sea," "I think when I read that sweet story of old," "Hushed was the evening hymn," are perhaps the best for little children. Children should be trained in the habits of attention and real devotion during short services or parts of services. The habit of finding their places in the prayer book and following the service is interesting and aids attention. But perhaps it would be well to tell children of even 10 or 11 that during the litany, for example, they might occupy themselves by saying over silently hymns that they know. The habit of Sunday keeping. The habit of Sunday observances, not rigid, not dull, and yet peculiar to the day, is especially important. Sunday stories, Sunday hymns, Sunday walks, Sunday talks, Sunday painting, Sunday knitting even, Sunday card games should all be special to the day, quiet, glad, serene. The people who clamor for a Sunday that shall be as other days little know how healing to the jaded brain is the change of thought and occupation the seventh day brings with it. There is hardly a more precious inheritance to be handed on than that of the traditional English Sunday, stripped of its austerities, we hope, but keeping its character of quiet gladness and communion with nature as well as with God. But I cannot pursue the subject any further. The field of the habits of the religious life should afford many valuable matters for reflection and teaching, as, for example, the habitual thought of God in a family, the habit of reverence in thought, attitude, act, and speech, the habit of prayer as regards time, place, manner, matter, the habit of praise and thanksgiving, the habits of attention and devotion during a service or part of a service, aids to devout habits, the habit of devotional reading. Inspiring ideas of the religious life. The most important part of our subject remains to be considered, the inspiring ideas we propose to give children in the things of the divine life. This is a matter we are a little apt to leave to chance, but when we consider the vitalizing power of an idea and how a single great idea changes the current of a life, it becomes us to consider very carefully what ideas of the things of God we may most fitly offer children, and how these may be most invitingly presented. It is a very sad fact that many children get their first ideas of God in the nursery, and that these are a being on the watch for their transgressions and always ready to chastise. It is hard to estimate the alienation which these first ideas of the Divine Father set up in the hearts of his little children. Another danger is, lest the things of the divine life should be made too familiar and hackneyed, that the name of our blessed Lord should be used without reverence, and that children should get the notion that the Lord God exists for their uses and not they for his service. The fatherhood of God. Perhaps the first vitalizing idea to give children is that of the tender fatherhood of God, that they live and move and have their being within the divine embrace. Let children grow up in this joyful assurance, and in the days to come, infidelity to this closest of all relationships will be as shameful a thing in their eyes as it was in the eyes of the Christian church during the age of faith. The kingship of Christ. Next, perhaps, the idea of Christ their King is fitted to touch springs of conduct and to rouse the enthusiasm of loyalty in children who have it in them, as we all know, to bestow heroic devotion on that which they find heroic. Perhaps we do not make enough of this principle of hero worship in human nature in our teachings of religion. We are inclined to make our religious aims subjective rather than objective. We are tempted to look upon Christianity as a scheme of salvation, designed and carried out for our benefit, whereas the very essence of Christianity is passionate devotion to an altogether adorable person, our Savior. But recognizing this, there is still a danger in these days of adopting a rosewater treatment in our dealings with children. Few grown-up people, alas, have so keen and vivid a sense of sin as the little transgressors, say, of 6 or 7. Many a naughty, passionate, or sulky, and generally hardened little offender is so simply because he does not know, with any personal knowledge, that there is a Savior of the world, who has waiting for him instant forgiveness and waiting love. But here again the thoughts of a child should be turned outward to Jesus, our Savior, and not inward to his own thoughts and feelings towards our blessed Savior. The indwelling of the Holy Ghost. One more salient truth of the Christian verity I have space to touch upon. Most Christian parents teach their children to recognize the indwelling of the Holy Ghost, the Comforter. They expand the ideas expressed in, enable with perpetual light the dullness of our blinded sight, anoint and cheer our soiled face with the abundance of thy grace. But it would be well if we could hinder in our children's minds the rise of a wall of separation between things sacred and things so-called secular, by making them feel that all sound learning, as well as all religious instruction, falls within the office of God, the Holy Spirit, the supreme educator of mankind. Many other inspiring ideas concerning the religious life will occur to every parent and teacher, ideas of more value than any I can suggest. Teaching, reading, and meditation, for example, on any one of the several clauses of the Lord's Prayer and of the Apostles' Creed, or again on the clauses of that deity towards God in the Church Catechism, which all who receive the Old and New Testament Scriptures must accept, should be profitable. I have touched, very inadequately, not upon all that is necessary to bring up children in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, but on a few of the principles which seem to me essential. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Broussard. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 14, A Master Thought. A Motto. Some of my readers will know the Parents' Union motto, education is an atmosphere, a discipline, a life, especially well in the neat diagrammatic form in which it appears on the covers of our library books. I am told that we, as a society, are destined to live by our motto. A notable educationalist writes to me, in connection with public education, there is more need than ever for such a view of education as that embodied in the memorable words which are the motto of the Parents' Review. An inspiring motto must always be a power, but to live upon the good repute of our motto and to live up to it and in it are two different things, and I am afraid the Parents' Union has much and continual thinking and strenuous living to face if it proposes to stand before the world as interpreting and illustrating these memorable words. But we are not a faint-hearted body. We mean and mean intensely. And to those who propose the best and endeavor after the best arrives. 19th century formula, education is an atmosphere. Meantime, we sometimes err, I think, in taking a part for the whole, and a part of a part for the whole of that part. Of the three clauses of our definition, that which declares that education is an atmosphere pleases us most, perhaps because it is the most inviting to the laissez-aller principle of human nature. By the way, we lose something by substituting environment, that blessed word Mesopotamia, for atmosphere. The latter word is symbolic, it is true, but a symbol means more to us all than the name of the thing signified. We think of fresh air, pure, bracing, tonic, of the definite act of breathing, which must be fully accomplished. And we are incited to do more and mean more in the matter of our children's surroundings if we regard the whole as an atmosphere than if we accept the more literal environment. Results in inanition. But, supposing that education is an atmosphere brings a fresh and vigorous thought to our minds. Suppose that it means to us, for our children, sunshine and green fields, pleasant rooms and good pictures, schools where learning is taken in by the gentle act of inspiration, followed by the expiration of all that which is not wanted, where charming teachers compose the children by a half mesmeric effluence which inclines them to do as others do, be as others are. Suppose that all this is included in our notion of education is an atmosphere. May we not sit at our ease and believe that all is well, and that the whole of education has been accomplished? No. Because though we cannot live without air, neither can we live upon air. And children, brought up upon environment, soon begin to show signs of inanition. They have little or no healthy curiosity, power of attention, or of effort. What is worse, they lose spontaneity and initiative. They expect life to drop into them, like drops into the rain tub, without effort or intention on their part. And ennui. This notion that education is included in environment or, at the best, in atmosphere, has held the ground for a generation or two. And it seems to me that it has left its mark upon our public and our private lives. We are more ready to be done unto than to do. We do not care for the labor of ordering our own lives in this direction or in that. They must be conducted for us. A press of engagements must compel us into what next and what next after. We crave for spectacular entertainment, whether in the way of pageants in the streets or spectacles on the boards. Even Shakespeare has come to be so much the occasion for gorgeous spectacles that what the poet says is of little moment compared with the show a play affords. There is nothing intentionally vicious in all this. It is simply our effort to escape from the ennui that results from a one-sided view of education, that education is an atmosphere only. 18th century formula, education is a life, results in intellectual exhaustion. A still more consuming ennui set in at the end of the 18th century, and that also was the result of a partial view of education. Education is a life was the unconscious formula then, and a feverish chase after ideas was the outcome. It is pathetic to read how Madame de Staël and her coterie, or that blue stocking coterie, which met at the Hotel Rambouillet, for example, went little to bed because they could not sleep, and spent long nights in making character sketches of each other, enigmas, anagrams, and other futilities of the intellect, and met again, some of them, at early breakfast to compose and sing little airs upon little themes. We may be as much inclined to yawn in each other's faces as they were, but, anyway, if we sin as they did by excess in one direction, there is less wear and tear in a succession of shows than in their restless pursuit of inviting notions. Still, the beginning of the 19th century has its lessons for the beginning of the 20th. They erred, as we do, because they did not understand the science of the proportion of things. We are inclined to say education is environment. They would say education is ideas. The truth includes both of these, and a third definition, introducing another side, a third aspect of education. Education is the cultivation of faculties, leads to abnormal developments. The third conceivable view, education is a discipline, has always had its votaries, and has them still. That the discipline of the habits of the good life, both intellectual and moral, forms a good third of education, we all believe. The excess occurs when we imagine that certain qualities of character and conduct run out. A prepared product, like carded wood, from this or that educational machine, mathematics or classics, science or athletics. That is, when the notion of the development of the so-called faculties takes the place of the more physiologically true notion of the formation of intellectual habits. The difference does not seem to be great, but two streams that rise within a foot of one another may water different countries and fall into different seas. And a broad divergence in practice often arises from what appears to be a small difference in conception in matters educational. The father of Plutarch had him learn his Homer that he might get heroic ideas of life. Had the boy been put through his Homer as a classical grind, as a machine for the development of faculty, a pedant would have come out, and not a man of the world in touch with life at many points, capable of bringing men and affairs to the touchstone of a sane and generous mind. It seems to me that this notion of the discipline which should develop faculty has tended to produce rather one-sided men, with the limitations which belong to abnormal development. An artist told me the other day that the condition of successful art is absorption in art, that the painter must think pictures, paint pictures, nothing but pictures. But when art was great, men were not mere artists. Quentin Matsis wrought in iron and painted pictures and did many things besides. Michelangelo wrote sonnets, designed buildings, painted pictures. Marble was by no means his only vehicle of expression. Leonardo wrote treatises, planned canals, played instruments of music, did 100 things, and all exquisitely. But then, the idea of the development of faculty, and the consequent discipline, had not occurred to these great men or their guardians. Education has 3 faces. Having safeguarded ourselves from the notion that education has only one face, we may go on to consider how education is a life without the risk of thinking that we are viewing more than one side of the subject. Education is a life, one of these. It has been said that man doth not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. And the augustousness of the occasion on which the words were spoken has caused us to confine their meaning to what we call the life of the soul, when, indeed, they include a great educational principle which was better understood by the medieval church than by ourselves. May I be allowed once again to describe a painting in which the educational creed of many of us is visibly expressed? The reader is, probably, familiar with the frescoes on the walls of the so-called Spanish chapel of the Church of St. Maria Novella. The philosophy of the Middle Ages dealt, as we know, with theology as its subject matter. And, while there is much ecclesiastical polity with which we have little sympathy pictured on the remaining walls, on one compartment of wall and roof we have a singularly satisfying scheme of educational thought. At the highest point of the picture we see the Holy Ghost, descending in the likeness of a dove. Immediately below, in the upper chamber, are the disciples who first received his inspiration. Below again is the promiscuous crowd of all nationalities who are brought indirectly under the influence of that first outpouring. And in the foreground are 2 or 3 dogs, showing that the dumb creation was not excluded from benefiting by the new grace. In the lower compartment of the great design are angelic figures of the cardinal virtues, which we all trace, more or less, to divine inspiration, floating above the seated figures of apostles and prophets, of whom we know that they spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. So far, this medieval scheme of philosophy reveals no new thought to persons instructed in the elements of Christian truth. But below the prophets and apostles are a series of pictured niches, those to the right being occupied by the captain figures, the ideal representations of the 7 liberal arts, figures of singular grace and beauty representing such familiar matters as grammar, rhetoric, logic, music, astronomy, geometry, and arithmetic, all of them under the outpouring of the Spirit of God. Still more liberal is the philosophy which places at the foot of each of these figures him who was then accepted as the leader and representative of each several science. Priscian, Cicero, Aristotle, Tubal-Cain, Zoroaster, Euclid, Pythagoras, men who a narrower and later theology would have placed beyond the pale of the Christian religion, and therefore of the teaching of the Spirit of God. But here, all are represented as under the same divine outpouring which illuminated the disciples in the upper chamber. A creed which unifies life. Our nature craves after unity. The travail of thought, which is going on today and has gone on as long as we have any record of men's thoughts, has been with a view to establishing some principle for the unification of life. Here, we have the scheme of a magnificent unity. We are apt to think that piety is one thing, that our intellectual and artistic yearnings are quite another matter, and that our moral virtues are pretty much matters of inheritance and environment, and have not much to do with our conscious religion. Hence, there come discords into our lives, discords especially trying to young and ardent souls who want to be good and religious, but who cannot escape from the overpowering drawings of art and intellect and mere physical enjoyment. They have been taught to consider that these things are, for the most part, alien to the religious life, and that they must choose one or the other. They do choose, and the choice does not always fall upon those things which, in our unscriptural and unphilosophical narrowness, we call the things of God. Let us bless Taddeo Gaddi and Simone Memmi for placing before our eyes a creed, copies of which we might all hang upon our walls, which shows that our piety, our virtue, our intellectual activities, and, let us add, our physical perfections, are all fed from the same source, God Himself, are all inspired by the same Spirit, the Spirit of God. The ages which held this creed were ages of mighty production in every kind. The princely commerce of Venice was dignified and sobered by this thought of the divine inspiration of ideas. Ideas of trade, ideas of justice and fair balance, and of utility. Columbus went out to discover a new world, informed by the divine idea, as our own philosopher Coleridge points out, adding that great interventions and ideas of nature, presented to chosen minds by a higher power than nature herself, suddenly unfold, as it were in prophetic succession, systematic views destined to produce the most important revolutions in the state of man. When Columbus came back, his new world discovered, people and princes took it as from God, and sang Te Deum. The Diet of Great Ideas. Michelangelo writes to his friend, Vittoria Colonna, that good Christians always make good and beautiful figures. In order to represent the adored image of our Lord, it is not enough that a master should be great and able. I maintain that he must also be a man of good morals and conduct, if possible, a saint, in order that the Holy Ghost may give him inspiration. In truth, a nation or man becomes great upon one diet only, the diet of great ideas communicated to those already prepared to receive them by a higher power than nature herself. Science, the teaching vouchsafed to men today. I think we, of the Parents' Union, hold amongst us the little leaven which is able to leaven the whole lump. Let us set ourselves to labor with purpose and passion, to restore to the world, enriched by the additions of later knowledge, that great scheme of unity of life which produced great men and great work in the past. Nor need we fear that in endeavoring after some such doctrine of ideas as may help us in the work of education, we are running counter to science. Many of us feel, and I think rightly, that the teaching of science is the new teaching which is being vouchsafed to mankind in our age. Some of us are triumphant and believe that the elements of moral and religious struggle are about to be eliminated from life, which shall run henceforth, whether happy or disastrous, on the easy plane of the inevitable. Others are bewildered and look in vain for a middle way, a place of reconciliation for science and religion, while others of us, again, take refuge in repudiating evolution and all its works and nailing our colors to religion, interpreted on our own narrow lines. Whichever of these lines we take, we probably err through want of faith. Let us first of all settle it with ourselves that science and religion cannot, to the believer in God, by any possibility be antagonistic. Having assured ourselves of this, we shall probably go on to perceive that the evolution of science is in fact a process of revelation, being brought about in every case, so far as I am aware, by the process which Coleridge has so justly described. That is, that the ideas of nature, presented to chosen minds by a higher power than nature herself, suddenly unfold, as it were in prophetic succession systemic views destined to produce the most important revolutions in the state of man. Huxley defines the utility of biology as helping to give right ideas in this world, which is, after all, he goes on to say, absolutely governed by ideas, and very often by the wildest and most hypothetical ideas. Again, he writes, those who refuse to go beyond the fact rarely get as far as the fact. And anyone who has studied the history of science knows that almost every great step therein has been made by the anticipation of nature. That is, by the invention of hypotheses. One cannot help thinking that scientific men would find the unifying principle they are in search of in the fine saying of Coleridge's, which I have quoted more than once or twice. So would they stand revealed to themselves as the mouthpieces, not merely of the truth, for which they are so ready to combat and suffer, but also as the chosen and prepared servants of Him who is the truth. Evolution, the master thought of the age. Few of us can forget Carlyle's incomparable picture of the tiers état waiting for organization. Wise as serpents, harmless as doves, what a spectacle for France! 600 inorganic individuals, essential for its regeneration and salvation, sit there on their elliptic benches, longing passionately towards life. Less picturesque, but otherwise very much on a par with this, is Coleridge's description of botany, as that science existed in his own day, waiting for the unifying idea which should give it organization. What, he says, is botany at this present hour? Little more than an enormous nomenclature, a huge catalogue, bien arrangé, yearly and monthly augmented in various editions, each with its own scheme of technical memory and its own conveniences of reference. The innocent amusement, the healthful occupation, the ornamental accomplishment of amateurs. It has yet to expect the devotion and energies of the philosopher. The keyword for the interpretation of life, both animal and vegetable, has been presented to our generation, and we cannot make too much of it. The ages have sought for unifying principle. We cannot overstate the enormous repose and satisfaction to the human mind contained in the idea of evolution. But it is well to remember that for 3,000 years, thinkers have been occupied with attempts to explain the world by means of a single principle, which should also furnish an explanation of reason and the human soul. Heracleitos and his age thought that they had laid hold of the informing idea in the phrase, "The true being is an eternal becoming. The universal flux of things explained all." Democritus and his age cried Eureka, solved the riddle of the universe with the saying that nothing exists except atoms moving in vacancy. Many times since, with each epoch-making discovery, has science cried Eureka over the one principle which should explain all things and eliminate personality. But personality remains. But some little knowledge of history and philosophy will give us pause. We shall see that each great discovery, each luminous idea of nature, that the world has received hitherto is like a bend in a tortuous lake, which appears final until your boat approaches it. And then, behold, an opening into further and still further reaches beyond. And the knowledge of God will give us something more than the wider outlook which comes of a knowledge of history. The knowledge that there is what Wordsworth calls the stream of tendency, a stream of immeasurable force in shaping character and events. But there is also personality, a power able to turn the stream of tendency to its uses, if also liable to be carried away in its current. Attitude of parents and teachers towards evolution. If I appear to dwell on a subject which, at first sight, appears to have little to do with the bringing up of children, it is because I think that this attitude towards the great idea, great lesson, set for his age to grasp, is a vital part of a parent's preparation. If parents take no heed of the great thoughts which move through their age, they cannot expect to retain influence over the minds of their children. If they fear and distrust the revelations of science, they introduce an element of distrust and discord into their children's lives. If, with the mere neophyte of science, they rush to the conclusion that the last revelation is final, accounts for all that is in man, and, to say the least, makes God unnecessary and unknowable, or negligible, they may lower the level of their children's living to that struggle for existence, without aspiration, consecration, and sacrifice, of which we hear so much. If, lastly, parents recognize every great idea of nature as a new page in the progressive revelation made by God to men already prepared to receive such idea, if they realize that the new idea, however comprehensive, is not final nor all-inclusive, nor to be set in opposition with that personal knowledge of God, which is the greatest knowledge, why, then their children will grow up in that attitude of reverence for science, reverence for God, and openness of mind, which befits us for whom life is a probation and a continual education. So much for the nutriment of ideas laid on the table of the world during this particular course of its history. Education is a world business. Next, we may have poetry, or art, or philosophy. We cannot tell, but two things are incumbent upon us: to keep ourselves and our children in touch with the great thoughts by which the world has been educated in the past, and to keep ourselves and them in the right attitude towards the great ideas of the present. It is our temptation to make too personal a matter of education, to lose sight of the fact that education is a world business, that the lessons of the age have been duly set, and that each age is concerned not only with its own particular page, but with every preceding page. For who feels that he has mastered a book if he is familiar with only the last page of it? This brings me to a point I am anxious to bring forward. We do not sufficiently realize the need for unity of principle in education. We have no captain idea which shall marshal for us the fighting host of educational ideas which throng in the air. So, in default of a guiding principle, a leading idea, we feel ourselves at liberty to pick one and choose. This man thinks he is free to make science the sum of his son's education. The other chooses the classics. A third prefers a mechanical. A fourth, a commercial program. A fifth makes bodily health his cult, and chooses a school which makes the care of health a special feature of its program. Not that we must allow health to be neglected, but that given good general conditions, the less obvious attention their health receives, the better for the boys and girls. And everyone feels himself at liberty to do that which is right in his own eyes with regard to the education of his children. Let it be our negative purpose to discourage in every way we can the educational faddist. That is, the person who accepts a one-sided notion in place of a universal idea as his educational guide. Our positive purpose is to present, in season and out of season, one such universal idea. That is, that education is the science of relations. A captain idea for us. Education is the science of relations. A child should be brought up to have relations of force with earth and water, should run and ride, swim and skate, lift and carry, should know texture and work in material, should know by name and where and how they live, at any rate, the things of the earth about him, its birds and beasts and creeping things, its herbs and trees, should be in touch with the literature, art and thought of the past and the present. I do not mean that he should know all these things, but he should feel, when he reads of it in the newspapers, the thrill which stirred the Cretan peasants when the frescoes in the palace of King Minos were disclosed to the labor of their spades. He should feel the thrill, not from mere contiguity, but because he has with the past a relationship of living, pulsing thought. And, if blood be thicker than water, thought is more quickening than blood. He must have a living relationship with the present, its historic movement, its science, literature, art, social needs, and aspirations. In fact, he must have a wide outlook, intimate relations all around, and force, virtue, must pass out of him, whether of hand, will, or sympathy, wherever he touches. This is no impossible program. Indeed, it can be pretty well filled in by the time an intelligent boy or girl has reached the age of 13 or 14, for it depends not upon how much is learned, but upon how things are learned. A wider curriculum. Give children a wide range of subjects, with the end in view of establishing in each case some one or more of the relations I have indicated. Let them learn from first-hand sources of information, really good books, the best going, on the subject they are engaged upon. Let them get at the books themselves, and do not let them be flooded with a warm diluent at the lips of their teacher. The teacher's business is to indicate, stimulate, direct, and constrain to the acquirement of knowledge, but by no means to be the fountainhead and source of all knowledge in his or her own person. The less parents and teachers talk in and expound their rations of knowledge and thought to the children they are educating, the better for the children. Peptonized food for a healthy stomach does not tend to a vigorous digestion. Children must be allowed to ruminate, must be left alone with their thoughts. They will ask for help if they want it. We may not choose or reject subjects. You will see at a glance, with this captain idea of establishing relationships as a guide, the unwisdom of choosing or rejecting this or that subject, as being more or less useful or necessary in the view of a child's future. We decide, for example, that Tommy, who is 8, need not waste his time over the Latin grammar. We intend him for commercial or scientific pursuits. What good will it be to him? But we do not know how much we are shutting out from Tommy's range of thought besides the Latin grammar. He has to translate, for example, pueri formosos equos vident. He is a ruminant animal, and has been told something about that strong Roman people whose speech is now brought before him. How their boys catch hold of him. How he gloats over their horses. The Latin grammar is not mere words to Tommy, or rather, Tommy knows, as we have forgotten, that the epithet mere is the very last to apply to words. Of course, it is only now and then when a notion catches the small boy, but when it does catch, it works wonders, and does more for his education than years of grind. Let us try, however imperfectly, to make education a science of relationships. In other words, try in one subject or another to let the children work upon living ideas. In this field, small efforts are honored with great rewards, and we perceive that the education we are giving exceeds all that we intended or imagined. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Josh Broussard.
Chapter 15 of Home Education, Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Home Education, Series, Volume 3, School Education by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 15, School Books and How They Make for Education. Line upon line. The theme of school books is not a new one, and I dare say the reader will find that I have said before what I shall say now. But we are not like those men of Athens who met to hear and to tell some new thing. And he will, I know, bear with me, because he will recognize how necessary it is to repeat again and again consoles which are like waves beating against the rock of an accepted system of things. But in time, the waves prevail and the rock wears away, so we go to work with good hope. Let me introduce what I have to say about school books by a little story from an antiquated source. An incident of schoolgirl life. Friederike Bremer, in her novel of The Neighbors, published 1837, tells an incident of schoolgirl life, possibly a bit of autobiography, with great spirit. Though it is rather long, I think the reader will thank me for it. The little episode advances what I have to say better than could any duller arguments of my own. The heroine says, I was then 16, and fortunately for my restless character, my right shoulder began to project at the same time. Gymnastics were then in fashion as remedies against all manner of defects, and my parents determined to let me try gymnastics. Arrayed in trimmed pantaloons, a bonjour coat of green cloth, and a little morning cap with pink ribbon, I made my appearance one day in an assemblage of from 30 to 40 figures dressed almost the same as myself, who were merrily swarming about a large saloon, over ropes, ladders, and poles. It was a strange and novel scene. I kept myself in the background the first day, and learned from my governess the bending of the back and the exercises of the arms and legs. The second day I began to be intimate with some of the girls. The third I vied with them on ropes and ladders, and ere the close of the second week I was the leader of the second class and began to encourage them to all manner of tricks. At that time I was studying Greek history. Their heroes and their heroic deeds filled my imagination even in the gymnastic school. I proposed to my band to assume masculine and antique names, and in this place to answer to no other than such as Agamemnon, Epaminondas, etc. For myself I chose the name of Orestes, and called my best friend in the class Pylades. There was a tall, thin girl with a Finlandish accent, whom I greatly disliked, chiefly on account of the disrespect for me and my ideas, which she manifested without reserve. From this arose fresh cause for quarrels. Although in love with the Greek history, I was no less taken with the Swedish. Charles XII was my idol, and I often entertained my friends in my class with narration of his deeds, till my own soul was on fire with the most glowing enthusiasm. Like a shower of cold water, Darius, the tall girl, whose name was Britza, one day came into the midst of us and opposed me with the assertion that the Tsar Peter I was a much greater man than Charles XII. I accepted the challenge with blind zeal and suppressed rage. My opponent brought forward a number of facts with coolness and skill in support of her opinion, and when I, confuting all her positions, thought to exalt my victorious hero to the clouds, she was perpetually throwing Bender and Pultawa in my way. O Pultawa, Pultawa! Many tears have fallen over thy bloody battlefield, but none more bitter than those which I shed in secret when I, like Charles himself, suffered a defeat there. Fuel was added to the flame until, I challenge you, I demand satisfaction, cried I to Darius, who only laughed and said, Bravo, bravo. I exclaimed, you have insulted me shamefully, and I request that you ask my pardon in the presence of the whole class, and acknowledge that Charles XII was a greater man than Tsar Peter, or else you shall fight with me, if you have any honor in your breast and are not a coward. Britsa Kaisja blushed, but said with detestable coolness, ask pardon indeed? I should never dream of such a thing. Fight? Oh yes, I have no objection, but where and with what? With pins, think you, or with the sword if you are not afraid, and on this very spot. We can meet here half an hour before the rest. Arms I shall bring with me. Pilates is my second, and you shall appoint your own. Next morning, when I had entered the spacious saloon, I found my enemy already there with her second. Darius and I saluted each other proudly and distantly. I gave her the first choice of the swords. She took one and flourished it about quite dexterously, as if she had been accustomed to the use of it. I saw myself, in imagination, already stabbed to the heart. Tsar Peter was a great man, cried Darius. Down with him. Long life to Charles XII, I cried, bursting into a furious rage. I placed myself in an attitude of defense. Darius did the same. Our swords clashed one against the other, and in the next moment I was disarmed and thrown on the ground. Darius stood over me, and I believed my last hour had arrived. How astonished was I, however, when my enemy threw her sword away from her, took me by the hand, and lifted me up, whilst she cheerfully cried, well, now you have satisfaction. Let us be good friends again. You are a brave little body. At this moment a tremendous noise was heard at the door, and in rushed the fencing master and 3 teachers. My senses now forsook me. I hope the reader is not among the naughty children who read the fable and skipped the moral, for whatever is to follow is, in fact, the moral of this petty incident. How did the girls get their enthusiasm? What was it, we wonder, in their school books that these Swedish maidens found so exciting? There is no hint of other than school reading. In the first place, we may conclude it was books. The oral lesson for young children, the lecture for older, had not been invented in the earlier years of the last century. We use books in our schoolrooms, but one does not hear of wild enthusiasm, ungovernable excitement over the tabulated events of the history books, the tabulated facts of the science primers. Those Swedish girls must have used books of another sort, and it is to our interest to find out of what sort. As records would be hard to come by, we must look for information to the girls themselves. Not that we can summon them to give a direct answer, but if we can get at what they were, we shall be able to make a good guess at what should fire their souls. What manner of book sustains the life of thought? The story discloses no more than that they were intelligent girls, probably the children of intelligent parents. But that is enough for our purpose. The question resolves itself into, what manner of book will find its way with upheaving effect into the mind of an intelligent boy or girl? We need not ask what the girl or boy likes. She very often likes the twaddle of goody-goody storybooks. He likes condiments, highly spiced tales of adventure. We are all capable of liking mental food of a poor quality and a titillating nature, and possibly such food is good for us when our minds are in need of an elbow chair. But our spiritual life is sustained on other stuff, whether we be boys or girls, men or women. By spiritual, I mean that which is not corporeal, and which, for convenience sake, we call by various names: the life of thought, the life of feeling, the life of the soul. It is curious how every inquiry, superficial as it may seem to begin with, leads us to fundamental principles. This simple seeming question, what manner of school books should our boys and girls use, leads us straight to one of the 2 great principles which bottom educational thought. The school books of the publishers. I believe that spiritual life, using spiritual in the sense I have indicated, is sustained upon only one manner of diet, the diet of ideas, the living progeny of living minds. Now, if we send to any publisher for his catalogue of school books, we find that it is accepted as the nature of a school book that it be drained dry of living thought. It may bear the name of a thinker, but then it is the abridgment of an abridgment, and all that is left for the unhappy scholar is the dry bones of his subject, denuded of soft flesh and living color, of the stir of life and power of moving. Nothing is left but what Oliver Wendell Holmes calls the mere brute fact. It cannot be too often said that information is not education. You may answer an examination question about the position of the Seychelles and the Comoro Islands without having been anywise nourished by the fact of these island groups existing in such and such latitudes and longitudes. But if you follow Bullen in the cruise of the Cachalot, the names excite that little mental stir which indicates the reception of real knowledge. Reason for oral teaching. Intelligent teachers are well aware of the dry as dust character of school books, so they fall back upon the oral lesson, one of whose qualities must be that it is not bookish. Living ideas can be derived only from living minds, and so it occasionally happens that a vital spark is flashed from teacher to pupil. But this occurs only when the subject is one to which the teacher has given original thought. In most cases, the oral lesson, or the more advanced lecture, consists of information got up by the teacher from various books and imparted in language a little pedantic or a little commonplace or a little reading made easy in style. At the best, the teacher is not likely to have vital interest in, and consequently original thought upon, a wide range of subjects. Limitations of teachers. We wish to place before the child open doors to many avenues of instruction and delight, in each one of which he should find quickening thoughts. We cannot expect a school to be manned by a dozen master minds, and even if it were, and the scholar were taught by each in turn, it would be much to his disadvantage. What he wants of his teacher is moral and mental discipline, sympathy, and direction, and it is better, on the whole, that the training of the pupil should be undertaken by one wise teacher than that he should be passed from hand to hand for this subject and that. Our aim in education is to give a full life. We begin to see what we want. Children make large demands upon us. We owe it to them to initiate an immense number of interests. "Thou hast set my feet in a large room," should be the glad cry of every intelligent soul. Life should be all living, and not merely a tedious passing of time, not all doing or all feeling or all thinking. The strain would be too great, but all living. That is to say, we should be in touch wherever we go, whatever we hear, whatever we see, with some manner of vital interest. We cannot give the children these interests. We prefer that they should never say they have learned botany or conchology, geology, or astronomy. The question is not, how much does the youth know when he has finished his education, but how much does he care, and about how many orders of things does he care? In fact, how large is the room in which he finds his feet set, and therefore how full is the life he has before him? I know you may bring a horse to the water, but you cannot make him drink. What I complain of is that we do not bring our horse to the water. We give him miserable little textbooks, mere compendiums of facts, which he is to learn off and say and produce at an examination, or we give him various knowledge in the form of warm diluents, prepared by his teacher, with perhaps some grains of living thought to the gallon. And all the time we have books teeming with ideas fresh from the minds of thinkers upon every subject to which we can wish to introduce children. We undervalue children. The fact is, we undervalue children. The notion that an infant is a huge oyster, who by slow degrees and more develops into that splendid intellectual and moral being, a full-grown man or woman, has been impressed upon us so much of late years that we believe intellectual spoon meat to be the only food for what we are pleased to call little minds. It is nothing to us that William Morris read his first Waverley novel when he was 4, and had read the whole series by the time he was 7. He did not die of it, but lived and prospered. Unlike that little Richard, son of John Evelyn, who died when he was 5 years and 3 days old, a thing not to be wondered at when we read that he had a strong passion for Greek, could turn English into Latin and vice versa with the greatest ease, had a wonderful disposition to mathematics, having by heart divers propositions of Euclid. But I quote little Richard. Nobody could ever have called him Dick, by way of warning and not of example. Macaulay seems to have begun life as a great reader. We know the delightful story of how, when Hannah More called on his parents, he, a little boy of 4, came forward with pretty hospitality to say that if she would be good enough to come in, he would bring her a glass of old spirits. He explained afterwards that Robinson Crusoe often had some. Children of the last generation. But we may dismiss these precocious or exceptional children. All we ask of them is to remind us that our grandfathers and grandmothers recognized children as reasonable beings, persons of mind and conscience like themselves, but, needing their guidance and control, as having neither knowledge nor experience. Witness the queer old children's books which have come down to us. These address children as, before all things, reasonable, intelligent, and responsible persons. This is the note of home life in the last generation. So soon as the baby realized his surroundings, he found himself morally and intellectually responsible. Children as they are. And children have not altered. This is how we find them, with intelligence more acute, logic more keen, observing powers more alert, moral sensibilities more quick, love and faith and hope more abounding. In fact, in all points like as we are, only more so, but absolutely ignorant of the world and its belongings, of us and our ways, and, above all, of how to control and direct and manifest the infinite possibilities with which they were born. Our work, to give vitalizing ideas. Knowing that the brain is the physical seat of habit and that conduct and character alike are the outcome of the habits we allow. Knowing too that an inspiring idea initiates a new habit of thought and hence a new habit of life, we perceive that the great work of education is to inspire children with vitalizing ideas as to every relation of life, every department of knowledge, every subject of thought, and to give deliberate care to the formation of those habits of the good life which are the outcome of vitalizing ideas. In this great work we seek and assuredly find the cooperation of the Divine Spirit, whom we recognize, in a sense rather new to modern thought, as the supreme educator of mankind in things that have been called secular, fully as much as in those that have been called sacred. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 16, How to Use School Books. Disciplinary Subjects of Instruction. Having cleared our minds as to the end we have in view, we ask ourselves, is there any fruitful idea underlying this or that study that the children are engaged in? We divest ourselves of the notion that to develop the faculties is the chief thing, and a subject which does not rise out of some great thought of life we usually reject as not nourishing, not fruitful, while we retain those studies which give exercise and habits of clear and orderly thinking. Mathematics, grammar, logic, etc., are not purely disciplinary. They do develop, if a bull may be allowed, intellectual muscle. We by no means reject the familiar staples of education in the school sense, but we prize them even more for the record of intellectual habits they leave in the brain tissue than for their distinct value in developing certain faculties. Open Sesame. I think we should have a great educational revolution once we cease to regard ourselves as assortments of so-called faculties and realized ourselves as persons whose great business it is to get in touch with other persons of all sorts and conditions, of all countries and climes, of all times, past and present. History would become entrancing, literature a magic mirror for the discovery of other minds, the study of sociology a duty and a delight. We should tend to become responsive and wise, humble and reverent, recognizing the duties and the joys of the full human life. We cannot, of course, overtake such a program of work, but we can keep it in view, and I suppose every life is molded upon its ideal. The Bible, the great storehouse of moral impressions. Valuable as are some compendiums of its moral teaching, it is to the Bible itself we must go as to the great storehouse of moral impressions. Let us hear De Quincey on this subject. Quote, "It had happened that among our vast nursery collection of books was the Bible, illustrated with many pictures, and in long dark evenings, as my 3 sisters with myself sat by the firelight round the guard of our nursery, no book was so much in request among us. It ruled us and swayed us as mysteriously as music. Our younger nurse, whom we all loved, would sometimes, according to her simple powers, endeavor to explain what we found obscure. We, the children, were all constitutionally touched with pensiveness. The fitful gloom and sudden lambencies of the room by firelight suited our evening state of feelings. And they suited also the divine revelations of power and mysterious beauty which awed us. Above all, the story of a just man, man and yet not man, real above all things and yet shadowy above all things, who had suffered the passion of death in Palestine, slept upon our minds like early dawn upon the waters. The nurse knew and explained to us the chief differences in Oriental climates, and all these differences, as it happens, express themselves more or less in varying relation to the great accidents and power of summer. The cloudless nights of Syria, these seem to argue everlasting summer. The disciples plucking the ears of corn, that must be summer. But above all, the very name of Palm Sunday, a festival in the English Church, troubled me like an anthem." Effect of our liturgy on a child. I cannot refrain from adding De Quincey's beautiful words describing the effect of our liturgy upon him as a child. "On Sunday mornings I went with the rest of my family to church. It was a church on the ancient model of England, having aisles, galleries, organ, all things ancient and venerable, and the proportions majestic. Here whilst the congregation knelt through the long litany, as often as we came to that passage so beautiful amongst many that are so, where God is supplicated on behalf of all sick persons and young children, and that he would show his pity upon all prisoners and captives, I wept in secret, and raising my streaming eyes to the upper windows of the galleries, saw, on days when the sun was shining, a spectacle as affecting as ever prophet can have beheld. The sides of the windows were rich with stained glass. Through the deep purples and crimsons streamed the golden light, emblazonaries of heavenly illumination from the sun, mingling with the earthly emblazonaries from art and its gorgeous coloring, of what is grandest in man. There were the apostles that had trampled upon earth, and the glories of earth out of celestial love to man. There were the martyrs that had borne witness to the truth through flames, through torments, through armies of fierce insulting faces. There were the saints who, under intolerable pangs, had glorified God by meek submission to his will. God speaks to children also, in dreams and by the oracles that lurk in darkness. But in solitude, above all things, when made vocal to the meditative heart by the truths and services of a national church, God holds with children communion undisturbed. Solitude, though it may be silent as light, is, like light,
the mightiest of agencies, for solitude is essential to man. All men come into this world alone. All leave it alone." End quote. Principles on which to select school books. In their power of giving impulse and stirring emotion is another use of books, the right books. But that is just the question. Which are the right books? A point upon which I should not wish to play Sir Oracle. The 100 best books for the schoolroom may be put down on a list, but not by me. I venture to propose 1 or 2 principles in the matter of school books, and shall leave the far more difficult part, the application of those principles, to the reader. For example, I think we owe it to children to let them dig their knowledge of whatever subject out of the fit book, and this for 2 reasons. What a child digs for is his own possession. What is poured into his ear, like the idle song of a pleasant singer, floats out as lightly as it came in, and is rarely assimilated. I do not mean to say that the lecture and the oral lesson are without their uses, but these uses are to give impulse and to order knowledge, and not to convey knowledge or to afford us that part of our education which comes of fit knowledge, fitly given. Again, as I've already said, ideas must reach us directly from the mind of the thinker, and it is chiefly by means of the books they have written that we get into touch with the best minds. Marks of a fit book. As to the distinguishing marks of a book for the schoolroom, a word or 2 may be said. A fit book is not necessarily a big book. John Quincy Adams, aged 9, wrote to his father for the 4th volume of Smollett for his private reading, though, as he owned up, his thoughts were running on birds' eggs. And perhaps some of us remember going religiously through the many volumes of Alison's History of Europe with a private feeling that the bigness of the book swelled the virtue of the reader. But now big men write little books to be used with discretion, because sometimes the little books are no more than abstracts, the dry bones of the subjects, and sometimes the little books are fresh and living. Again, we need not always insist that a book should be written by the original thinker. It sometimes happens that second-rate minds have assimilated the matter in hand and are able to give out what is in their own thought (only because they have made it their own) in a form more suitable for our purpose than that of the first-hand thinkers. We cannot make any hard and fast rule. A big book or a little book, a book at first hand or at second hand, either may be right, provided we have it in us to discern a living book, quick, and informed with the ideas proper to the subject of which it treats. How to use the right books. So much for the right books. Then the right use of them is another matter. The children must enjoy the book. The ideas it holds must each make that sudden, delightful impact upon their minds, must cause that intellectual stir which marked the inception of an idea. The teacher's part in this regard is to see and feel for himself, and then to rouse his pupils by an appreciative look or word, but to beware how he deadens the impression by a flood of talk. Intellectual sympathy is very stimulating, but we have all been in the case of the little girl who said, "Mother, I think I could understand if you did not explain quite so much." A teacher said of her pupil, "I find it so hard to tell whether she has really grasped a thing or whether she has only gotten the mechanical hang of it." Children are imitative monkeys, and it is the mechanical hang that is apt to arrive after a douche of explanation. Children must labor. This, of getting ideas out of them, is by no means all we must do with books. In all labor there is profit, at any rate in some labor, and the labor of thought is what his book must induce in the child. He must generalize, classify, infer, judge, visualize, discriminate, labor in one way or another with that capable mind of his until the substance of his book is assimilated or rejected according as he shall determine. For the determination rests with him and not with his teacher. Value of narration. The simplest way of dealing with a paragraph or a chapter is to require the child to narrate its contents after a single attentive reading. One reading, however slow, should be made a condition, for we are all too apt to make sure we shall have another opportunity of finding out what 'tis all about. There is the weekly review if we fail to get a clear grasp of the news of the day, and if we fail a second time, there is a monthly or a quarterly review or an annual summing up. In fact, many of us let present-day history pass by us with easy minds, feeling sure that, in the end, we shall be compelled to see the bearings of events. This is a bad habit to get into, and we should do well to save our children by not giving them the vague expectation of second and third and 10th opportunities to do that which should have been done at first. A single careful reading. There is much difference between intelligent reading, which the pupil should do in silence, and a mere parrot-like cramming up of contents. And it is not a bad test of education to be able to give the points of a description, the sequence of a series of incidents, the links in a chain of argument, correctly after a single careful reading. This is a power which a barrister, a publisher, a scholar labors to acquire, and it is the power which children can acquire with great ease, and once acquired, the gulf is bridged which divides the reading from the non-reading community. Other ways of using books. But this is only one way to use books. Others are to enumerate the statements in a given paragraph or chapter, to analyze a chapter, to divide it into paragraphs under proper headings, to tabulate and classify series, to trace cause to consequence and consequence to cause, to discern character and to perceive how character and circumstance interact, to get lessons of life and conduct, or the living knowledge which makes for science out of books. All this is possible for schoolboys and girls, and until they have begun to use books for themselves in such ways, they can hardly be said to have begun their education. The teacher's part. The teacher's part is, in the first place, to see what is to be done, to look over the work of the day in advance and see what mental discipline as well as what vital knowledge this and that lesson afford, and then to set such questions and such tasks as shall give full scope to his pupil's mental activity. Let marginal notes be freely made, as neatly and beautifully as may be, for books should be handled with reverence. Let numbers, letters, underlining be used to help the eye and to save the needless fag of writing abstracts. Let the pupil write for himself half a dozen questions which cover the passage studied. He need not write the answers if he be taught that the mind can know nothing but what it can produce in the form of an answer to a question put by the mind to itself. Disciplinary devices must not come between children and the soul of the book. These few hints by no means cover the disciplinary uses of a good school book. But let us be careful that our disciplinary devices and our mechanical devices to secure and tabulate the substance of knowledge do not come between the children and that which is the soul of the book, the living thought it contains. Science is doing so much for us in these days, nature is drawing so close to us, art is unfolding so much meaning to us, the world is becoming so rich for us, that we are a little in danger of neglecting the art of deriving sustenance from books. Let us not in such wise impoverish our lives and the lives of our children. For to quote the golden words of Milton, quote, "Books are not absolutely dead things, but do contain a potency of life in them to be as active as that soul was, whose progeny they are. Nay, they do preserve, as in a vial, the purest efficacy and extraction of that living intellect that bred them. As good almost kill a man as kill a good book. Who kills a man kills a good reasonable creature, God's image. But he who destroys a good book kills reason itself, kills the image of God, as it were, in the eye." End quote. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 17, Education, the Science of Relations. We are educated by our intimacies. The Prelude and Prmterita. But who shall parcel out his intellect by geometric rules, split like a province into round and square? Who knows the individual hour in which his habits were first sown, even as a seed? Who shall point as with a wand and say, "This portion of the river of my mind came from yon fountain"? Prelude. I need not again insist upon the nature of our educational tools. We know well that education is an atmosphere, a discipline, a life. In other words, we know that parents and teachers should know how to make sensible use of a child's circumstances, atmosphere, to forward his sound education, should train him in the discipline of the habits of the good life, and should nourish his life with ideas, the food upon which personality waxes strong. Only 3 educational instruments. These 3 we believe to be the only instruments of which we may make lawful use in the upbringing of children, and any shortcut we take by trading on their sensibilities, emotions, desires, passions, will bring us and our children to grief. The reason is plain. Habits, ideas, and circumstances are external, and we may all help each other to get the best that is to be had of these. But we may not meddle directly with the personality of child or man. We may not work upon his vanity, his fears, his love, his emulation, or anything that is his by very right, anything that goes to make him a person. Our limitations. Most thinking people are in earnest about the bringing up of children, but we are in danger of taking too much upon us, and of not recognizing the limitations which confine us to the outworks of personality. Children and grown-up persons are the same, with a difference. And a thoughtful writer has done us good service by carefully tracing the method of our Lord's education of the 12. Quote, "Our Lord," says this author, "reverenced whatever the learner had in him of his own, and was tender in fostering this native growth. Men, in his eyes, were not mere clay in the hands of the potter, matter to be molded to shape. They were organic beings, each growing from within, with a life of his own, a personal life, which was exceedingly precious in his and his Father's eyes, and he would foster this growth so that it might take after the highest type." End quote. We temper life too much for children. I am not sure that we let life and its circumstances have free play about children. We temper the wind too much to the lambs. Pain and sin, want and suffering, disease and death, we shield them from the knowledge of these at all hazards. I do not say that we should wantonly expose the tender souls to distress, but that we should recognize that life has a ministry for them also, and that nature provides them with a subtle screen, like that of its odors to a violet, from damaging shocks. Some of us will not even let children read fairy tales, because these bring the ugly facts of life too suddenly before them. It is worthwhile to consider Wordsworth's experience on this point. Indeed, I do not think we make enough use of 2 such priceless boons to parents and teachers as the educational autobiographies we possess of the 2 great philosophers, Wordsworth and Ruskin. Fairy lore, a screen and shelter. The former tells us how, no sooner had he gone to school at Hawkshead, Then a body of a suicide was recovered from Esthwaite Lake, a ghastly tale, but full of comfort as shown how children are protected from shock. The little boy was there and saw it all. Quote, "Yet no soul-debasing fear, young as I was, a child not 9 years old, possessed me, for my inner eye had seen such sights before, among the shining streams of fairyland, the forests of romance. Their spirit hallowed the sad spectacle with decoration of ideal grace, a dignity, a smoothness, like the works of Grecian art and purest poesy." End quote. It is delightful to know, on the evidence of a child who went through it, that a terrible scene was separated from him by an atmosphere of poetry, a curtain woven by fairy lore, by his etherealizing imagination. But we may run no needless risks, and must keep a quiet, matter-of-fact tone in speaking of fire, shipwreck, or any terror. There are children to whom the thought of Joseph in the pit is a nightmare, and many of us elders are unable to endure a ghastly tale in newspaper or novel. All I would urge is that a natural treatment for children, and that they be allowed their fair share of life, such as it is. Prudence and not panic should rule our conduct towards them. Spontaneous living. The laws of habit are, we know, laws of God, and the forming of good and the hindering of evil habits are among the primary duties of a parent. But it is just as well to be reminded that habits, whether helpful or hindering, only come into play occasionally, where a great deal of spontaneous living is always going on, towards which we can do no more than drop in vital ideas as opportunity occurs. All this is old matter, and I must beg the reader to forgive me for reminding him again that our educational instruments remain the same. We may not leave off the attempt to form good habits with tact and care, to suggest fruitful ideas without too much insistence, and to make wise use of circumstances. On what does fullness of living depend? What is education, after all? An answer lies in the phrase, "Education is the science of relations." I do not use this phrase, let me say once more, in the Herbartian sense, that things are related to each other, and we must be careful to pack the right things in together, so that, having got into the brain of a boy, each thing may fasten on its cousins, and together they may make strong click or apperception mass. What we are concerned with is the fact that we personally have relations with all that there is in the present, all that there has been in the past, and all that there will be in the future, with all above us and all about us, and that fullness of living, expansion, expression, and servableness for each of us depend upon how far we apprehend these relationships and how many of them we lay hold of. George Herbert says something of what I mean. Quote, "Man is all symmetry, full of proportions, one limb to another, and all to all, the world besides. Each part may call the farthest brother, for head with foot hath private amity, and both with moons and tides." End quote. Every child is heir to an enormous patrimony, heir to all the ages, inheritor of all the present. The question is, what are the formalities, educational, not legal, necessary to put him in possession of that which is his? You perceive the point of view is shifted and is no longer subjective, but objective as regards the child. The child, a person. We do not talk about developing his faculties, training his moral nature, guiding his religious feelings, educating him with a view of his social standing or his future calling. The joys of child study are not for us. We take the child for granted, or rather, we take him as we find him. A person with an enormous number of healthy affinities, embryo attachments. And we think it is our chief business to give him a chance to make the largest possible number of these attachments valid. An infant's self-education. An infant comes into the world with 1,000 such embryonic feelers, which he sets to work to fix with amazing energy. Quote, "The babe, nurtured in his mother arms, who sinks to sleep, rocked in his mother's breast, who with his soul drinks in the feelings of his mother's eye. For him, in one dear presence, there exists a virtue which irradiates and exalts objects through wildest intercourse of sense. No outcast he, bewildered and depressed. Along his infant veins are infused the gravitation and the filial bond of nature that connects him with the world." End quote. The Prelude. He attaches his being to his mother, father, sister, brother, Nana, the man in the street whom he calls Dada, cat and dog, spider and fly. Earth, air, fire, and water attract him perilously. His eyes covet light and color, his ears sound, his limbs movement. Everything concerns him, and out of everything he gets, quote, "that calm delight which, if I err not, surely must belong to those first-born affinities that fit our new existence to existing things, and in our dawn of being constitute the bond of union between life and joy." End quote. The Prelude. He gets also, when left to himself, the real knowledge about each thing which establishes his relation with that particular thing. Our part, to remove obstructions and to give stimulus. Later, we step in to educate him. In proportion to the range of living relationships we put in his way, will he have wide and vital interests, fullness of joy in living. In proportion as he is made aware of the laws which rule every relationship, will his life be dutiful and serviceable. As he learns that no relation with persons or with things, animate or inanimate, can be maintained without strenuous effort, will he learn the laws of work and the joys of work? Our part is to remove obstructions and to give stimulus and guidance to the child who is trying to get in touch with the universe of things and thoughts which belong to him. Our error. Our deadly error is to suppose that we are his showman to the universe, and not only so, but that there is no community at all between child and universe, unless such as we choose to set up. We are the people, and if we choose that a village child's education should be confined to the 3 R's, why, what right has he to ask for more? If life means for him his Saturday night in the alehouse, surely that is not our fault. If our own boys go through school and college and come out without quickening interests, without links to the things that are worthwhile, we are not sure that it is our fault either. We resent that they should be called muddied oafs because we know them to be fine fellows. So they are, splendid stuff which has not yet arrived at the making. Business and desire. Quoth Hamlet, "Every man hath business and desire." End quote. Doubtless that was true in the spacious days of great Elizabeth. For us, we have business, but have we desire? Are there many keen interests soliciting us outside of our necessary work? Perhaps not. Or we should be less enslaved by the vapid joys of ping-pong, patience, bridge, and the like. The fact is that interests are not to be taken up on the spur of the moment. They spring out of affinities we have found and laid hold of. Or, in the words of an old writer, quote, "In worldly and material things, what is used is spent. In intellectual and spiritual things, what is not used is not had." End quote. Supposing we have realized that we must make provision for the future of our children otherwise than by safe investments, the question remains how to set about it. The setting up of dynamic relations. We say a child should have what we call dynamic relations with earth and water, must run and leap and dance, must ride and swim. This is how not to do it, as set forth in Prmterita. Quote, and so on to Llanberis and up Snowdon. And if only then my father and mother had seen the real strengths and weaknesses of their little John. If they had given me but a shaggy scrap of a Welsh pony, and left me in charge of a good Welsh guide, and of his wife if I needed any coddling, they would have made a man of me there and then. If only. But they could no more have done it than thrown me like my cousin Charles into Croydon Canal, trusting me to find my way out by the laws of nature. Instead, they took me back to London. My father spared time from his business hours once or twice a week to take me to a four-square, skylighted, sawdust-floored prison of a writing school in Moorfields, the smell of which, as we turned in at the gate of it, was a terror and a horror and abomination to me. And there I was put on big horses that jumped and reared and circled and sidled and fell off them regularly whenever they did any of these things, and was a disgrace to my family and a burning shame and misery to myself, till at last the riding school was given up on my spraining my right hand forefinger. It has never come straight again since, and a well-broken Shetland pony bought for me, and the two of us led about the Norwood roads by a riding master with a leading string. I used to do pretty well as long as we went straight, and then get thinking of something and fall off as we turned a corner. I might have got some inkling of a seat in heaven's good time, if no fuss had been made about me, nor inquiries instituted whether I had fallen off or on. But as my mother, and the moment I got home, made searching scrutiny into the day's disgraces, I merely got more nervous and helpless after every tumble, and this branch of my education was at last abandoned, my parents consoling themselves as best they might in the conclusion that my not being able to learn to ride was the sign of my being a singular genius. Ruskin's indictment of the limitations of his condition. Ruskin suffered from the malady of his condition. He was one of the suburban dwellers of the rich middle class who think, not wisely but too much, about the bringing up of their children, who choke a good deal of life with care and coddling, and are apt to be persuaded that their children want no outlets but such as it occurs to them to provide. Suburban life is a necessity, but it is also a misfortune because, in a rich suburb, people live too much with their own sort. They are cut off from the small and the great, from labor, adventure, and privation. Let me recommend all educated parents who live in the suburbs to read Prmterita. With all his chivalrous glory to his parents, Ruskin has left here a grave indictment, not of them, but of the limitations of his condition. One hears the cry of the child, like that of Laurence Sterne's caged starling, "I can't get out, I can't get out," repeated from page to page. You will say, whatever were the faults of his education, Ruskin emerged from it, such as it was, and we look for no more. But it is not for us to say how much greater an apostle among men even Ruskin would have been had he been allowed his right of free living as a child. And it may be, on the other hand, safe to admit that not every child, born and bred in a villa, will certainly be another Ruskin. We cannot follow Mr. Ruskin further in the setting up of the dynamic relations proper to him because his parents forbade, and nothing happened. His mother, he says, quote, "never allowed me to go to the edge of a pond or be in the same field with a pony." But he notes, "with thankfulness, the good I got out of the tadpole-haunted ditch and Croxted Lane." End quote. Camberwell Green has a pond, and he says, quote, "It was one of the most valued privileges of my early life to be permitted by my nurse to contemplate this judicial pond with awe from the other side of the way." Wordsworth's recognition of his opportunities. Wordsworth tells us of a much more rough-and-tumble bringing up. When he was 9, he was sent to the grammar school in the little village of Hawkshead, and lodged with Dame Tyson in the cottage many of us know, and found most things, at home and abroad, congenial to his soul. He had no lessons in riding and skating, hockey and tennis, but no doubt the other boys made it plain to the little chap that he must do as they did or be thought a fool. But then he went to school a hardy youngster. His mother had let her little boy live. Quote, "Oh, many a time have I, a 5 years' child, in a small mill race severed from his stream, made one long bathing of a summer's day, basked in the sun, and plunged and basked again." End quote. Of his childhood he says, "Fair seed time had my soul, and I grew up fostered alike by beauty and by fear." End quote. Ere he had told 10 birthdays, he was transplanted to that beloved vale of which he says, quote, "There were we let loose for sports of wider range." End quote. What was there though those Hogshead boys did not do? He tells us of times, quote, "when I have hung above a raven's nest, by knots of grass and half-inch fissures in the slippery rock, but ill sustained, and almost, so it seemed, suspended by the blast that blew amain, shouldering the naked crag." End quote. The boys skated, quote, "all shod with steel, we hissed along the polished ice in games, confederate, imitative of the chase and woodland pleasures, the resounding horn, the pack loud chiming, and the hunted hare." End quote. They played, quote, "from week to week, from month to month, we lived around tumult. Duly were our games prolonged in summer till the daylight failed." End quote. They boated, quote, "when summer came, our pastime was, on bright half-holidays, to sweep along the plain of Windermere with rival oars. In such a race so ended, disappointment could be none, uneasiness, or pain, or jealousy. We rested in the shade, all pleased alike, conquered and conqueror." End quote. Young Wordsworth, too, had his essays on horseback when he and his schoolmates came back rich from the half-yearly holidays and hired horses from, quote, "the courteous innkeeper," end quote, and off they went, proud to curb and eager to spur on the galloping steed. And then the homecoming, quote, "through the walls we flew, and down the valley, and a circuit made in wantonness of heart, through rough and smooth we scampered homewards." End quote. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 18, We Are Educated by Our Intimacies, Part 2, Further Affinities. Affinity for Material, Ruskin's Opportunities. Of the affinity for material, the joy of handling and making, Wordsworth says little, but Ruskin sets out feelers in this direction which began with 2 boxes of well-cut wooden bricks, and culminated perhaps in the road-making of the Oxford days. Quote, "I was afterwards," says he, "gifted with a 2-arched bridge, admirable in fittings of voussoirs and keystone, and adjustment of the level courses of masonry with bevelled edges, into which they dovetailed in the style of Waterloo Bridge. Well-made centerings and a course of inlaid steps down to the water made this model largely as accurately instructive, and I was never weary of unbuilding, (it was too strong to be thrown down, but always had to be taken down), and rebuilding it." End quote. We know how he busied himself with making a small dam and reservoir at both the Herne Hill and Denmark Hill homes, and how, while still a boy, he scrubbed down, with pail of water and broom, the dirty steps of an Alpine hotel because they offended his mother. We feel that in this direction again his nature cried out aloud for opportunities. Intimacy with natural objects. We do not hear much of the intimacy of either boy with natural objects, such as birds and flowers. But here again we feel that Ruskin was deprived of opportunity. His flower friends were garden dwellers, and could anything be more pathetic than this? My chief prayer for the kindness of heaven in its flowerful seasons was that the frost might not touch the almond blossom. Wordsworth appears to have waited for his intimacy with wildflowers until he could say of his sister Dorothy, she gave me eyes, she gave me ears. Birds, as we have seen, he knew through the wicked joy of bird nesting. But not only so, that day when the wild cavalcade rode to Furness Abbey, he marked, that simple wren, which one day sang so sweetly in the nave of the old church, that I could have made my dwelling place, and lived forever there to hear such music. Ruskin's flower studies. If Ruskin had not, as a child, a wide acquaintance with the flowers of the field, he made up, perhaps, by the enormous attention he gave to such as came his way. And just as his toy bricks and his bridge gave him his initiation in the principles of architecture, so perhaps his early flower studies resulted in his power of seeing and expressing detail. He says of flowers, my whole time passed in staring at them or into them, in no morbid curiosity, but in admiring wonder. I pulled every flower to pieces till I knew all that could be seen of it with a child's eye, and used to lay up little treasures of seeds by way of pearls and beads, never with any thought of sowing them. He complains that books on botany were harder than the Latin grammar. His pebble studies. Had there been anybody then to teach me anything about plants or pebbles, he says, it had been good for me. He loved the pebbles of the Tay, and followed up his acquaintance with pebbles at Matlock. In the glittering white broken spar, speckled with galena, by which the walks of the hotel garden were made bright, and in the slopes of the pretty village, and in many a happy walk along its cliffs, I pursued my mineralogical studies on fluor, calcite, and the ores of lead, and in indescribable rapture when I was allowed to go into a cave. A life-shaping intimacy. Later we find him going up Snowdon, of which ascent I remember as the most exciting event the finding for the first time in my life a real mineral for myself, a piece of copper pyrites. This eagerly sought acquaintance with pebbles resulted in the life-shaping intimacy with minerals to which we owe the ethics of the dust. Insatiate delight in a book. Ruskin's. As for books, we are told how Ruskin grew up upon the Waverley novels, on Pope's Homer's Iliad, many of Shakespeare's plays, and much else that is delightful. But he does not give us an instance of the sort of thing we are looking for, the sudden keen, insatiate delight in a book which means kinship, until he is introduced to Byron. His first acquaintance with Byron he puts, about the beginning of the teen period, But very certainly by the end of the year 1834, I knew my Byron pretty well all through, but Cain, Werner, the deformed transformed, and the vision of judgment, none of which I could understand, nor did Papa and Mamma think it would be well that I should try to. So far as I could understand it, I rejoiced in all the sarcasm of Don Juan. But my firm decision, as soon as I got well into the later cantos of it, that Byron was to be my master in verse, as Turner in color, was made, of course, in that Gosling, or say Signet, epoch of existence, without consciousness of the deeper instincts that prompted it. Only two things I consciously recognized: that his truth of observation was the most exact, and his chosen expression the most concentrated that I had yet found in literature. But the thing wholly new and precious to me in Byron was his measured and living truth, measured as compared with Homer, and living as compared to everybody else. He taught me the meaning of Chillon and Mireille, and bade me seek first in Venice the ruined homes of Foscari and Vagliari. Byron told me of and reanimated for me the real people whose feet had worn the marble I trod on." Wordsworth. This is how Wordsworth took to his books. "A precious treasure had I long possessed, a little yellow canvas-covered book, a slender abstract of the Arabian Tales, and from companions in a new abode, when I first learnt that this dear prize of mine was but a block hewn from a mighty quarry, that there were 4 large volumes, laden all with kindred matter, 'twas to me, in truth, a promise scarcely earthly. And when thereafter to my father's house the holidays returned me, there to find that golden store of books which I had left, what joy was mine! How often have I lain down by thy side, O Derwent, murmuring stream on the hot stones, and in the glaring sun, and there have read, devouring as I read, defrauding the day's glory, desperate." They must have their food of romance. Nor can I omit the counsel that follows. "A gracious spirit o'er this earth presides, and o'er the heart of man. Invisibly it comes to work of unreproved delight, and tendency benign, directing those who care not, know not, think not what they do. The tales that charm away the wakeful night in Araby romances, legends penned for solace by dim light of monkish lamps, fictions for ladies of their love, devised by youthful squires, adventures endless, spun by the dismantled warrior in old age, out of the bowels of these very schemes in which his youth did first extravagate. These spread like day, and something in the shape of these will live till man shall be no more. Dumb yearnings, hidden appetites are ours, and they must have their food. Our childhood sits, our simple childhood, sits upon a throne that hath more power than all the elements." Children must range at will among books. And this other counsel, "Rarely and with reluctance would I stoop to transitory themes, yet I rejoice and, by these thoughts admonished, will pour out thanks with uplifted heart, that I was reared safe from an evil which these days have laid upon the children of the land, pests that might have dried me up, body and soul. Where had we been, we two, beloved friend, if in the season of unperilous choice, in lieu of wandering as we did, through vales rich with indigenous produce, open ground of fancy, happy pastures ranged at will, we had been followed, hourly watched, and noosed, each in his several melancholy walk." Words, a passion and a power. Later follows the story of his first enthrallment by poetry. "Twice 5 years or less I might have seen, when first my mind with conscious pleasure opened to the charm of words in timeful order, found them sweet for their own sakes, a passion and a power. And phrases please me chosen for delight, for pomp or love, oft in the public roads yet unfrequented, while the morning light was yellowing the hilltops, I went abroad with a dear friend. For the better part of 2 delightful hours we strolled along by the still borders of the misty lake, repeating favorite verses with one voice, or conning more, as happy as the birds that round us chaunted." Ruskin's local historic sense. The awakening of the historic sense in Ruskin appears to be always, and here is a great lesson for us connected with places. That historic interest and aesthetic delight are one with him is another thing to take note of. We have seen how Byron served him in this way. Again, he tells us of the 3 centuries of my life's thought, Rouen, Geneva, and Pisa, which have been tutoresses of all I know and were mistresses of all I did from the first moments I entered their gates. These came later, but Abbeville, was entrance for me into immediately healthy labor and joy. My most intense happinesses have, of course, been among mountains. but for cheerful, unalloyed, unwearying pleasure, the getting sight of Abbeville on a fine summer afternoon, jumping out in the courtyard of the Hôtel de l'Europe, and rushing down the street to see St. Wulfen again, before the sun was off the towers, are things to cherish the past for, to the end." Living touch with the past necessary. But Ruskin's want of living touch with the past, except as such touch was given by the newly discovered history of the place he happened to be in, is shown in his first impressions of Rome. "My stock of Latin learning, with which to begin my studies of the city, consisted of the first 2 books of Livy, never well known, and the names of places remembered without ever looking where they were on the map. Juvenal, a page or 2 of Tacitus, and in Virgil the burning of Troy, the story of Dido, the episode of Euryalus in the last battle. Of course, I had nominally read the whole Aeneid, but thought most of it nonsense. Of later Roman history I had read English abstracts of the imperial vices, and supposed the malaria in the Campagna to be the consequence of the papacy. I had never heard of a good Roman emperor or a good pope, was not quite sure whether Trajan lived before Christ or after, and would have thanked with a sense of relieved satisfaction anybody who might have told me that Marcus Antonius was a Roman philosopher contemporary with Socrates. We, of course, drove about the town and saw the Forum, Colosseum, and so on. Had no distinct idea what the Forum was or ever had been, or how the 3 pillars, or the 7, were connected with it, or the Arch of Severus. What the Forum or Capitol had been I did not in the least care. The pillars of the Forum I saw were on a small scale, and their capitals rudely carved, and the houses above them nothing like so interesting as the side of any close in the old town of Edinburgh." Wordsworth and Ruskin aloof from the past. Wordsworth, too, stood aloof. He was aware of, "old, unhappy, far-off things, and battles long ago." But the past of nations did not enthrall him. Even the throes of the French Revolution, to judge by what he tells us in the Prelude, hardly shook him to his foundation, though he took a walking tour on the continent at the moment when, as he himself says, "as if awakened from sleep, the nations hailed their great expectancy." But for him, "I looked upon these things as from a distance, heard and saw and felt, was touched, but with no intimate concern." Knowledge learned in schools. As for the knowledge learned in schools, Ruskin gives us rather dry details of experiences in Euclid, the Latin grammar, and the like, but neither boy appears to have been "stung with the rapture of a sudden thought" in the course of his lessons, unless Hawkshead Grammar School can take this to itself. "Many are our joys in youth, but oh, would happiness to live when every hour brings palpable access of knowledge, when all knowledge is delight, and sorrow is not there." But the praise of the unfolding of the seasons follows, and I am afraid it is the lore they brought with them that the poet had in his mind's eye. Comradeship. We have all been interested in the late Mr. Rowe's illuminating will, and I suppose most mothers and most masters have pondered the 4 groups of qualifications for scholarships. In 3, we have fellowship, and in 4, instincts to lead and take an interest in his schoolmates. It is well that a talent for comradeship should be brought before us in this prominent way as a sine qua non. Here is the rock upon which Ruskin's education split, as he was sadly aware. He never knew the joys of comradeship. Having spoken of peace, obedience, faith, these 3 for chief good, next to these the habit of fixed attention with both eyes and mind, as the main blessings of his childhood, he goes on to enumerate the equally dominant calamities. "First, that I had nothing to love. My parents were, in a sort, visible powers of nature to me, no more loved than the sun and the moon. I only should have been annoyed and puzzled if either of them had gone out. How much now, when both are darkened? Still less that I love God. Not that I had any quarrel with him or fear of him, but simply found what people told me was his service disagreeable, and what people told me was his book not entertaining. I had no companions to quarrel with, neither. Nobody to assist, and nobody to thank. Not a servant was ever allowed to do anything for me but what it was their duty to do. And why should I have been grateful to the cook for cooking, or the gardener for gardening? My present verdict, therefore, on the general tenor of my education at that time must be that it was at once too formal and too luxurious, leaving my character at the most important moment for its construction, cramped indeed, but not disciplined, and only by protection innocent, instead of by practice virtuous." Wordsworth, on the contrary, as we have seen, lived the life of his schoolfellows with entire abandon. He was with a crowd of his mates, or he was with a friend, and was only alone in those moments of deeper intimacy which we shall speak of presently. The simple life of his beloved Vale took such a hold on his tenacious northern nature that not Cambridge, nor London, nor, as we have seen, Europe in its time of convulsion, could displace the earlier images or give new direction to his profoundest thought. Scott laid claim to "intimacy with all ranks of my countrymen, from the Scottish peers to the Scottish ploughmen," and we get the Waverley novels. Wordsworth was satisfied to know the fine-natured peasant folk of his own dales and poet souls like his own. Perhaps such limitations went to the making of the poet of plain living and high thinking, but limitations are hazardous. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Home Education Series, Volume 3, School Education, by Charlotte A. Mason. Chapter 19. We are educated by our intimacies, Part 3, Vocation. I might trace the consummation of various other affinities in these two illustrious subjects, but space fails. I can only indicate the joy of pursuing the acquaintanceship, followed by the endless occupation for mind and heart in that high intimacy which we call the vocation of each of these men of genius. Turner's Call to Ruskin. Ruskin's career, to use his own common and expressive figure, began when, "on my 13th birthday, 8 February 1832, my father's partner, Mr. Henry Telford, gave me Roger's Italy, and determined the main tenor of my life. I had no sooner cast my eyes on the Turner vignettes than I took from them my only masters, and set myself to imitate them as far as I possibly could by fine pen shading. My father at last gave me, not for the beginning of a Turner collection, but for a specimen of Turner's work, which was all, as it was supposed, I should ever need or aspire to possess, the Richmond Bridge, Surrey." Again, anent his purchase of Turner's Harlech, "Whatever germs of better things remained in me were then all centered in this love of Turner. It was not a piece of painted paper, but a Welsh castle and village and Snowdon in blue cloud that I bought for my £70. Sincere work. Not until he is 22 does he produce what he considers his first sincere drawing. "One day on the road to Norwood I noticed a bit of ivory round a thorn stem, which seemed, even to my critical judgment, not 'ill composed,' and proceeded to make a light and shade pencil study of it in my grey paper pocket-book, carefully, as if it had been a bit of sculpture, liking it more and more as I drew. When it was done, I saw that I had virtually lost all my time since I was 12 years old, because no one had ever told me to draw what was really there." End quote. Initiation. Later follows a story of his true initiation. Quote, "I took out my book and began to draw a little aspen tree on the other side of the cart road, carefully. Languidly, but not idly, I began to draw it, and as I drew, the languor passed away. The beautiful lines insisted on being traced without weariness. More and more beautiful they became as each rose out of the rest and took its place in the air. With wonder increasing every instant, I saw that they composed themselves by finer laws than any known of man. At last the tree was there, and everything that I had thought before about trees, nowhere. He hath made everything beautiful in his time, became for me, thenceforward, the interpretation of the bond between the human mind and all visible things." End quote. Nature a passion. Let us intrude into the consummation of one more intimacy. Already the boy had made acquaintance with mountains. He is now to have his first sight of the Alps. He, his father, his mother, and his cousin Mary went out to walk the first Sunday evening after their arrival on the garden terrace of Schaffhausen, and, quote, "Suddenly, behold, beyond! There was no thought in any of us for a moment of there being clouds. They were clear as crystal, sharp on the pure horizon sky, and already tinged with rose by the setting sun. Infinitely beyond all that we had ever thought or dreamed. The seen walls of lost Eden could not have been more beautiful to us. Not more awful, round heaven, the walls of sacred death. It is not possible to imagine at any time of the world a more blessed entrance into life for a child of such temperament as mine." End quote. How shall we venture to trace the growth of that austere, most gracious and enthralling intimacy with nature which was to Wordsworth the master light of all his seeing? He unfolds to us, quote, "the simple ways in which my childhood walked, those chiefly that first led me to the love of rivers, woods, and fields. The passion yet was in its birth, sustained as might befall by nourishment that came unsought." End quote. We cannot trace every step of the growth of this ethereal passion, but only take a phase of it here and there. The boy and some of his schoolfellows were boating on Windermere in the late evening, and they left one of their number, quote, "the minstrel of the troop," end quote, on a small island, quote, and rowed off gently, while he blew his flute alone upon the rock. Oh, then the calm and dead still water lay upon my mind, even with a weight of pleasure, and the sky, never before so beautiful, sank down into my heart, and held me like a dream. Thus were my sympathies enlarged, and thus daily common range of visible things grew dear to me. Already I began to love the sun. A boy, I loved the sun, not as I since have loved him, as a pledge and surety of our earthly life, a light which we behold and feel we are alive, not for his bounty to so many worlds, but for this cause, that I had seen him lay his beauty on the morning hills, had seen the western mountain touch his setting orb. End quote. The calling of a poet. We may take one more look at this marvelous boy who, become a man, held that every child, as he, is born a poet. Quote, "My 17th year was come. I, at this time, saw blessing spread around me like a sea. Thus, while the days flew by and years passed on, from nature and her overflowing soul I had received so much that all my thoughts were steeped in feeling. I was only then contented, when with bliss ineffable I felt the sentiment of being spread o'er all that moves and all that seemeth still, o'er all that, lost beyond the reach of thought and human knowledge, to the human eye invisible, yet liveth to the heart. O'er all that leaps and runs and shouts and sings, or beats the gladsome air, o'er all that glides beneath the wave, yea, in the wave itself, and mighty depths of waters. If I should fail with grateful voice to speak of you, ye mountains, and ye lakes, and surrounding cataracts, ye mists and winds that dwell among the hills where I was born, if in my youth I have been pure in heart, if, mingling with the world, I am content with my own modest pleasures, and have lived with God and nature communing, removed from little enmities and low desires, the gift is yours." The Education of the Little Prig. Before taking leave of the Prelude, I must introduce Wordsworth's sketch of the child-studied little prig of his days of much searching of heart and of many theories on the subject of education. "That common sense may try this common system by its fruits, let me take a place before her sight, a specimen portrayed with faithful hand. Full early trained to worship seemliness, this model of a child is never known to mix in quarrels that were far beneath its dignity. With gifts he bubbles o'er as generous as a fountain. Selfishness may not come near him, nor the little throng of flitting pleasures tempt him from his path. The wandering beggars propagate his name. Dumb creatures find him tender as a nun, and a natural or supernatural fear, unless it leaps upon him in a dream, touches him not. To enhance the wonder, see how arch he notices, how nice his sense of the ridiculous. He can read the inside of the earth and spell the stars. He knows the policies of foreign lands. He can string you names of districts, cities, towns, the whole world over, tight as beads of dew upon a gossamer thread. He sifts, he weighs. All things are put to question. He must live knowing that he grows wiser every day, or else not live at all, and seeing, too, each little drop of wisdom as it falls into the dimpling cistern of his heart. For this unnatural growth the trainer blame. Pity the tree. Meanwhile, old grandame Earth is grieved to find the playthings which her love designed for him unthought of. In their woodland beds the flowers weep, and the river's sides all are forlorn. Oh, give us once again the wishing cap of Fortunatus, and the invisible coat of Jack the Giant Keeper, Robin Hood, and Sabra in the forest with St. George. The child whose love is here at least doth reap one precious gain, that he forgets himself." Children have affinities and should have relations. I cannot stop here to gather any more of the instruction and edification contained in those two great educational books, the Prelude and Prmterita. It is enough for the present if they have shown us in what manner children attach themselves to their proper affinities, given opportunity and liberty. Our part is to drop occasion freely in their way, whether in school or at home. Children should have relations with earth and water, should run and leap, ride and swim, should establish the relation of maker to material as in many kinds as may be, should have dear and intimate relations with persons, through present intercourse, through tale or poem, picture or statue, through flint arrowhead or modern motor car. Beast and bird, herb and tree, they must have familiar acquaintance with. Other peoples and their languages must not be strange to them. Above all, they should find that most intimate and highest of all relationships, the fulfillment of their being. This is not a bewildering program, because in all these and more directions children have affinities, and a human being does not fill his place in the universe without putting out tendrils of attachment in the directions proper to him. We must get rid of the notion that to learn the 3 R's or the Latin grammar well, A child should learn these and nothing else. It is true for children as for ourselves that the wider the range of interests, the more intelligent is the apprehension of each. Education, not desultory. But I am not preaching a gospel for the indolent and proclaiming that education is a casual and desultory matter. Many great authors have written at least one book devoted to education, and Waverley seems to me to be Scott's special contribution to our science. Edward Waverley, we are told, quote, was permitted in a great measure to learn as he pleased, when he pleased, and what he pleased, end quote. That he did please to learn, and that his powers of apprehension were uncommonly quick, would appear to justify this sort of education. But wavering he was allowed to grow up, and Waverley he remained. Instability and ineffectiveness marked his course. The manner of his education and its results are thus shortly set forth. Quote, Edward would throw himself with spirit upon any classical author of which his preceptor proposed the perusal, make himself master of the style so far as to understand the story, and, if that pleased or interested him, he finished the volume. But it was in vain to attempt fixing his attention on critical distinctions of philology, upon the difference of idiom, the beauty of felicitous expression, or the artificial combinations of syntax. Quote, I can read and understand a Latin author, said young Edward with the self-confidence and rash reasoning of 15, and Scaliger or Bentley could not do much more. End quote. Alas! When he was thus permitted to read only for the gratification of his amusement, he foresaw not that he was losing forever the opportunity of acquiring habits of firm and assiduous application, of gaining the art of controlling, directing, and concentrating the powers of his mind for earnest investigation, an art far more essential than even that intimate acquaintance with classical learning which is the primary object of study. End quote. Waverley but illustrates what Mr. Ruskin says in plain words, that our youth, whatever we make of it, abides with us to the end. Quote, but so stubborn and chemically inalterable the laws of the prescription were, that now, looking back from 1886 to that Brooke shore of 1837, whence I could see the whole of my youth, I find myself in nothing whatsoever changed. Some of me is dead, more of me is stronger. I have learned a few things, forgotten many. In the total of me, I am but the same youth, disappointed and rheumatic. End quote. Strenuous effort and reverence. We have seen in Ruskin and Wordsworth the strenuous attention, condition of receptiveness, which made each of them a producer after his kind. And whosoever will play the game, whether it be cricket or portrait painting, must learn the rules with all diligence and get skill by his labor. It is true, quote, the labor we delight in physics pain, end quote, but it is also true that we cannot catch hold of any one of the affinities that are in waiting for us without strenuous effort and without reverence. A bird lover, one would say, has chosen for himself an easy joy. But no, your true bird lover is out of doors by 4 a.m. to assist at the levee of the birds. Nay, is he not in Hyde Park by 2:30 a.m. to see the kingfisher, no less? He lies in wait in secret places to watch the goings-on of the feathered peoples, travels far afield to make a new acquaintance in the bird world, in fact, gives to the study of birds attention, labor, love, and reverence. He gets joy in return, so is perhaps little conscious of effort, but the effort is made all the same. Comradeship has duties. To take one more instance of an affinity, comradeship. Most of us have serious thoughts about friendship, but we are apt to take comradeship, fellowship, very casually, and to think it is sufficiently maintained if we meet for parties, games, picnics, or whatnot. Public school boys generally learn better. They know that comradeship means much cheerful give and take, chaff, help, unsparing criticism, if need be the taking or giving of serious reproof, loyalty to each, plucky and faithful leading, staunch following, truth-speaking, the power to see others put first without chagrin, and to bear advancement without conceit. Here, too, are calls for attention, labor, love, and reverence. But again, labor is swallowed up in delight. The angel troubles the still pool. One more point. We are steadfast to the affinities we take hold of, till death do us part, or longer. And here let me say a word as to the advantages which London offers in the way of masters and special classes. I think it is most often the still pool which the angel comes down to trouble. A steady, unruffled course of work without so-called advantages lends itself best to that troubling of the angel, the striking upon us of what Coleridge calls the captain ideal, which initiates a tie of infinity. The highest relationship. Neither the Prelude nor the Prmterita lends itself to the study of the highest relationship, the profoundest intimacy which awaits the soul of man. I think I cannot do better than close with an extract from a little book which tells the spiritual history of Brother Lawrence, a lay brother among the barefooted Carmelites at Paris in the 17th century. Quote, "The first time I saw Brother Lawrence was upon the 3rd of August, 1666. He told me that God had done him a singular favor in his conversion at the age of 18, that in the winter, seeing a tree stripped of its leaves, and considering that within a little time the leaves would be renewed, and after that the flower and fruit appear, he received a high view of the providence and power of God, which has never since been effaced from his soul. That this view had perfectly set him loose from the world, and kindled in him such a love for God that he could not tell whether it had increased in about 40 years that he had lived since. That he had been footman to Monsieur Fulbert, the treasurer, and that he was a great awkward fellow who broke everything. That he had desired to be received into a monastery, thinking he would there be made to smart for his awkwardness and the faults he should commit, and so he should sacrifice to God his life with its pleasures. But that God had disappointed him, he having met with nothing but satisfaction in that state. That with him the set times of prayer were not different from other times, that he retired to pray according to the directions of his superior, but he did not want such retirement, nor ask for it, because his greatest business did not divert him from God. That the greatest pains or pleasures of this world were not to be compared with what he had experienced of both kinds in a spiritual state, so that he was careful for nothing and feared nothing, desiring but one only thing of God, that is, that he might not offend him. That he had so often experienced the ready succors of divine grace upon all occasions, that from the same experience, when he had business to do, he did not think of it beforehand. But when it was time to do it, he found in God, as in a clear mirror, all that was fit for him to do. That of late he had acted thus without anticipating care, but before the experience above mentioned he had used it in his affairs. When outward business diverted him a little from the thought of God, a fresh remembrance coming from God invested his soul, and so inflamed and transported him that it was difficult for him to contain himself, that he was more united to God in his outward employments than when he left them for devotion in retirement." Quote, "I am made for, and must have a God, ere I can be aught, do aught, no mere name want, but the true thing, with what proves its truth, to wit, a relation from that thing to me touching from head to foot, which touch I feel, and with it take the rest, this life of ours." Browning. An Educational Manifesto. Studies serve for delight, for ornament, and for ability. Every child has a right to enter to several fields of knowledge. Every normal child has an appetite for such knowledge. This appetite or desire for knowledge is a sufficient stimulus for all schoolwork, if the knowledge be fitly given. There are 4 means of destroying the desire for knowledge. A. Too many oral lessons, which offer knowledge in a diluted form and do not leave the child free to deal with it. B. Lectures, for which the teacher collects, arranges, and illustrates matter from various sources. These often offer knowledge in too condensed and ready-prepared a form. C. Textbooks compressed and recompressed from the big book of the big man. D. The use of emulation and ambition as incentives to learning in place of the adequate desire for and delight in knowledge. Children can be most fitly educated on things and books. Things such as 1. Natural obstacles for physical contention, climbing, swimming, walking, etc. 2. Material to work in, wood, leather, clay, etc. 3. Natural objects in situ, birds, plants, streams, stones, etc. 4. Objects of art. 5. Scientific apparatus, etc. The value of this education by things is receiving wide recognition, but intellectual education to be derived from books is still, for the most part, to seek. Every scholar of 6 years old and upwards should study with delight his own living books on every subject in a pretty wide curriculum. Children between 6 and 8 must, for the most part, have their books read to them. This plan has been tried with happy results for the last 12 years in many home school rooms and some other schools. By means of the free use of books, the mechanical difficulties of education, reading, spelling, composition, etc., disappear, and studies prove themselves to be for delight, for ornament, and for ability. There is reason to believe that these principles are workable in all schools, elementary and secondary, that they tend, in the working, to simplification, economy, and discipline. End of chapter 19.